Chapter 123. Mo Qinggong looked with a dark expression at the many files piled up in front of him. Because he had been reading for a long time, his eyes were slightly blurred. So he took out a small glass medicine bottle and dripped several drops into his eyes to clear the mind. Even though it was the new year, they were not idle. That serving girl called Li Wanzhu had been in the palace for more than a decade. Usually, everything was normal. Up until now, they had not found any clues. However, the exceptionally bitter words she had said at the banquet could be ignored by the Holy One and the Empress, but the Divinity Bureau could not ignore them. She has been dead for so many years and disappeared for so many years. She still hasn't given up. Why is there an air coming out? Mo Qinggong rubbed his eyes and said to himself. His soft but dark words echoed in the grey room. While the Divinity Bureau always had things to do and Changling had never been peaceful, since last year, the undercurrents in Changling had surged like never before. Yi Xileng returned from overseas, Zhao Zhon died, the great rebels of the Jiao Sword Furnace and Cloud Water Palace moved around Changling like never before, Bureau Chief Shu went out to sea, Song Qingshu and Nangong Shong's deaths, the reappearance of the Nine Hell Kingsword, the palace attendants' insinuations. All of this seemed unrelated, but Mo Qinggong knew that all of this started from the reappearance of the Nine Death Silkworm. That person had been dead for so many years, just a faint air, but many people's hearts started to move. In his view, for the powerful Qin dynasty at this time, these people's movements would only cause some meaningless destruction. At this time, his assistant, the young official who had taken over Qin Huaishu's position, knocked on the door and quickly walked in. Official Mo, Wang Taishu has sent a cultivator over. Compared to before, this young official was much more mature. After a quick bow, he said without wasting words, "It is a cultivator who tried to assassinate Ding Ning in Fish Market, Realm 5 cultivation. There are 2 other cultivators present, one Realm 4, one Realm 5. Those 2 have been killed, but their corpses can be examined." What? Mo Qinggong suddenly stood up. Send that person to the Great Floating Water Prison. No. Inform the bureau chief. But he immediately changed his words. I will personally escort that person to the Great Floating Water Prison. You did well. Then, he said to the young Divinity Bureau official. 2 Realm 5s and 1 Realm 4 assassinated Ding Ning in Fish Market. 2 were dead and 1 was injured, leaving only 1 Realm 5 alive. The young Divinity Bureau official had indeed told him everything he needed to know at the first possible moment. In the battle between Xue Wangshu and Liang Lian, even the teacher of the Holy Son of Heaven used the soaring cloud sword to protect Xue Wangshu. At the very least, all the truly influential people in the know would know that this was the Empress' intention. Only true desperados, and only desperados from outside, would know the power of Fish Market, but in their hearts, they would ignore the power of Fish Market and dare to make a move in Fish Market. Someone who could invite 3 desperados like this to assassinate Ding Ning at the same time was a true noble. This survivor would be an extremely important breakthrough point. Compared to normal people, cultivators had many unique methods. They could make themselves die quickly, and they could make themselves feel no pain. But the Great Floating Water Prison had many methods to make cultivators speak, and they could ensure that this survivor would not be killed. Even more importantly, they had to ensure that this survivor could be safely sent to the Great Floating Water Prison. Hearing Mo Qinggong's praise, this young Divinity Bureau official was overjoyed, but he maintained his calm. At the same time, he quickly said, Wang Taishu said that 2-level tower will cooperate with official Mo to send this person to the water prison. Hearing this, Mo Qinggong's mood eased slightly. For Changling, today was fated to be extraordinary. It could not be denied that the footprints of some people were enough to affect the history books of the future. There were many abandoned gardens in the west of Changling. That place had once been the home of many prestigious families, but after some bloody killings in the first year of Yuanwu, people rarely came here. Most of them had been redistributed as rewards. But perhaps because too many people had died, and the fiendish energy was too strong, most of the places were still abandoned. There was a small temple in this abandoned garden that worshipped the city god. Usually, there was not much incense, but they felt that a temple like this would be more stable. So, Some noble people had given some silver to maintain this small temple. The small temple was just a few rows in front and back. It was just like a farm, with a bamboo fence. It had been overgrown with weeds, and now that it was the middle of winter, it appeared even more desolate and barren. The tall and burly Fan Zhuo, who was brimming with the rebellious aura that only great rebels would have, was standing in front of this small temple. Beside him stood a young man in a white fox fur coat. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His appearance was handsome, and his skin was as white as cream. He looked like a delicate young master from a wealthy family. However, his body exuded an aura of arrogance that even Fan Zhuo could not compare to. This kind of pride was not like the false arrogance of many disciples from prestigious families. It was the kind of presence that naturally formed after 10 years of sword refinement in the cold pool, killing a serpent in one day, and destroying the country and the mountains and rivers. He was naturally by Shanshui. After fighting his way out of Changling with his song and sword, his fame seemed to surpass Zhao Yi of the Jiao sword furnace. The door to the temple was half closed, and the threshold was not high. But Bai Shanshui's eyes were filled with true emotion. He reached out and pushed open the temple door. In a corner of the central hall, there was an old temple attendant who was cooking something on a simple stove made of stone. The moment he saw this old temple attendant, Bai Shanshui sighed softly. Everyone in the world is guessing why I have to come to Changling and stay in Changling. But they do not know that it is for you, Mr. Zhuang. After many twists and turns, many dangers, and countless time, I had not expected Mr. Zhuang to be hiding in this small temple. The old temple attendant turned around. His long face was covered in knife-like wrinkles, but his brows were as black as ink. As his gaze moved, his body seemed to release an inexplicable presence. His dim yellow eyes grew deep as though he could see all the streets of Changling at a glance. Every wrinkle on his face seemed to release the wind and frost of the past. It really was not easy. This old temple attendant did not speak hypocritically. He said from the bottom of his heart, "You are truly priceless. If you die, the last of the Wei's spirit will dissipate. You took such a great risk to find me. You really obtained the secrets of the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, and the secrets of the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde are related to me." Bai Shanshui smiled slightly and said emotionally, "It is not just related to Mr. This Lonely Mountain Sword Horde is in Changling." The old temple attendant had weathered many storms, but when he heard this, he was still greatly shocked. "I hope Mr. can help me." Bai Shanshui bowed deeply to the old temple attendant and said, "I do not dare to think about reviving the country, but this is the only hope to prevent many Wei people from becoming homeless and having no place to sleep in the open." When he bowed deeply, it carried the heavy aura of a country. The old temple attendant took a deep breath and straightened his body. He didn't directly agree, but narrowed his eyes and said, "What kind of things did you get?" Bai Shanshui also straightened. Without another word, he took out an item from his sleeve and held it in front of the old temple attendant. The old temple attendant's pupils contracted, and waves rose in his heart. Lying in Bai Shanshui's palm was a black gold jade seal. This jade talisman wasn't complete, missing several corners. There were many lines that seemed to have been randomly carved on the surface. However, at this moment, in this old temple attendant's eyes, these lines all floated up from the jade talisman, moreover extending endlessly in the air. They were like mountains and rivers, floating outwards. There were no characters on the jade seal, and no markings related to the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. But this old temple attendant knew this represented the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, because he had seen a jade seal like this before, or rather, what he had seen was one of the missing corners of this jade seal. It seems that all the effort was worth it. While the old temple attendant did not say anything, Bai Shanshui could confirm many things from his appearance. He sighed softly and said, "I faintly see that the lines on this jade seal are related to the geography of Changling. But my talent is not enough, and I cannot completely comprehend the mysteries. Sir, you once studied the fragments of this jade seal with that person, and successfully found some of the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde's treasures. I think you can help me this time. The truth is not as the outside world says." The old temple attendant looked away from the jade seal, took a deep breath, and said slowly to Bai Shanshui. Bai Shanshui's body shook slightly. The jade seal that appeared in the past had always been in the treasury of the Clan Law Bureau. When I was the bureau chief of the Clan Law Bureau, I did not know that this jade seal was the map of the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. I only felt that it was very special and seemed to match the geography of Changling, but I could not understand it. The old temple attendant said slowly, I asked him to study it. Later, we found that the lines on the jade seal were not the geography of Changling, but the flow of many special primal energies of the universe in Changling. Bai Shanshui took a breath and said softly, the flow of primal energies of the universe? The old temple attendant nodded and said, the map of the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde is not marked by geography, but by the flow of primal energies of the universe to indicate where the horde is. Maybe the person who left this map in the past felt that if one's cultivation was not enough, and did not have enough comprehension, they were not worthy of obtaining anything from the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. Bai Shanshui was silent for a moment. He looked up at the distant Changling and sighed softly. In other words, I must stay in this disgusting Changling. Chapter 124. Multiple carriages moved through the streets of Changling at a moderate pace. The person sitting in the leading carriage was Mo Qinggong. Suddenly, a look of vigilance appeared in his eyes. A carriage was passing through a nearby alley towards them. He remembered that the person driving the carriage was Jing Mozong, one of Wang Taishu's people. But he had been in the Divinity Bureau for many years, and learned from many bloody lessons that he could not completely trust anyone. However, when the curtains of the carriage were lifted in the distance, his slightly furrowed brows relaxed. When he was a little closer, he said with a gentle expression, "Why have you also come?" The people in the carriage were Ding Ning and Shen Yi. Hearing Mo Qinggong's words, Ding Ning did not seem to feel the terror of this vicious dog of the Divinity Bureau. He flashed into Mo Qinggong's carriage and motioned for Shen Yi to follow. "Official Mo, long time no see. Your complexion looks good in the new year." Ding Ning bowed slightly to Mo Qinggong and said, "I thought that official might want to hear some details, so I came first. It will be difficult to find the people of Fish Market, so I brought my junior sect brother who was also present. If official can ask clearly, you do not need to waste effort to involve the people of Fish Market." Mo Qinggong looked amiably at Ding Ning without the harshness he usually showed to his subordinates. He smiled slightly and said, "You are really smart. Even if you did not come, I would still find you." Ding Ning smiled and said, "How can I have official come find me? Of course, I came myself." Mo Qinggong examined Ding Ning for a moment and sighed softly. "In the last half year, you can be said to be extremely famous in Changling. Ever since you entered White Goat Cave, you are the young genius whose reputation rose the fastest in Changling. Reality proved that my eyes were not wrong back then. But now, it seems that even if I had taken you as a student, you would not have grown so quickly. Who would have thought that Shui Wangshu, that rotten old man, was actually a great grandmaster who stepped into the 7th realm in one step? Lord Mo, do you have any clues?" Ding Ning said softly in distress, "I am just an ordinary youth. I have no enemies in Changling. Why have so many cultivators come to kill me?" Mo Qinggong was both angry and amused. He shouted, "I haven't interrogated you yet, and you come to interrogate me." Shui Wangshu had revealed his cultivation state on the official road, acted so awe-inspiring in Jushan district, and fought with General Liang at the gate of the Tiger Wolf Army's North Camp. Who in the world didn't know about this? You were present at all of this, and you are the fastest cultivator to reach Realm 3 in Changling. Are you still an ordinary youth? You should be more careful in the future." After a pause, Mo Qinggong warned seriously, "Just your connection to Wang Taishu may bring you much trouble. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided," Ding Ning said calmly. "We still have to rely on you to find out." Hearing this, Mo Qinggong smiled self-deprecatingly. Even he needed a backer like Chief Inspector Chen to establish himself in Changling. Most of the time, he had no choice. A youth from an ordinary family like Ding Ning, even if he showed some outstanding talent, could only go with the flow. He had no room to make his own choices. He started to ask about the details of Fish Market. Perhaps he felt that the people of Fish Market and the identities of the three cultivators were not important, or he was deliberately avoiding it. In the process of questioning, he did not even ask who had acted in Fish Market. When the questioning ended, the carriage passed through a patch of poplar forest on the outskirts of Changling. A patch of low houses built along a branch of the Wei River appeared in Ding Ning's sight. "This is the great floating water prison?" Ding Ning muttered. "It doesn't look like much." Few people did not treat Mo Qinggong as a terrifying official of the Divinity Bureau and talk to him like a normal person. So when he heard Ding Ning's mutterings, he only smiled slightly and did not care. His tense emotions finally relaxed. Because no one in Changling would dare to do anything near the great floating water prison. Are there many unusual places underground? Ding Ning grew even more curious. He looked at Mo Qinggong and asked, "Can you take me in to take a look?" Mo Qinggong stilled and his expression hardened. He said, "You want to go in and take a look?" Ding Ning nodded and said, "Because I heard that the most heavily guarded place in Changling is not the Imperial Palace, but the great floating water prison." Such childish words. Mo Qinggong glanced at him and said disdainfully, "You think that anyone can enter the great floating water prison as they wish?" Ding Ning glanced at him and frowned slightly. "Even you cannot take me in?" "It is not that I cannot take you in, but that even I cannot enter." "Even I do not qualify," Mo Qinggong sneered. Mo Qinggong sneered. "This water prison has existed since the time of the previous emperor. Ever since then, it has been continuously strengthened and repaired. Almost every powerful formation and restriction that the Qin dynasty cultivators have comprehended will be added in. Even if they were criminals, only the truly grand characters would be qualified to be imprisoned in this place. Even this Realm 5 survivor did not have the right to be locked up here. Realm 5 is not qualified, then what kind of person qualifies to be imprisoned here?" Ding Ning and Shen Yi looked at each other. Mo Qinggong said, "Of course, a true great rebel. Someone who escapes like a dragon into the sea and cannot be controlled. A great rebel like Bai Shanshui?" Ding Ning frowned and said, "But only those important figures of that level are qualified to be imprisoned here. Lord Mo, you have such a high official position. How can you not be qualified to enter and try the case? Then who is qualified to try the case inside? Don't the Astrology Bureau and Divinity Bureau rank above the other bureaus in terms of investigating cases? Children are so curious." Mo Qinggong jumped off the carriage and motioned for the Divinity Bureau official driving the carriage to send Ding Ning and Shen Yi back. At the same time, he said, "I have finished some procedures and can only enter the great floating water prison when it is time to try cases. The person in charge here is official Shen Xian. But you will not know him even if I tell you." "Shen Xian?" Ding Ning's heart trembled again. But in front of someone like Mo Qinggong, his expression remained absolutely calm and did not change at all. He waited until the carriage carrying him and Shen Yi turned around and entered the poplar forest. Only then did he close his eyes tiredly. He thought back to every detail of that building. At the same time, he said coldly inside, "Shen Xian, I had not expected you to survive and become Prime Minister Yang's dog. In the years when the Yuanwu Emperor had ascended the throne, those at the center of the bloody storm, if not the top people of the time, were people related to those top people. Even if they were just some of the followers and hanger-ons of those heavens chosen, many of them had obtained extraordinary opportunities in that shocking change and stepped onto the stage of power. Shen Xian was different. In the last decade or so, he had not shown his face in Changling. But before the Yuanwu Emperor ascended the throne, he had been the stargazing general and was in charge of all the turrets. Changling did not have outer walls. The giant turrets that stood in Changling looked down at all of Changling and observed the movements of Changling. The light from the turrets could quickly guide the direction of the troops or cultivators moving through the streets. But in an important battle, Shen Xian had pointed in the wrong direction for a group of cultivators who had played a decisive role. Those cultivators should have been his friends. But when those cultivators followed his directions and charged to the place of reinforcements as quickly as possible, they found what was waiting for them were thousands of formation chariots. In the past, Shen Xian had been very strong. Now, he was likely at least Realm 7 second class. A person like this was guarding this place. Even someone of Mo Qinggong's level could only enter at a specific time. Ding Ning knew he had to be more patient and slow down. Today, he had used this opportunity. While he had not been able to enter the great floating water prison, he had learned some useful information. At least, he had seen the present great floating water prison at close range, so while he felt bitter inside, he could only speak softly to comfort himself. Chapter 125. The Divinity Bureau carriage carrying Ding Ning and Shunyi slowly drove back to Falling Parasol. There were already people waiting for him in the shabby alley decorated with lanterns and banners. Ding Ning saw Nangong Caishu, Xie Changxing, and Xu Hashan sitting respectfully next to Xue Wangshu and talking to Xue Wangshu. Seeing Ding Ning get off the carriage, Xie Changxing was the first to stand up and said excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you have returned?" Seeing Shunyi get off the carriage with Ding Ning, Xie Changxing stilled. "Why have you come?" Shunyi looked at Xie Changxing with a grimace. "Do not call me by that name. You know I do not like it." Ding Ning looked calmly at Shunyi and said, "Shunyi is the newest disciple of White Goat Cave. He is my junior sect brother now." Now it was Xie Changxing's turn to have a grimace. He said, "How can this be? He has ill intentions towards my sister." Ding Ning frowned and said, "Then I can facilitate it." Shunyi's eyes widened and he looked in joy at Ding Ning. "Senior sect brother Ding Ning, really?" Xie Changxing said angrily, "What are you so happy about? You know my sister's temper." Shunyi stilled. His eyes darkened and he felt his chest tighten. "You only know how to fool around. You are so childish in front of Xue." Nangong Caishu scolded Xie Changxing and then looked at the departing Divinity Bureau carriage. She asked Ding Ning, "Why is it the Divinity Bureau's carriage that returns after such a major incident?" Hearing Nangong Caishu's words, Ding Ning knew that Xue Wangshu must have told them what had happened in Fish Market. He nodded and said, "That is Mo Qinggong's care for me. The Divinity Bureau's carriage sending me back is to tell others that the Divinity Bureau has interfered. Those who want to act against me should restrain themselves. As for the person who tried to assassinate me, the Divinity Bureau is investigating as well. I don't think it's that simple." Xu Hashan lowered his voice and said gravely, "You might have been dragged into the conflict between the imperial court. You have to be careful from now on." He and Nangong Caishu both came from famous families. Their foresight was more profound than ordinary people. Ding Ning felt his kindness and nodded. "However, you are not simple either. 2 Realm 5 and 1 Realm 4 cultivator, if it were anyone else, they would have been killed long ago." Ever since the Sword Trial Festival, Xie Changxing had admired Ding Ning. He looked at Ding Ning with even more admiration. "If this news spreads, your position on the Sword Trials Book of Talents will not just be 72. You will rise greatly. Why have all of you come today?" Ding Ning said with a frown. "What is the Sword Trials Book of Talents?" "Of course we have to visit friends in the new year. Even if you are not my brother-in-law now, do not be so unreasonable." Xie Changxing casually took out a thin booklet and handed it to Ding Ning. He said, "In a month or two, copies of this will be everywhere. It will not be valuable. However, this is the first batch. It took me a lot of effort." Nangong Caishu smiled slightly and explained softly, "This Sword Trials Book of Talents is an evaluation made by the Hongyang Academy from all the cultivation places that qualify to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, as well as all the young talents who have been recommended. Then this is a book equivalent to a ranking of strength." "There is something like this." Shunyi was shocked and asked in disbelief, "Xie Changxing said 72 before. Does the Hongyang Academy only rank Ding Ning 72 in this book? Is this accurate?" Nangong Caishu explained, "The Hongyang Academy is not a cultivation place. It is an academy of the Bureau of Revenue. Some of the statistical matters, especially the registration and compilation of the cultivators of the Qin dynasty, are all done by them. Even for some cultivators who are not in cultivation places, they will do their best to investigate the latest situation and record the information. Now, the scope has been narrowed to the young talents who may attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. The book they compile should be the most authoritative. Of course, this is just an evaluation based on cultivation and swordsmanship. It does not consider how well they can perform in battle and counter each other. Chen Yi's face suddenly paled. At this time, he admitted that he was not as good as Ding Ning. Even if this was just a basic comprehensive evaluation, there were so many experts in Changling. At this time, Zhongyi came out of the kitchen with hot tea. He heard Nangong Tsaishu answer Shen Yi and saw Shen Yi's pale face. He could not help but comfort, "Little sect brother, Changling is very large and has many people, many times more than Guanzhong." Chen Yi didn't say anything. At this time, he was just thinking, if even Ding Ning was only ranked 72nd, then who was ranked first by the Hongyang Academy's people? Who was the most outstanding young talent? Zhong Yi was also very curious. He first poured a cup of hot tea for Xue Wangshu to warm his hands. Then he looked at the thin book in Ding Ning's hand and asked, "Who is ranked first? Is it Dugu Bai of the Dugu Marquessate establishment?" Dugu Liangsheng of the Dugu Marquessate establishment used primal energies of the universe and battle energy as medicine. His son, Dugu Bai, was famous in Changling. Almost all the cultivation places in Changling had heard before the year that he had returned from the Morbei and prepared to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. "I originally thought it was Dugu Bai, but when I opened it, I found it was not." Xie Changsheng blinked at Zhong Yi's words and said proudly. "Then who is it?" Even Xue Wangshu stilled slightly and looked at the thin book in Ding Ning's hand. Even in his view, the child of the Dugu Marquessate establishment who was definitely in Realm 4 should be ranked first. Ding Ning sat down next to Xue Wangshu and flipped to the first page with a serious expression. Since he had decided to win at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials and give Xue Wangshu the greatest glory, then everyone in this little book was his opponent. He had heard many things about Dugu Bai. Even if he took out all his hidden strength, with his present cultivation, Dugu Bai should be a very threatening opponent. Now, Dugu Bai was not first. This meant that the Minute Mountain Sword Trials was not completely without variables for him, and he could not obtain it just because he wanted it. First, Lai Yinghong. But the moment he saw the name, Ding Ning was slightly startled. This was definitely a very rare surname. Zhong Yi could not help but widen his eyes. He had never heard of this name before. He couldn't help but quickly read on. Estimated cultivation, Realm 4 second class. Cultivation place, Overseas Islands. This thin book of talents did not reveal much information. It only recorded these three things about each cultivator. Overseas Islands referred to the island countries that the Qin dynasty often traded with and produced spirit medicines. These island countries were barren. After hundreds of years of trade, their lifelines were firmly in the hands of the Qin dynasty. While there were cultivators, few cultivators would come to Changling. It was likely the first time someone had participated in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials like this, and this person was highly valued by the Hongyang Academy and ranked first. Ding Ning frowned slightly. He looked up at Xie Changsheng, Nangong Tsaishu and the others and asked, "Who recommended this person?" Hearing this, Zhong Yi recovered from his shock. He immediately felt that Ding Ning had grasped the crux of the matter. For a cultivator from an overseas country of the Qin dynasty to participate in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, he most likely had a great backer. Hearing Ding Ning's question, Xie Changsheng was slightly proud. He said softly, "I have asked around. I am not certain, but he is likely to be from Jiaodong Commandery." Ding Ning's expression darkened slightly. Zhong Yi's expression changed. "Someone from the Empress family?" Jiaodong Commandery was a large commandery of the Qin dynasty along the coast. Everyone in the Qin dynasty knew that while Empress Zheng Xiu was from the Qin dynasty, she was able to become the empress because of her cultivation, beauty, and intelligence. The other most important reason was that her paternal family, the Zheng family, had astounding power in Jiaodong Commandery. In reality, before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne, Jiaodong Commandery was the territory of the Qin dynasty in name, but in reality, it was like an independent dynasty under the Zheng family's jurisdiction. Before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne, the Zheng family even had some secret agreements with the Qi dynasty. The Yuanwu emperor was able to ascend the throne largely due to the Zheng family's support. The earliest armored fleets of the Qin dynasty belonged to the Zheng family. At that time, the Zheng family had the ability to dominate the seas. The Hongyang College is filled with stubborn old scholars. They will not give the empress face. Xie Changsheng looked at Ding Ning and said seriously, so this Lai Yinghong should have power, and may have astounding accomplishments overseas. You have to be careful. Ding Ning nodded and flipped to the second page. The name on the second page was still not Du Gubai's. Second, Yi Haoren. Estimated cultivation, realm 4 second class. Cultivation place, Li Lingjuan's establishment. The origins of this young talent were clear at a glance. Thinking of the snow dandelion sword he encountered at the sword trial festival, Ding Ning's gaze turned cold. He said in a slightly disdainful tone, Li Lingjun really is meticulous, and has people he can bring out at any time. But the nobility of Changling are really broad-minded to let the people of Li Lingjuan's establishment attend the Minute Mountain sword trials. Nangong Tsaishu looked at him, hesitated and said softly, Li Lingjun may return to the Chu dynasty to take over the throne, so it is possible that some of the nobility of Changling have some conditions with him. This should only be a small part of the transactions between important people. Zhongyi frowned slightly. The trade-offs between the truly important figures in the imperial court were too complicated. Those who had not reached a high position would not be able to understand them. Thus, he had no interest in these things. He only wanted to know if the third person was Du Gubai. Yet when Ding Ning flipped to the third page, what appeared in his sight was still not Du Gubai, but a name that he, Ding Ning, and Xue Wangshu would never have expected. Chapter 126. Third, Ku Shichuan. Estimated cultivation, realm 3 first class. Cultivation place, Shadow Mountain Sword School. Zhongyi looked at the name on the third page and said in shock and puzzlement, how is this possible? Xie Changsheng shrugged and said, we did not believe it at first sight because the fourth is Du Gubai. We did not believe that he could rank ahead of Du Gubai. Also, the fourth Du Gubai has realm 4 second class cultivation. How is this possible? Xunyi asked in puzzlement. Even he, who came from Guanzhong, knew that the Shadow Mountain Sword School was not especially famous. The old scholars of the Hongyang Academy would not make a single mistake in a long scroll. Of course, they would not make such a shallow mistake. Xie Changsheng glanced at him and said, even during the sword trial festival, we did not feel that he had any special presence. He only had the desire to compete at the Minute Mountain sword trials, but did not have the presence of someone who was better than him. So the only possibility is that he had a special encounter after the sword trial festival. Hearing the discussion of these young people, and seeing the name on the third page, Xue Wangshu could not help but frown slightly. He said, the Shadow Mountain Sword School has a unique sword wall. Nangong Tsaishu and the others immediately looked at him. Xue Wangshu continued, that sword wall is said to be a relic of the Yu dynasty. Regardless of the truth, that thing is above all the sword hoards of the Shadow Mountain Sword School. In the history books of Changling, only 1 or 2 people from the Shadow Mountain Sword School succeeded in comprehending sword manuals or cultivation methods from that sword wall. But those 2 people became grandmasters. Zhongyi was stunned and asked, Cave Master, you mean that Ku Shichuan comprehended something from that sword wall? Xue Wangshu rolled his eyes and asked, do you think there are other possibilities? Zhongyi said embarrassedly, my true essence cultivation hasn't skyrocketed. It can't be that I got some powerful spirit Dan. There doesn't seem to be any other possibility. Sis. Ding Ning, why don't you care at all? At this time, Xie Changsheng looked at Ding Ning in surprise. He subconsciously wanted to call him brother-in-law, but after the first word left his mouth, he felt that it was wrong and immediately changed it. Ding Ning was surprised at the beginning, but he didn't have any special emotions at all. He had already flipped to the next page. Ding Ning did not even raise his head. He said calmly, it doesn't matter. Xie Changsheng immediately misunderstood his meaning and said unhappily, while we may not meet, I really want to see you meet him at the sword conference and defeat him. Ding Ning saw that Du Gubai's name was indeed on the 4th page. He turned to the 5th page and said, if I meet him, I will defeat him. Xie Changsheng, Shen Yi, and the others were stunned. Good, Very domineering. After being stunned for a few breaths of time, Xie Changsheng suddenly laughed and clapped his hands. This is indeed your temperament. I like this kind of unreasonable confidence of yours. 5th, Chen Liqiu. Estimated cultivation, Realm 4 2nd class. Cultivation place, White Dew Courtyard. 6th, Xu Lianhua. Estimated cultivation, Realm 4 2nd class. Cultivation place, Xu Marquesate establishment. 7th, Yi Xin. Estimated cultivation, Realm 4 2nd class. Cultivation place, Mind Chamber sect. Ding Ning flipped page by page with a calm expression. He quickly reached the last page. Yet Shen Yi's face grew paler. This book of talents compiled by the Hongyang Academy only listed the first 120. Only after the 17th on this book were the estimated cultivations below Realm 4. Among the young geniuses participating in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, 16 of the first 17 were in Realm 4. Shen Yi had always felt that his cultivation progress was fast, but seeing this book, he felt that he was nothing to the entire Qin dynasty. Originally, he had thought that Ding Ning was ranked 72nd Empress Dowager. But now, it seemed that being ranked in this book was an impressive matter. How is it? Do you feel pressure? Looking at the calm Ding Ning, Xue Wangshu smiled slightly and said, even compared to previous years, there seem to be more powerful people this year. There is no difference. Ding Ning closed the book and turned to look at Xie Changsheng. How come I have not heard of such a small book in previous years? Xie Changsheng smiled slightly and said, no matter how old a scholar is, he still needs to eat. The maintenance of a school also requires a lot of silver. I heard that this year, the silver allocated by the palace treasury to many places below has been greatly reduced, so they all need to think of ways to make money to supplement it. This thin booklet is worth thousands of taels of gold. Ding Ning frowned slightly and said, there have been no great disasters in the last few years. They could have given more. Why did they reduce it? Xie Changsheng thought that he had done his homework before coming, but he had not thought about this question and stilled. Nangong Caishu and Xu Hashan exchanged a look. They had not considered this question at all. But when they heard Ding Ning mention it, the two of them who came from general families felt there was a problem. It should be because of the Deer Mountain Conference. After thinking for a few breaths, Nangong Caishu said, previously, the time for the Qin dynasty to make an alliance with the Chu, Yang, and Qi dynasties is up. There are still 3 months until the Deer Mountain Conference to make a new alliance. Even if the Qin dynasty is powerful and the emperor may have entered Realm 8, the 3 dynasties will not dare to not make a new alliance. But to prevent any changes, they must be prepared to fight. How would the 3 dynasties dare to fight? Although he felt that Nangong Caishu's words were reasonable, Xie Changsheng couldn't help but mock. The Chu emperor is trapped in a gentle land all day. The Yang emperor is famous for his caution. As for the Qi, it is somewhat dangerous. Their ghostly army is difficult to deal with. But how can their national power compare to the Qin dynasty? If they really fight, we will drag them to death. Ding Ning looked at the proud Xie Changsheng and shook his head. This is not a question of whether they want to fight or not. Xie Changsheng paused. No one present was stupid. They all heard the meaning in Ding Ning's words. Little. Zhongyi opened his mouth, out of habit. He wanted to call Chenyi his little junior brother, but he suddenly realized that his little junior brother was now Chenyi, so he was not used to calling him little junior brother. Junior brother, do you think His Majesty will want to fight? If you and 3 people are fighting for something, and your cultivation is the same, but suddenly your cultivation is a realm higher than the other 3, will you take the chance to threaten them and force them to take something out? Ding Ning looked at Zhongyi and asked. Zhongyi thought and said naturally, this does not seem good. I will not. When the others heard Zhongyi's answer, they were speechless as though they had choked on their water. So you are soft-hearted, Ding Ning said. You will not, but other people will. Nangong Caishu frowned and said, yes, if the emperor is really in Realm 8, whether to fight or not is a question of whether he wants to or not, and not like before, whether the other 3 dynasties want to or not. Your views have always been brilliant. It is a waste to just be a cultivator. Xue Wangshu, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke. He looked emotionally at Ding Ning and said, "This time, the Deer Mountain Conference will be very different from the past. There will be great changes. This year's Minute Mountain Sword Trials will be very different because of this small book. Many of the people on this book will not be on it when the Minute Mountain Sword Trials truly begin." Shun Yi understood the first part of Shui Wangshu's words but not the latter. He stilled and said, "The Minute Mountain Sword Trials will be just half a year from now. The people on this book are all in Realm 3. Their cultivation cannot change so much in such a short time. Why will many people not be on it then? Inferior is inferior." Xie Changsheng glanced at Chen Yi contemptuously and said, "If you were also in this book, and you saw someone you thought was inferior to you in front of you, wouldn't you be unconvinced and challenge him? If your words are vicious enough, and you lose miserably, will the loser have the face to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials this time?" Chen Yi's eyes widened as he finally understood what was going on. Which young talent wasn't proud and arrogant? Unless there was a clear gap between them and Dugu Bai and the others, how could they possibly be convinced? Thinking of the consequences this small book would cause, he couldn't help but say in shock, "This book of talents is like a challenge book. Many people will not be able to resist challenging those ranked at the front, so this year's Minute Mountain Sword Trials is like the preliminaries have already started." After saying this, he understood the disdain in Xie Changsheng's words. He glanced at Xie Changsheng and Ding Ning and said humbly and seriously, "Of course I am not as good as senior sect brother Ding Ning." Xie Changsheng snorted and was embarrassed to say more. He turned to look at Ding Ning and said seriously, "This is the greatest reason Caishu called us to give Cave Master a New Year's greeting and see you. This is not good for you. If you start early, you will not have enough time to cultivate. Even if it is up to you whether you accept other people's challenges, it will be troublesome. It will waste time and effort, and you may have a bad reputation." Ding Ning shook his head and said calmly, "I will not have a bad reputation because I will not refuse other people's challenges." Xie Changsheng, Nangong Caishu and the others stilled. "Apologies, I have to use you as an example." Ding Ning said to Shun Yi and then said, "Cultivation does not have to rely on meditation. I will not refuse other people's challenges, but I can be unscrupulous and win some things from other people." Shun Yi thought of the 3 young grass he had paid a great price to find after losing. He was not angry, and his eyes lit up. Shui Wangshu chuckled. "A very interesting idea. Ding Ning, you finally know how to respect your teachers. You know that I will be bored if I have too few things to do. Also, those ranked at the front would be embarrassed to challenge you, right?" Ding Ning smiled slightly and said, "The more you win, the more glorious you will be. You feel you are certain to win? Could it be that your name is Changsheng?" Xie Changsheng said with a frown. But in the next moment, he smiled again. "But I still like your unreasonable confidence." Chapter 127. There was an old library in the eastern suburbs of Changling that was under the jurisdiction of the warden's office. Most of the books stored inside were maps and books on hydrology. Usually, there were no people here. When some of the ditches were being cleaned, some officials would come to check some maps to avoid making mistakes or blocking some underground ditches that were only used to prevent flooding. The sky gradually darkened. A tall and brawny man sat openly in the hall of this old library. He placed a charcoal stove in front of him and boiled a pot of mutton soup. He held a wine gourd and drank by himself. His cup was dripping, and he had an arrogant presence as though no one else was present. The wind blew and the charcoal fire dimmed slightly. A black-robed advisor appeared at the door with a dark expression. He shouted with a cold expression, "Fan Zhuo, you should know that my general is taking great risks for you to come and go as you please in Changling. But who did you find to be so arrogant and ignorant as to kill people in Fish Market? What intentions do you have?" Seeing the black-robed advisor so angry, the brawny man stilled slightly. But when he heard the shout, his expression immediately darkened. Murderousness came out of his vicious eyes without reason. He sneered. "Chi Pumo, you are someone who went through life and death with Liang Lian and climbed out of a pile of corpses. You are just angry, but you do not even know your own identity and ours. Who do you think we are? I am sitting here right now. My palace master is reading upstairs. You dare to be so rude and shout. If you disturb him, do you think I will not dare to kill you? This arrogant and vicious man was one of the great rebels of Cloud Water Palace, Fan Zhuo. The palace master he spoke of was naturally by Shanshui. Chi Pumo had been furious, but when he saw Fan Zhuo's vicious gaze and heard the words palace master, his heart turned cold. He immediately understood that the other was a reckless and unrestrained existence. The magical power of the 3 words by Shanshui instantly squeezed out a fine layer of cold sweat on his back. He took a deep breath and said, I had not expected Palace Master Bai to be here. I have been rude. But you were entrusted by others and naturally have to be loyal. Now, your people have failed to assassinate, and left one alive in the hands of the Divinity Bureau. I do not know what the consequences will be. You actually failed? Fan Zhuo put away his murderousness and looked coldly at him. Only now did he start to consider the advisor's words. Fugitives naturally have the ability to fugitives. Those 3 are truly poisonous snakes, not the arrogant and ignorant trash you speak of. One of your provincial governors were assassinated by the 3 of them. They must have bad luck. Otherwise, with their strength, what problem would there be in Fish Market to kill a youth who just entered Realm 3? Chi Pumo calmed down slightly and said slowly, in the first year of Yuanwu, the Empress wanted to flatten the underground powers of Fish Market in one go. But in the end, she stopped. Other than some old people in court, there must be grandmasters in Fish Market, and not ordinary grandmasters. The 3 poisonous snakes you speak of must have underestimated Fish Market just like you. One of them has been sent to the Great Floating Water Prison by the Divinity Bureau. Great Floating Water Prison? Fan Zhuo looked disdainfully at him and said, they use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. What can they get out of sending him to the Great Floating Water Prison? Even if they get something, they will not be able to trace it back to you and Liang Lian. What do you have to worry about? Chi Pumo was silent for a moment and said softly, compared to this survivor, I am more worried about your rash actions. I am a dragon crossing the river, and do wild things. How can I be as cautious as you? Fan Zhuo smiled arrogantly and said, just a gangster in Changling. I will personally help you get rid of him. Thinking that the other did have such arrogant strength, and that Bai Shanshui was upstairs, Chi Pumo did not say anything else and left. Murderousness came and went under the old book, and the words were sharp. Upstairs, however, was quiet as usual. Most of the books on the bookshelves were old, and the words and pictures on the pages were blurry. Bai Shanshui was sitting on the ground under the east window, looking at the world outside in deep thought. While he had received guidance, he had not made any progress in his comprehension. He could not sense the connection between the lines on the jade seal in his hand and the primal energies of the universe. But at this time, Bai Shanshui was not in a hurry. He was in a strange state. He faintly felt that comprehending this jade seal was a cultivation process he had to go through. Those profound lines that stretched endlessly into the surrounding space, comprehending the mysteries of these lines and the primal energies of the universe seemed to have a great connection to Realm 8. As the spiritual pillar of all the Wei people, a person that all the dynasties in the world feared, his talent was not something that many people could match. But even he had difficulty moving forward after reaching Realm 7. But now, a path seemed to have appeared in the night. He only needed to slowly explore and feel this path. So even though he was in the most dangerous Changling, he, who was in a wondrous state, was calmer than at any other time. Because it was truly a rare moment of absolute peace, there were even many pure white and sparkling water droplets that naturally appeared around his body. As if they were alive, they slowly moved rhythmically, enveloping his body in a layer of strange radiance. Not long after Chi Pumo, who did not hold a position in the Tiger Wolf army but was Liang Lian's most trusted aide, left the old book building, a straight figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Chi Pumo immediately paused, nodded and said, General. There is no need to remind or threaten them to do anything. They know what to do. Liang Lian, who appeared in front of him, said coolly, also, they are not people that can be judged with common sense. Both them and the people of the Jiao Sword Furnace do not care about life and death. They are people that, if they can pass Realm 8 and kill the person they want to kill with one blow, They will be happy even if they die. In the bedroom in the backyard of the Falling Parasol wine shop, Ding Ning, after bathing in hot water, was carefully applying the whale jade ointment to his body. This was a kind of slightly yellow and translucent ointment. Just from the soft popping sounds coming from Ding Ning's periosteum as he applied the ointment, it was possible to imagine the power of this rare ointment. But this ointment had a faint smell of the sea and was not very pleasant to smell. So even through a thick curtain, Zhongsun Qianxue could not help but frown. Sensing Zhongsun Qianxue's displeasure, Ding Ning smiled slightly and said softly, "I am not used to this smell. Tomorrow, I will help you buy some nice-smelling incense. This whale jade ointment can prevent people from suspecting your body. Your body is not as weak as it looks." Zhongsun Qianxue did not respond to his words and said coldly, "But Sikong Lin gave you such a great gift. What problem does he have?" Ding Ning shook his head. "I do not know, but while Sikong Lin's position is high, he is not as extravagant as the Marquessate establishments. This gift is naturally more important to him. Presumably, he wants to bet on me. But as for what I will help him in the future, I will only know when I reach a certain level of cultivation." Zhongsun Qianxue was silent for a moment and said, "Even an assassination like this was not able to harm you. It seems you are more confident than I imagined." Ding Ning's expression grew grave. He said seriously in the darkness, "I am already walking too fast, but you cannot be faster. You need to be more patient. Do not think that my previous choice was correct because this is a matter of luck. If not for Shui Wangshu, I would not have had so many fortuitous encounters since I entered White Goat Cave, and I would not have my present cultivation." Zhongsun Qianxue did not respond to his words like she usually did. She said coldly, "The Minute Mountain Sword Trials this year produced that kind of small booklet. You have seen it. How confident are you?" Ding Ning frowned and said, "Up until now, I do not have much confidence. I need to think of ways to comprehend some things I can use openly. White Goat Cave's sword manuals are not enough. When I came to the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, my cultivation was Realm 3 second class at most. So I need to think of a way. This is slightly troublesome." Zhongsun Qianxue said, "Even you do not have the confidence to fight above your realm. Are the people in the booklet really so powerful?" Ding Ning sneered and said, "The most powerful people may not be on that list because I know the Empress methods. She usually has ambushes and backups, and they are more powerful." Zhongsun Qianxue thought and felt that it was too troublesome to understand these people's personalities. So she was too lazy to think, closed her eyes and started to cultivate. Ding Ning sensed her breathing and grew silent. She was not so complicated, or rather, too simple. But the simpler she was, the more valuable she was. On the morning of the next day, Ding Ning woke up like usual and started to cook porridge. But to Ding Ning's surprise, Zhong Yi's voice broke through the morning silence. "What is it?" Ding Ning opened the door to the shop and looked at Zhong Yi, who was waiting anxiously at the door. "Cave Master is up. Xie Changsheng and the others sent carriages to pick them up. They say there are people in the booklet fighting in public. Junior sect brother, hurry. If Cave Master does not see it in time, he will be angry again." As Zhong Yi spoke, he dragged Ding Ning towards the door of Shui Wangshu's little courtyard. Ding Ning frowned slightly. "Who is it?" Chapter 128. They say it is Chen Liufeng, ranked 37th, against Fang Wuk, ranked 35th. Zhong Yi was a gentleman. While he feared Shui Wangshu would be angry, he still asked after taking 2 steps, "Is there anything going on in the shop? Should I tell your aunt?" Ding Ning shook his head and said, "No need. With Zhongsun Qianxue's cultivation, nothing in this alley could escape her perception." While the porridge on the stove was not boiling, it did not matter. The Xie family was wealthy in Guangzhou. Xie Changsheng usually spent money like water and was very ostentatious. At this time, there were 2 grand carriages waiting in front of Shui Wangshu's courtyard. The horses pulling the carriages were all green windchaser foals from Longxi County. Their fur was glossy and shiny, without a single trace of impurity. The carriages were decorated with white jade and gold leaf, giving off a grand and majestic air. Shui Wangshu and Shen Yi were already on one of the carriages. Seeing Zhong Yi anxiously drag Ding Ning over, Shui Wangshu couldn't help but smile in relief. It was worth it to have a few disciples who were so anxious for their whims when they were old. Xie Changsheng had arranged well. There was even food and wine in the carriages. When Zhong Yi and Ding Ning got on, the drivers of the two carriages started to drive at their fastest speed. Ding Ning took a piece of dry bread and slowly tore it to eat. He asked Zhong Yi, "Where are the two fighting?" Zhong Yi said, "At the Little Ju River's chrysanthemum slope." "That is not far." Ding Ning asked, "What grudges do the two have?" The Little Ju River was a wild river in the south of Changling. The two sides of the river were slightly high, like two small hills. Usually, they were used for sheep grazing. But in the autumn, the two sides were full of chrysanthemums. Many people would go there to play. There were some stone towers used in the past to pass on military information. Now, they were used as viewing platforms. For the cultivators of Changling, this was the best place for public duels. People on both sides of the river could see the battle there clearly. I only know that Chen Liufeng is an outstanding student of Moon Sea Sword School, and cultivates the Blue Sea Tide Sword. Fang Wu's teacher is Tian Hanyang of Tianjing Sword School, and should cultivate the Stone Cave Sword. Zhong Yi said apologetically, "As to what grudges the two have, I fear we will only know when we arrive." Hongyang Academy's ranking of the Book of Talents was based on many factors. Chen Liufeng and Fang Wu were only ranked 37th and 35th in this public duel. But Ding Ning, who had won the Sword Trial Festival, gained the limelight with Shui Wangshu, defeated Shen Yi, and broke the cultivation record, was only ranked 72nd. Nangong Tsaishu and the others did not even rank in the top 100. These 37th and 35th were existences that most young people in Changling looked up to. In the morning, there were countless carriages parked on the two sides of the Little Ju River. The carriages that came later were unable to stop close to the stone platforms. Seeing that the carriages he had sent to carry Shui Wangshu, Ding Ning and the others had not yet arrived, Xie Changsheng could not help but feel anxious. He said, "Why are there so many people?" Nangong Tsaishu glanced at him and said, "It is because of Hongyang Academy's little booklet. If not for that booklet, there would not be so many people when the two duel. Now that this booklet is out, many young geniuses who originally had no connection with each other suddenly seem to have a connection. Those who are on the booklet naturally want to see what kind of strength the 37th and 35th place have. Those who aren't on the booklet want to know why they aren't on the booklet and see how big the gap is. They have come." At this time, Shu Hashan had a joyful expression. He saw the two carriages he had sent to Falling Parasol. "We made it in time." Xie Changsheng didn't care about the others and directly shouted at the two carriages that obviously couldn't get close. "Here." At this time, there were many young geniuses and people from prestigious families on the riverbank who had come to check. But few were as outstanding as Xie Changsheng. So Ding Ning easily heard Xie Changsheng's voice and saw where they were. "What are these two doing in the morning, coming here to duel?" Ding Ning asked when he came next to Xie Changsheng and the others and looked at the two figures facing each other on the stone platforms. "Supposedly, it is because of jealousy," Xie Changsheng said with disdain. Xie Changsheng said with slight disdain, "I heard that these two were once good friends. Chen Liufeng liked a girl and often asked Fan Wu for advice. But later, Fan Wu got together with that girl." Chen Liufeng was furious. He had originally planned to cut off all contact with Fan Wu, but now that this little booklet is out, Chen Liufeng, who thought that Fan Wu was weaker than him, saw that he was ranked behind him. He could not stand it and officially issued a challenge to Fan Wu. Hearing this, Zhong Yi could not help but say seriously, "Then this Fan Wu is wrong. A gentleman does not steal from others, much less the girl his good friend likes." Ding Ning sized up the two youths who were facing each other coldly on the opposite stone platform. One of them was dressed in black, his hair tied up with a black rope. His expression was cold and he did not usually smile. The other young man was wearing a blue robe and looked slightly delicate and pretty. Which of these two is Chen Liufeng, and which is Fan Wu? Ding Ning turned to look at Xie Changsheng and said, "If they want many people to be witnesses, there are enough people now." Why have they not started? What are they waiting for? Xie Changsheng was also puzzled. We do not know. The two have been here for 15 minutes. Other than the few words they said at the beginning, they clearly do not agree. I was worried that Shui and you would not be able to arrive in time. I had not expected them to not start yet. As they spoke, a cool voice sounded behind Ding Ning. Apologies, please move aside. Xie Changsheng, Nangong Caishu, and Xu Hashan had occupied a good position on the bank from the start. It was directly facing the stone platform where Chen Liufeng and Fan Wook were. It was also the top of a naturally raised mound on the riverbank, close to the height of the stone platform. For a wild river that was not wide, such a straight line of sight was almost like standing on a stone platform and watching the battle. But this mound was not large, and could only hold Xie Changsheng's group, Shui Wangshu, Ding Ning and the others. If he wanted to give way, naturally someone had to go lower. Moreover, this voice was not very polite. The moment he heard this voice, before he even turned around to see who it was, Xie Changsheng already sneered, "Why should I give way?" Ding Ning calmly turned around. He had seen more than Xie Changsheng and the others, and knew that it was normal for a small matter to cause conflict in a gathering place like this. What entered their sight were 3 youths about their age. 2 of them were dressed in yellow robes. Their faces were different, but they had sharp brows and bright eyes. They were very handsome. One of them was dressed in purple brocade robes. He was tall and thin, and his eyes were slightly sunken. He appeared slightly dignified. Hearing Xie Changsheng's cold laughter, the 3 young men all revealed displeased expressions. The tall and thin young man immediately laughed coldly as well, going tit for tat as he said, "Why not? Could it be that you bought this piece of land?" Xie Changsheng was not angry and said with slight disdain, "Such a sharp tongue. It is a coincidence that you say I bought this land. My friends have just arrived. Previously, there were only the 3 of us here, and there was much empty space. But do you know why no one came to occupy this place before my friends arrived?" The tall and thin youth stilled slightly, but then he sneered. "Maybe you are vicious, and others do not dare to fight with you. Wrong. That is because other people know how to conduct themselves. They know first come first serve, they know to respect the old and love the young, they know to respect their teachers." Xie Changsheng had shown his skill in disdain at the sword trial festival. At this time, the disdain on his face was so thick it seemed to flow out. "We were not the first to arrive. There were some people who came first. I negotiated with them, and with a price of 1,000 gold per person, we happily reached a deal. They gave up this place to me. Now, our friends have arrived. The old people here are older than your grandfather, and the young people are younger than you. You rudely shouted from the start and wanted us to give up our place to you. Who are your teachers and parents that they did not even teach you how to conduct yourselves?" The faces of the 3 arrogant youths turned red and green at the same time. For a moment, they couldn't find any reason to refute. One of the young men, who was wearing a yellow robe and had his hair tied up in a bun, said angrily, "What a load of nonsense. Everyone has to give up their seats for 1,000 gold coins. Do you think we are 3 years old? Do you think we will believe anything you say? For you, this is an inconceivable matter, but for the Guanzhong Xie family, what is 1,000 gold?" Xie Changsheng laughed and said, "When I was 10 years old, I used my New Year's money to buy some property. Now, a year's rent is enough for me to give 1,000 gold coins to anyone I see when I'm in a good mood. If you guys can make me feel better, I might even give you 1,000 gold coins later." Guanzhong Xie family? The young man who spoke was stunned. His face turned pale, and he couldn't spit out the breath in his chest. There was only one Xie family in Guanzhong, and that Xie family was as rich as a country. There were many rumors about the Xie family's wealth in Changling. Since the property you bought with your lucky money is enough for you to be so extravagant, why are you so afraid your sister will cut off your path to wealth? Seeing the youth unable to speak, Nangong Caishu lowered her voice and asked in puzzlement by Xie Changsheng's ear. "Although I'm really rich, I don't have that much red packet money. I'm just bragging." Xie Changsheng smiled slightly and responded softly. "But this is enough to scare these 3 country bumpkins. The other clearly was a famed talent of Changling, a descendant of a prominent family. Otherwise, they would not be so arrogant. Thinking of how Xie Changsheng called these 3 country bumpkins who had not seen the world, Nangong Tsaishu couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Sometimes, to deal with such rude people, she had to use Xie Changsheng's method of humiliation to vent her anger. However, at this time, the expression of the thin and tall youth in a dark purple robe changed. He said coldly, "I was wondering who it was. So it is the useless prodigal son of the Xie family in Guangzhou. I wonder what rank he is in the Book of Talents compiled by Hongyang Academy." Xie Changsheng's expression turned cold. He said, "Who are you, what is your ranking?" The tall and thin youth sneered. "This one is Lu Duofeng, ranked 81st. After saying this, he looked disdainfully at Xie Changsheng. He wanted to see how speechless and ashamed Xie Changsheng would be. However, what he did not expect was that Xie Changsheng looked at him with an even more pitiful gaze. He shook his head and said, "Some people feel ashamed because they are ranked at the bottom, while others feel proud because they are ranked at the top. Speaking of ranking, there is one person here who is much higher than you." Xie Changsheng nodded at Ding Ning and then looked at him. He said, "What are you proud of?" Chapter 129. The 3 proud youths stilled. "You are not as good as yourself, but you can still act so rationally after bringing out Ding Ning. You can do it." Nangong Tsaishu glared at Xie Changsheng and whispered by his ear. Xie Changsheng did not feel ashamed and was slightly proud. He said, "When arguing, you have to be righteous. You have to suppress others in terms of presence. You have not asked." Among the 3 arrogant youths, the thin and tall youth, Luo Duofeng, who was ranked 81 on the Book of Talents, asked with a solemn expression as he bowed to Ding Ning. Ding Ning said calmly, "Green Vine Sword Academy, White Goat Cave, Ding Ning." "So you are Ding Ning?" Ding Ning of the Green Vine Sword Academy, ranked 72 on the Book of Talents. The gazes of the 3 arrogant youths involuntarily landed on Xue Wangshu, who was wearing a leather hat and extremely thick clothes. Looking at the attitude of the people around them towards Xue Wangshu, they immediately realized the identity of this old man. However, the expressions of the 3 of them immediately became strange. For the Guangzhou Xie family, money is like dirt. I think you must have seen the Book of Talents of Hongyang Academy. Lu Duofeng's lips curled up slightly. He pointed at the 2 youths dressed in yellow robes next to him and said, "I cultivate at Mount and Sword Tower, but these 2 cultivate at Yellow Cloud Grotto Heaven. They are Zhu Xeri, ranked 86 on the Book of Talents, and Xin Jianli, ranked 91. Maybe you have some impression." Zhong Yi had been suspicious when he saw the robes the 2 wore. Now that he was sure, he had a shocked expression. Yellow Cloud Grotto Heaven was a cultivation place on the same level as Shadow Mountain Sword Academy. It was much larger than White Goat Cave and Green Vine Sword Academy. As to Zhu Xeri and Xin Jianli, they were famous in Changling. The 2 had reached Realm 3 second class last year. Then they left to cultivate and went to the border between the Qin dynasty and the Yuezhi. Supposedly, they had killed many bandits there. In fact, Zhong Yi couldn't figure out why the 2 of them were ranked so low. Yesterday, he had carefully read the small booklet. He thought that Ding Ning would have an impression. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lu Duofeng's introduction, Ding Ning's gaze swept across the 2 youths in yellow robes. Ding Ning said calmly and straightforwardly, "No impression." Zhong Yi was stunned. "Junior brother?" Ding Ning turned his head to look at him and said, "Why should I have an impression of those who are ranked below me?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Changsheng immediately burst into laughter. He felt that this brother-in-law was really to his taste. Hearing this, Luo Duofeng, Zhu Xeri, and Xin Jianli were furious. Xin Jianli, who had been silent all this while, sneered. "Actually, we also don't understand why Hongyang Academy placed you before us." Xie Changsheng said proudly, "Do you understand the gap now?" Xin Jianli said expressionlessly, "No, I understand that he is ranked ahead of us because he has a rich friend like you. If Hongyang Academy does not lack money, they would not have made such a small booklet. But I am curious why you did not rank yourself." Do you feel that you are not strong enough and will only make a fool of yourself if you attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials? Xie Changsheng immediately changed expression and said angrily, You mean that I bribed Hongyang Academy? Xin Jianli sneered. How would I know? Xie Changsheng was furious and was about to speak when Ding Ning glanced at him and said calmly, There is nothing to argue about. Hongyang Academy is not a cultivation place, but there are many respected people inside. If such words spread, the ones to be punished in the future will not be us. Who would take the words of a child seriously? Xin Jianli was not afraid and sneered. In the end, there is no use in arguing. It all depends on whose sword is stronger. Ding Ning, since you are ranked ahead of us, if you dare to accept, I will challenge you today. Ding Ning glanced at him and did not speak. He just turned around. Xin Jianli and the others stilled. Xin Jianli then said in a mocking tone, What, you don't dare? Since we rushed so early in the morning to see the fight between these two, and we spent so much money to buy this place, even if there is something, we have to see this fight first. Ding Ning's calm voice came from above the trio. The trio stilled again and looked over. They saw Chen Liufeng and Fang Wu's fight on the stone stage on the other side was about to start. So they were waiting for someone to deliver the unsharpened iron swords. Nangong Tsaishu narrowed her eyes. She saw that someone had delivered 2 swords to the stage. Both were 3 feet long, the tips were blunt, and the 2 edges were unsharpened like black rulers. She immediately reacted. With the duo's cultivation and spirit, they naturally did not fear being wounded in the fight. So both sides used swords like this to pursue absolute fairness. These unsharpened iron swords had only a few straight seal lines and could hold vital energy to cast some sword energy. They were the swords used for the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. After the preliminaries of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, there would be one elimination after another. Using this kind of unsharpened iron sword in all the fights would prevent the participating young geniuses from being seriously injured or dying. Even more importantly, people would not rely on the sword itself, but on their comprehension and use of the sword manual. Understanding why Chen Liufeng and Fang Wu were waiting, Nangong Tsaishu turned to look at Ding Ning and asked softly in puzzlement, You purposefully provoked them? Nangong Tsaishu's eyes lit up. So you will really fight with them? Ding Ning nodded and said softly, I will probably choose Zhu Sherry. Nangong Tsaishu stilled. Just now, the person who could mock the most like Xie Changsheng was Xin Jianli, and the one ranked at the top was Lu Juofeng. Zhu Sherry was ranked in the middle of the 3. Why did Ding Ning choose this person? Let's watch the fight first. Ding Ning knew that she was puzzled, but at this time, he just looked up at the other side and said softly with a raised eyebrow. Nangong Tsaishu instinctively looked over. The fight she had been waiting for had started. Gasps sounded. The one in black looks like someone owes him money. The one who attacked first is Chen Liufeng. Only now did Xie Changsheng remember that he had not answered Ding Ning, who was Chen Liufeng and Fang Wu, due to the interruption of Lu Juofeng and the others. So he immediately added. In reality, there was no need for him to explain. Because as Chen Liufeng's figure moved, the black body of the windless black iron sword in his hand suddenly scattered out puffs of blue sword chi. Countless sword shadows suddenly spread in front of him. Puffs of blue sword chi linked together, instantly turning into a huge wave on the surface of the sea. His figure was completely covered by this blue wave. This was clearly the sword essence of Moon Sea Sword School. Facing such a stunning attack, Fang Wu's unsharpened iron sword only stabbed forward in a straight line. But when the blunt sword tip reached its end, his body and wrist shook at the same time. In an instant, this sword dragged out more than a dozen sword energies in a small area. There was an explosion. Just now, the sword energy formed by his fierce and straight stab exploded in the air. Once it exploded, it was a straight and conical path. This straight line, coupled with the dozens of sword chis, looked like a spindle dragging dozens of messy threads in the air. Yet in this moment, these lines faded and disappeared. What replaced them was the gathering and explosion of primal energies of the universe. There was a muffled boom. 2 circular balls of light suddenly appeared on the stone platform. Countless energies shot out in all directions with these 2 balls of light as the center. The stone ground under the two balls of light seemed to be unable to withstand the impact of the energies and gave off dense and terrifying cracking sounds. Large amounts of dust and rubble sprayed out of the many cracks on the stone platform. Another wave of gasps sounded. These gasps were not due to fear of the stone platform collapsing. Even though this kind of stone platform was old and had many cracks, it was made of large rocks that weighed over 1,000 jin. Previously, there had been many cultivators with higher cultivation levels than the two of them fighting here, but this stone platform was still stable. The battle between the two of them naturally could not cause the stone platform to be completely destroyed. The gasps were endless because Fang Wu's straight stab had clearly formed a sword seal. It looked like a straight thrust of the sword, but it brought about such a terrifying power. There were many arrogant young talents present. Some of them were at the bottom of the Book of Talents, and some of them were not on the Book of Talents. They were extremely unconvinced. But this stab was enough for them to understand the reason. Most people would not be able to withstand the first strike from the two of them. So strong. Amazing. Chen Yi's face paled slightly as he muttered two sentences to express his current emotions. At this time, the sword light had dissipated slightly. In the chaotic wind, Chen Liufeng and Fang Wu were just 10 feet apart. The two had been evenly matched in the previous fight, and neither had been at a disadvantage. A shrill howl burst out from Chen Liufeng's mouth. One could see with the naked eye that an extremely pure Jin Yuan was gushing out from his palms. He stepped to the left, and the long sword in his right hand slashed wildly to the right. The sword chi that gushed out from the dark sword tore through the air, and countless dark blue water droplets suddenly condensed. In an instant, a real water wave actually appeared in the air. Chen Liufeng's black iron sword carried this blue wave that was several times larger than his body. With a howl, it slammed towards Fang Wu. Ocean-crushing strike. Among the spectators on the riverbank, there were people who recognized this sword momentum and cried out in surprise. Chapter 130. This was the most powerful move of the Emerald Tide Sword technique. Chen Liufeng's cultivation had already reached the 3rd realm upper class, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the 4th realm. The true essence cultivation method that he cultivated was definitely not ordinary. From afar, one could feel that his true essence was extremely pure. At this moment, he exerted all of his strength, his true essence frantically poured into the edgeless iron sword. This seizing the sea strike truly had the true meaning of several jade-green waves rising from the surface of the sea, completely fusing into the sword intent. Xie Changsheng's face paled as he watched. He felt that the thousands of gold had not been spent in vain. At this moment, he was standing right in front of Chen Liufeng. Even though there was a river between them, the wind coming from the sword caused his tied hair to scatter. Feeling the thick moisture in the air and the wave carried by the sword, he couldn't help but say in shock, "How can one block such a sword?" Ding Ning looked at the magnificence of this sword with some admiration in his eyes. Yet looking at Fang Wu, who was standing like a boulder, he said softly, "Not necessarily." At this time, Fang Wu attacked. The edgeless metal sword in his hand stabbed again. The sword move was extremely straight and did not look any different from the previous attack. Boom! His sword pierced a hole a few feet wide in the blue wave that was crashing towards him head-on. This sword had astounding penetrative power, but it was too straight and did not change. It could not hit Chen Liufeng, who was behind the wave. Xie Changsheng could not understand. He did not understand the meaning of this sword. Yet in this moment, Fang Wu's vital energy surged out of his body and charged into the straight seal scripts on the blunt sword. The flat sword chi collided with the flat sword chi. It was as if an iron rod had been forcefully smashed apart and scattered. Countless lines suddenly appeared in front of Fang Wu's sword. These countless lines pierced deeply into the blue waves, directly becoming cracks in the blue waves. In the next moment, the blue waves completely collapsed, turning into countless harmless splashes. Gasps and cries of surprise rang out. Shui Wangshu smiled and praised, "Not bad." Zhongyi said softly as though he was studying seriously, "The true meaning of the stone cavern sword is to pierce gold and crack stone. It doesn't just have astounding penetrative power. Fang Wook has truly grasped the true meaning of the stone cavern sword. No wonder he is on the Book of Talents. Dang! A loud sound rang out. Chen Liufeng's sword and Fang Wook's sword clashed. Their bodies shook and they flew back. Amidst the clanging of metal and the gasps of countless people, Xie Changsheng's face paled. His eyes were wide as he said in disbelief, he actually managed to stop this sword. The sea-grasping strike is the most powerful move of the Blue Sea Tide sword technique, and it consumes the most vital energy. Now that this sword has been defeated by Fang Wook, how can Chen Liufeng win? Hearing his words, Ding Ning shook his head and murmured to himself, that may not be the case. Even though he had always called Ding Ning brother-in-law and admired Ding Ning's performance, Xie Changsheng couldn't help but feel angry that Ding Ning was opposing him. But at this time, Chen Liufeng, who had been sent flying back, gave another furious shout. All of the remaining vital energy in his body was channeled into the metal sword in his hand that was still humming violently. The metal sword in his hand slammed forward again. All of the gasps suddenly stopped. For the first time, Fang Wook's calm and cold face showed shock. Blue sword energy once again sprayed out of the straight blade. Suddenly, countless blue water droplets appeared in the air. Then, they were slapped away by a resolute sword intent and were sent flying forward. The blue water droplets collided with the disorderly water flow in the air. Waves bloomed, forming countless white splashes that smashed towards Fang Wook. Wan Daosheng, not bad. Xue Wangshu praised again. Fang Wook's expression changed dramatically. He did not stab straight like before, but quickly stabbed 3 times in front of him. Suddenly, 3 sword holes appeared in the air in front of him. The energies in the 3 sword holes were pressing against each other, crushing the white waves into countless fine powder and dispersing them. Boom! At this time, Chen Liufeng's figure charged out of the mist and appeared in front of him. His body was completely soaked by the water. His shoulder even gave off soft sounds of bones cracking because he had hit a wave. But he did not stop. With a shout, his sword slapped multiple splashes and smashed towards Fang Wook's waist. Fang Wook's face immediately paled. His body flashed backwards, and his long sword slashed towards Chen Liufeng's attack. However, his sword was slower than his previous stab. With a clang, his sword stopped Chen Liufeng's sword, creating a ball of dazzling sparks. However, the white waves all smashed into his body. Before a groan of disbelief could come out of his mouth, his entire body had already flown backwards like a kite with a broken string. Behind him was the frozen river. A cracking sound was heard. His body smashed through the ice and fell into the icy river. The icy water splashed out of the cave. The 2 sides of the river were silent. On the stone platform, Chen Liufeng panted heavily, the long sword in his hand stabbed into the cracks of the stone platform like a walking stick. He seemed to have reached his limit, but at this time, he once again shouted, "Who is the winner?" The 2 sides of the river grew even more silent. Everyone knew that with Fang Wook's cultivation, his life would not be in danger if he was slapped into the cold river water. But to be slapped off the high platform and unable to control his body and fall into the cold river water, he had already lost. If this was on the battlefield, being wounded by a sword and unable to control one's body was fated to be killed by a sword. Crash! Fang Wook's figure jumped out of the water. His vital energy surged. Countless icy water droplets sprayed out and landed on the surrounding ice. His clothing was completely dry, but his lips were indescribably bruised. Without a word, he threw the unsharpened iron sword in his hand onto the ice next to him and then sprinted along the ice. This young talent was obviously so ashamed and resentful that he didn't even notice that one of his boots had fallen onto the ice. But there was no scorn from the crowd. Losing in public to someone who was ranked at the bottom would indeed make one feel extremely ashamed and indignant. However, strength was strength. The few strikes he had made earlier were enough to intimidate most of the young people present. What's going on? Xie Changsheng still found it hard to accept this result. He kept feeling that something was wrong. In his subconscious, Fang Wook should have won, but the result was completely different. Victory does not just depend on the strength of vital energy and comprehension of the sword manual. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, The fullness of sword essence is in the mind, energy, and spirit. From beginning to end, Chen Liufeng's sword essence was at its peak. The difference between the two was not great. In the last blow, Chen Liufeng's sword was full. Fang Wu's presence was already weak, but he still wanted to leave a way out, afraid that something would happen after his vital energy was used up. If he was so hesitant in deciding victory, how could he win? Xie Changsheng's puzzlement disappeared. Thinking back to the scene just now, he felt that Ding Ning was right. Shui Wangshu looked at Ding Ning with a smile and said, "It seems that your understanding is deeper than many of the old swordsmen of Changling." Ding Ning said calmly, "Recently, I have read your notes and learned a lot." Shui Wangshu thought and said, "If it is something good, friends should share it." Ding Ning said calmly, "As long as you agree." Hearing the two's conversation, Xie Changsheng, Nangong Caishu, and Xu Hashan started to realize Shui Wangshu's meaning. The three of them widened their eyes in joy. "Shui, you mean that we can also read your notes?" Nangong Caishu couldn't help but ask softly. Shui Wangshu said with a smile, "It is just notes, not a treasure." "How is this not a treasure?" Xie Changsheng's voice trembled in excitement. "This is a treasure that cannot be bought with any amount of money. Senior sect brother." At this time, Ding Ning calmly bowed to Zhongyi and said, "The matters of Chen Liufeng and Fang Wu have been resolved, but the problems of the three people behind me have not been resolved. So please help me leave behind the two unsharpened iron swords." When Ding Ning said this, Zhongyi was stunned. "Junior sect brother, you really?" Ding Ning nodded affirmatively and said, "If there is a problem, I naturally have to solve it. But you, this kind of unsharpened iron sword." Zhongyi immediately became worried. He knew very well that Ding Ning had never touched this kind of sword before. If he was unfamiliar with the sword, his swordsmanship would be very different. "Do not be wishy-washy." Ding Ning looked at him and said, "I am telling you to leave behind the swords because you are my senior sect brother, and also because you are wishy-washy. Senior sect brother, you can become more decisive if you frequently speak in public. You are teaching your senior sect brother instead. This is slightly rude, but your words are reasonable." Shui Wangshu roared with laughter and pushed Zhongyi. "Listen to your junior sect brother." Zhongyi respected his teacher greatly. Hearing Shui Wangshu's words, he did not dare to disobey. While his expression was slightly troubled, he gritted his teeth and quickly cupped his fists towards the stone platform. He said loudly, "Brother Chen, please wait, can you lend me the two unsharpened iron swords?" Because he saw Chen Liufeng was about to leave and someone had put away the two swords, he was slightly anxious. After speaking, he remembered that he had not introduced himself. So he added apologetically, "This one is Zhongyi of White Goat Cave of Green Vine Sword Academy." On the stone platform, Chen Liufeng suddenly turned around. Gasps sounded from both sides. White Goat Cave had been famous in Changling in the past few months. While Zhongyi of White Goat Cave was not ranked in the top 100 of the talent ranking for some reason, in the minds of many people, Zhongyi seemed to have enough strength to be ranked in the talent ranking. Now that he had publicly asked to borrow the swords, people naturally thought that there might be another fight today. Chapter 131. The surrounding gazes immediately gathered on the mound where Zhongyi, Ding Ning, and the others were standing. "You really want to fight?" Chen Liufeng and Fang Wu's fight was like a great play that had just ended. Now, Ding Ning proposed to borrow a sword. For Xie Changsheng, this meant that an even greater play was coming. He looked at Ding Ning and his voice trembled in excitement. Lu Duofeng, Zhu Xeri, and Xin Jianli, the three youths on the Book of Talents, had not recovered from the shock of the battle just now. When they heard Zhongyi publicly ask to borrow a sword, their bodies shook at the same time. Of the three, Xin Jianli of Yellow Cloud Grotto Heaven was ranked 91st on the Book of Talents. He was ranked last, but in reality, he was the best at arguing of the three. At this time, he took a deep breath and calmed himself. He looked up slightly at Ding Ning and said slowly, "I am very happy that you dare to accept my challenge. It seems that you are not as weak as I imagined. Just now, Chen Liufeng has defeated Fang Wu. This is the best proof that the position on the Book of Talents is not so powerful that it cannot be changed. Xin Jianli's meaning was clear. Chen Liufeng could defeat Fang Wuke, who was ranked higher than him. Then he naturally could defeat Ding Ning. Hearing his words, Ding Ning calmly shook his head and said, I do not want to fight you. I will fight Zhu Shiri. What? Xin Jianli, Lu Duofeng, and Zhu Shiri stilled. On the stone platform on the opposite shore, Chen Liufeng finally vented his anger. While he was in a good mood, he was extremely tired. Zhong Yi's question could not bring him more joy. He bowed slightly in return and said, if it is used immediately, I think no one will refuse to lend a sword. It is Lu Duofeng of Mountain Sword Tower, Zhu Shiri, and Xin Jianli of Yellow Cloud Grotto Heaven. They are all on the Book of Talents. Zhong Yi said. That old man is Xue Wangshu. The one with the broken sword on his waist is naturally Ding Ning. Is Ding Ning going to have a duel with one of these three? At this time, the people on the banks of the river also saw the clues, and a lot of voices sounded. While this would be a lower-ranked battle compared to Chen Liufeng and Fang Wuke, there was Ding Ning. This wine shop youth really doesn't know how to restrain himself. He's just watching a duel and is causing trouble out of nowhere. In a carriage parked on the riverbank, a young man in a grey robe laughed coldly. He was Ku Shichuan, the most incomprehensible person in this year's Book of Talents. Ding Ning had been the most eye-catching youth last winter. He had set a new cultivation record. People could understand why he was ranked 72nd. But most people could not understand why he was ranked 3rd. Compared to the Sword Trial Festival, Ku Shichuan was less handsome and more haggard. His face was too dry and pale, and his eyeshadow was too thick. But there was an unusual red in his eyes, and he appeared sickly after his energy was greatly damaged. But there was a sharpness in his movements that had not been there in the past. The more you show off before the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, the faster you fall when it comes to the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Just like today, while Chen Liufeng won, his sword moves were seen so clearly by others. This is the work of a brute. A Shadow Mountain Sword Cave teacher sitting next to Ku Shichuan sneered. No matter how this wine shop youth performs today, he will not be a threat in the future. Ku Shichuan said with slight scorn, I hope he can perform better. The Shadow Mountain Sword Cave teacher next to him raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. Ku Shichuan said, I was able to comprehend on the sword wall because of him, Xie Changsheng and the others. The better he performs, the more worried I am that he will catch up, and the harder I will cultivate. Why did you choose me? Zhu Shiri waved his hand at Xin Jianli to stop him from speaking. Then he looked coldly at Ding Ning and asked, I come from the marketplace and am more unscrupulous. In my view, things without benefits are boring. Ding Ning looked calmly back at this youth who looked clean and capable. He said, my ranking is above yours. If I win against you, you think I deserve it. If I lose to you, I lose face and become your stepping stone. So I do not have many benefits to fight with people like you who are lower ranked. Zhu Shiri's anger burned. He had no patience and sharply interrupted Ding Ning. What do you mean? Is this still not clear? Xie Changsheng mocked from the side. Even laborious do not work for nothing. Of course there needs to be some stakes in a duel like this. You really think you can win against me? Zhu Shiri laughed in anger and looked straight at Ding Ning. What do you want to bet? Ding Ning said, if you lose, I want to see your Zhu family's painting remnant scroll. If you win, I will let you see Xue's notes. Zhong Yi was shocked. He instinctively wanted to say that this was not good. But Zhu Shiri laughed angrily. You all know the painting remnant scroll of the Ink Garden's Zhu family. Just now, you say you have no impression of us. Ding Ning's expression did not change. He said calmly, you know the painting remnant scroll, but you may not know your position on the Book of Talents. The painting remnant scroll contained some wondrous sword forms, but there were only some ink drawings. There were no words or meridian diagrams. Different intents would produce different sword forms. I heard that the most talented person of the Ink Garden's Zhu family only managed to comprehend 3 of the moves. Your father named you Zhu Shiri in hopes that you could comprehend 1 or 2 more moves. Regardless of whether we win or lose, we will limit it to 1 day. If I win, even if I read the painting remnant scroll for a day, I may not be able to comprehend anything. But if you read Shue's notes for a day, you will gain greatly. In this wager, I am going easy on you." Hearing Ding Ning's words, Shui Wangshu's murky eyes lit up. He said softly, "You know a lot from the books you read." Zhu Shiri was angry, but when he thought of the fact that Shui Wangshu had defeated General Liang Lian of the Tiger and Wolf Army and the notes left behind by such a grandmaster, his heart was moved. "Since this is the case, I will accept your wager. Thank you for your good intentions." After saying this, he made a gesture of invitation to Ding Ning and walked down the river bank. "It is Zhu Shiri. Zhu Shiri of Yellow Cloud Grotto Heaven is going to fight Ding Ning." With this gesture, everyone on both sides of the river understood. Ding Ning took off the last flower remnant sword at his waist and handed it to Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi couldn't help but want to say something. But when he saw Ding Ning raise his eyebrows slightly, he immediately closed his mouth. "That's what I like about his unreasonable confidence." Xie Changsheng looked at Ding Ning's figure as he calmly walked down the frozen river. He said provocatively to Shen Yi, "This is courage. So do not have any improper thoughts about my sister." Shen Yi was slightly bashful but admitted he was not as good as Ding Ning. He probed, "Zhu Shiri's cultivation is Realm 3 first class, and supposedly, he cultivates the Sitting and Forgetting Sutra of Yellow Cloud Grotto Heaven. His vital energy should have a great advantage compared to senior sect brother Ding Ning. How do you think senior sect brother Ding Ning will fight him?" "I don't know," Xie Changsheng said disdainfully. Xie Changsheng said disdainfully, "I said it is unreasonable confidence. Zhu Shiri's vital energy cultivation is stronger than his, and the Yellow Cloud Grotto Heaven's Yellow Cloud White Crane Sword manual is very strong. When Ding Ning fought with you, the news that he was skilled in using the White Goat Sword Seal manual has spread. Zhu Shiri will naturally pay attention to his sword seal path. No matter how you look at it, Ding Ning has no reason to win." Shen Yi's face quickly paled. He also felt that Ding Ning had no reason to win. He had been cultivating with Ding Ning in this period of time. He knew that other than the improvement in his vital energy cultivation, Ding Ning had no other special encounters other than reading Shui Wangshu's notes. Even though Shui Wangshu's notes contained a lot of understanding of the sword manual, it was just theory. He hadn't cultivated it and comprehended it. It would only be useful in the future, not now. "You are a pretty boy. Your face is so white." Xie Changsheng looked at his expression and said with even more disdain, "So what if it is unreasonable? He will still win." When Nangong Tsaishu heard Xie Changsheng's words, she unconsciously nodded. She also felt that Ding Ning would win. She understood Ding Ning better than Xie Changsheng and the others. She faintly felt that behind this unreasonable confidence, Ding Ning was hiding something that could win. Just like when Ding Ning had defeated Su Qin at the Sword Trial Festival. But she did not know what Ding Ning was hiding this time. A yellow cloud rose from under Zhu Shiri's feet. Zhu Shiri, who had just reached the center of the river, rode this yellow cloud and flew up, landing on the stone platform. The yellow cloud continued to fly up. The pure energy did not dissipate for a long time as though it was going to fly to the horizon. Zhu Shiri stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for Ding Ning with unspeakable confidence. Cheers rang out from the crowd. On the other hand, Ding Ning casually walked across the frozen river towards the stone platform. While his cultivation is lower than Zhu Shiri, if he uses some sword moves, it is easy for him to reach the stone platform. Now, he is putting on an act and people find it laughable. Ku Shichuan sneered from the nearby carriage. But he suddenly thought of Xie Changsheng's words and closed his mouth, becoming silent. Ding Ning casually walked onto the stone platform. His movements did not pause as he casually gripped an edgeless black iron sword that was close to him. Zhu Shiri looked at the edgeless black iron sword covered in icy water and said with slight disdain, "This is the sword that just now, Fang Wook was defeated and fell into the icy water. Do you not feel it is unlucky?" Ding Ning looked at him and said calmly, "Those who use the sword must first respect the sword." His gaze landed on the edgeless black iron sword in his hand. He said, "There has never been a sword that is unlucky. The sword is life." His words seemed to give off an invisible power that caused Zhu Shiri's brow to furrow. Chapter 132. Speaking of the principle that the sword is life, I have learned a lot after helping the Yuezhi garrison kill enemies in the past 2 years. Zhu Xiri looked coldly at Ding Ning. He gripped the other edgeless black iron sword and said, "How can a common youth like you, who has not even left Changling and seen the wind and sand of a true battle, be worthy of teaching me?" Ding Ning looked at this youth with a bun and a sword in his hand who gave off an iron-blooded presence. He said seriously, "I only hope that after this battle, you still have such drive. You have to understand, without defeat, there is no victory." Zhu Xiri's brow suddenly furrowed. A layer of coldness flashed across his face. "You want to use words like this to disturb my mind? I fear that this is a method only gangsters use when they fight." He held his sword across his chest and expelled all the impatience in his body. Then he said coldly, "Start." As he held his sword across his chest, all the spectators on the two shores immediately focused. "Actually, this is not an absolutely fair fight." A voice sounded from a place on the slope. The speaker was a handsome youth dressed in a grand fox fur robe. Even he came. Many people recognized that this handsome youth was ranked 7th on the Book of Talents, the genius of Mind Chamber sect, Yi Xin. Then, many people recalled that Yi Xin's father was an important person in Hongyang Academy. But no one felt there was a problem with Yi Xin being ranked 7th on the Book of Talents. Because in a trial of Mind Chamber sect last autumn, Yi Xin had publicly displayed Realm 4 power. He was the student who had progressed the fastest in Mind Chamber sect. The Mind Chamber sect's Mind Sword was unique. Even if one was not Realm 5 and could not control flying swords, the unique Mind Sword could still allow the cultivators of Mind Chamber sect to use their mental power to form sword energy to stab or wound their opponents. The words of a person like this naturally had enough weight. You only pay attention to the ranking on the Book of Talents, but ignore that Ding Ning only started cultivating last year. While his ranking was high, the Book of Talents clearly recorded that he only had Realm 3 third-class cultivation while Zhu Xiri had Realm 3 first-class cultivation. Whether it is in terms of cultivation time or cultivation, this battle is not as fair as you think it is. Feeling the gazes of the surrounding people, Yi Xin did not mind at all and continued, "So even if I lose, it doesn't mean anything." Many people could not help but frown, realizing that they had indeed overlooked this problem. Zhong Yi was completely convinced. He bowed to Yi Xin from afar and said, "This person is a gentleman." Xie Changsheng pursed his lips. Although he had blind faith in Ding Ning and felt that Yi Xin's actions were unnecessary, he also knew that Yi Xin had good intentions. This way, even if Ding Ning lost, he would not be as embarrassed as Fang Wuke. "But will Ding Ning lose?" He snorted coldly. "Naturally, we don't think so." Nangong Caishu said softly, "But most people here think the opposite." Xie Changsheng stilled slightly. When he looked at the expressions of the people around him, he immediately became angry. If he had the time, he might do something else. But Ding Ning did not give him enough time. At this time, Ding Ning on the stone platform had calmly held his sword across his chest and said, "Please." The cool voice cut through the air in front of him and passed clearly into the ears of everyone watching. In the next moment, it turned into a sharp sword hum. Ding Ning's figure did not move, but the long sword in his hand drew out more than a dozen sword marks in the air in front of him. White sword chi flowed out of the black sword, crisscrossing and instantly forming a white sword talisman in front of him. White goat sword seal manual. So fast. All the noise immediately disappeared into gasp. Chen Yi's breath caught in his throat as his eyes widened to the extreme. He recognized that this was the sword move of the white goat sword seal manual. But unlike the sword seal that had been used against him, this sword seal had turned into a large river instead of green mountains on both sides. How can he be so fast? Zhong Yi's face was filled with shock. A moment ago, he had been deeply worried that Ding Ning would not be used to this kind of unsharpened metal sword. But now, it seemed that Ding Ning had an easier time using the sword and this blow was even faster. Zhu Xiri had never thought that Ding Ning would be so decisive, and Ding Ning's sword seal would be so powerful. In his eyes, Ding Ning's figure could no longer be seen. He could only see a large river pouring over. Ding Ning was really strong. With this sword move, he was worthy of being ranked in the Book of Talents. His heart was filled with shock. As this thought flashed through his mind, a sharp whistle burst out from his mouth. His sword had originally been held horizontally in front of his chest. This was the etiquette of the Qin dynasty when fighting. But at this time, he pushed this sword horizontally in front of him. His right arm started to tremble, followed by his fingers. Boundless and pure true essence poured into the black sword at an astonishing speed, and then it turned into a dazzling yellow light. A large yellow dam seemed to appear in front of him, blocking this large river without any finesse. His vital energy cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Ding Ning, so he did not need any finesse, and only needed to use the most reliable method to fight. Seeing him use this sword move, Luo Duofeng and Xin Jianli, who were watching from nearby Xie Changxing and the others, had joy on their faces. In their view, if Zhu Shiri was right, this battle was mostly won. There was a muffled boom. The large river collapsed, but the yellow dam did not disappear and continued to press forward. With this sword move, Zhu Shiri showed power that surpassed Ding Ning. While the stone platform was wide, the power of Zhu Shiri's sword almost covered half of the stone platform. The seemingly slow and mountainous presence was already in front of Ding Ning. Ding Ning's expression was normal. He pushed his sword forward, and a patch of wildfire seemed to burn in front of him. This patch of wildfire appeared thin, but it managed to offset the remaining power of Zhu Shiri's sword. There was a soft sound. Zhu Shiri stilled slightly. The blunt sword tip in Ding Ning's hand pierced through the overflowing energy and hit the sword he had pushed forward. With the help of this push and push of the sword, Ding Ning's body flew backwards nimbly. Zhu Shiri's eyes narrowed slightly. He took a deep breath, his chest expanding. His vital energy used the pressure of this breath to quickly flood into his long sword and launch a counterattack. Yet at this time, his breathing paused slightly. Ding Ning, who was flying in the air, attacked again. His sword move had an inexplicable beauty and rhythm. A white sword seal formed at this time. The white sword seal disappeared and turned into countless burning lights. It was clearly morning, but a setting sun appeared in the air in front of him. Almost instinctively, Zhu Shiri swung his sword upwards. The vital energy that surged into his straight sword turned into a yellow cloud that flew upwards. The sword essence was elegant as though it was going to fly to the horizon. There was an explosion. The setting sun formed from seal essence could not withstand the power of this sword and exploded. The broken red flames and the yellow clouds mixed together, instantly forming a brilliant ray of light that was dozens of feet long above the stone platform. The brilliant ray of light illuminated the 2 shores and the dim ice in the middle. More colors spilled out. This was a beautiful scene. Yet almost all the cultivators' gazes did not linger on the ray of light, but landed in front of Zhu Shiri. There, Ding Ning had landed. Ding Ning's body was only a few steps away from the edge of the stone platform. But his expression was still calm. At this time, he had already attacked. Zhu Shiri felt extremely satisfied. Just now, his sword move was called Yellow Cloud/Red Cloud. Ding Ning's sword seal seemed to have come together to complement his sword move. In the past few years, he had never been able to execute a sword strike so thoroughly, so comfortably, and so worthy of recollection. But at this time, he suddenly felt something was wrong. His sword momentum was already exhausted, but it was still rising high up in the air. But Ding Ning's sword had already struck. A simple sword seal had formed in front of Ding Ning. His pupils contracted violently. He reacted. Just now, Ding Ning had purposefully used such a sword move to induce him to perform the Yellow Cloud/Red Cloud. An incomparably violent howl burst out of his mouth. The long sword in his hand slashed down with a speed that exceeded his usual limit. Still too slow. Someone sighed on the riverbank. If he uses too much power now, he will not succeed. Yixin also shook his head. He looked at Ding Ning with admiration in his eyes. Mars. 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 Zhongyi was so happy he could not finish a sentence. In the carriage, Ku Shichuan's expression suddenly became ugly. Many people did not have the same emotions as them. But in their eyes, victory was already decided. Crack, Zhu Shiri's sword slashed at an ice tree that was charging at him. Countless pieces of ice flew out. He let out a furious roar as numerous ice shards smashed into his chest. He couldn't control his body at all as he retreated continuously. It was only at this moment that the rest of the spectators reacted and exclaimed in unison. Ding Ning had already attacked again. Another great river poured down towards Zhu Xeri with a momentum of thousands of miles. So fast. How can he be so fast? However, Zhong Yi was able to make a complete comment on the swordsmanship. This was the fastest sword move in the White Goat Sword Seal manual. Ding Ning's pursuit of victory was appropriate. But this sword move was one of the 3 most complicated sword seals in the White Goat Sword Seal manual. Zhong Yi found it hard to believe that Ding Ning had used his sword like this. Hearing Zhong Yi's exclamation, Xue Wangshu smiled slightly and knocked his head with his knuckles. You idiot, you are fast with a remnant sword. Can you not be faster with a good sword? As if he was suddenly enlightened, Zhong Yi suddenly came to a realization. The seal scripts of the last flower remnant sword were incomplete, and the direction of the sword energy was even harder to grasp. Even though this edgeless sword was unfamiliar to Ding Ning, it was at least complete. Junior sect brother Ding Ning is a genius among geniuses to be so fast with that remnant sword. At this thought, he sank into even greater shock. Unable to control his figure, his body had suffered a heavy blow. Even if he had hurriedly attacked, his sword moves would have been disrupted. Ding Ning's attack was purely for speed. Even Lu Duofeng's face was drained of blood. He felt that Zhu Xeri would undoubtedly lose. How can I lose to you? Yet at this time, Zhu Xeri shouted angrily. His left hand's fingers touched the black sword. Like playing a musical instrument, 5 waves of vital energy furiously charged into the seal scripts from the center of the sword. A patch of ink light appeared in front of him. It was like an ink painting of mountains and rivers. Nangong Tsaishu's expression suddenly turned grave. She said gravely, painting sword move. Mountains and rivers like painting. The first move of the painting remnant scroll. Among the spectators, there were some who were more perceptive and immediately cried out the name of this sword style. When the surging river crashed into the inklight, it seemed to be fixed in the painting and could not advance at all. Using this chance, Zhu Xeri's feet stomped hard. Dust sprayed out from the cracks in the stone under his body. Once again, he let out a fierce roar. His body rushed forward, holding the sword with both hands, and slashed forward. Yellow clouds spread on the sword and then white light shone. This was the yellow cloud white crane sword essence. While this attack was hurried and not at full power, it cut straight to the center with great presence. It was more powerful than any of the previous attacks Ding Ning had used. The 2 sides of the river were completely silent. Ding Ning was just a few steps away from the edge of the river. What could he do when absolute power came at him without any finesse? Chapter 133. Ding Ning's expression was still absolutely calm facing this blow that came with pure power. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the sword in his hand pierced forward and then flicked upwards. The white sword qi that gushed out from the tip of the sword curved upwards in the cold air with this movement. White goat hanging horn. Many people, including Zhong Yi, stilled. No one had thought that Ding Ning would use the most ordinary move of the White Goat Sword manual against such a blow. Yet when he saw this move and sensed the sword essence of Ding Ning's blow, Xue Wangshu first smiled in satisfaction and then felt stunned. He found that even if he used Ding Ning's vital energy to cast this move, he could not do it more perfectly. The essence of this blow was perfect. The sword energy that curved like the white goat's horn creaked forward and finally collided with the long sword shrouded in yellow clouds and white light. To many people's shock, victory was not immediately decided. The thickest part of the white goat's horn stopped the power of Zhu Xeri's blow. The soles of Ding Ning's boots made an unpleasant sound of friction against the stone surface and finally exploded. Ding Ning took 2 steps back and was only 1 step away from the edge of the stone platform behind him. Yet he stood still in the end. Ari's hanging horns was the most ordinary move in the Ari's sword manual, but it was also the most extraordinary move. The most important part of White Goat hanging horn was not the flick of the horn, but forbearance and balance. lowering one's head to avoid the edge, forbearance, and counterattack when the other's momentum was exhausted. Cries of surprise rang out like a tide. Ju Shiri was also in great shock. His sword move was exhausted, and he had used all the vital energy he could explode in an instant. Yet Ding Ning was still standing firmly on the stone platform. Ding Ning raised his head at this time. The long sword in his hand sank slightly and he used all the remaining power in the sword. The white goat's horn that had appeared thin in the air also sank slightly. Just like a white sheep that was even more humble, it lowered its head even more. However, some people retracted their fists so that they could punch harder. Some people bent down and lowered their heads so that they could raise their fists more forcefully. As Ding Ning's sword sank, it slashed out. The white goat horn that was so thin it was about to disappear rose up powerfully and hit Ju Shiri's chest. Bang! A loud sound rang out, as if he had been defeated. Ju Shiri's body flew backwards like a bundle of dry wood picked up by a farmer and fell heavily into the river. Only now did the power in Ding Ning's body loosen slightly. A wave of qi spread outwards with his feet as the center. The people standing on both sides of the riverbank were shocked speechless. Many people could not control their emotions and cried out in surprise. In the carriage, Ku Shichuan's expression was extremely dark. She was silent and thinking of something. While everyone saw that Ding Ning had not won easily, he had won. Also, Ju Shiri had comprehended a move from the painting remnant scroll. Looking at the wonders of that move, if the Hongyang Academy knew, Ju Shiri's position on the Book of Talents would be much higher. These were the thoughts of most people present. For some people with higher standards, Ding Ning had shown many more things in this battle. From beginning to end, Ding Ning had been in charge of this battle. Starting from the first sword move, Ding Ning had guided Ju Shiri's sword moves. Theoretically, Ju Shiri should have more battle experience than Ding Ning. This should not have happened. But that was exactly what happened. Also, this wine shop youth's body did not seem as weak as the rumors said. His vital energy is not enough compared to others, but his understanding and use of sword essence. After this battle, what rank will he be on the Book of Talents? Someone said in shock. Hearing this, Yi Xin of Mind Chamber Sect smiled and said, then it will be a matter of the Hongyang Academy. The two sides of the riverbank became silent again. This was something they did not need to think about here. The Hongyang Academy would make more accurate considerations than them. Cave Master, looking at Ding Ning who was standing on the stone platform, looking at Ding Ning's slightly golden face under the morning light, Zhongyi felt that he was also glorious. He looked joyfully at Xue Wangshu, his eyes full of desire for knowledge. Xue Wangshu knew of his puzzlement and said softly with a smile, he chose 2 sword manuals from me. One is the White Goat Sword Seal Manual, and the other is the White Goat Sword Manual. The White Goat Sword Manual is the most ordinary sword manual of White Goat Cave. Any disciple can choose to cultivate it. But since White Goat Cave was founded, it has been engraved in the secret cave for a long time. This seemingly simple sword manual naturally has its reason for existence. Hearing this, the puzzlement in Zhongyi's eyes disappeared and turned into true admiration. Thinking of Ding Ning's white goat hanging horn, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Junior sect brother Ding Ning is really extraordinary. I am not as good as junior sect brother Ding Ning. Xue Wangshu laughed. He chose 2 sword manuals. One of them is the White Goat Sword Manual. I fear that when he saw the contents of this sword manual, he sensed the true meaning within. With such talent, how can you not be as good as junior sect brother Ding Ning? Who in Changling can compare to him in understanding sword manuals? Why do you belittle yourself? He often says that you are soft-hearted and wishy-washy. In reality, even your sword essence has a hint of hesitation. You need to have benevolence, but it depends on who you are facing. If you add more when you should not, that is adding feet to a snake. When using the sword, the slightest mistake could lead to a huge loss. If you were to fight with someone who was weaker than you could naturally win easily. However, if you were to encounter someone who was at the same level as you, or even slightly stronger than you, how could you win if you were to hesitate? If you can really change, with your talent, you can at least have a place in the Book of Talents. Hearing Xue Wangshu's long-winded words, Zhongyi had some thoughts. He lowered his head in shame and said, "Am I not good at both being a person and using the sword?" Shui Wangshu looked at him and said seriously, "Both have problems, but it is hard to change a person's nature. I only hope that before I close my eyes, I can see you remove the hint of hesitation in your sword essence." Hearing these words, Zhongyi was shocked. He said in a trembling voice, "This disciple will do his best." Shui Wangshu turned his head and thought, in the end, he is still lenient to use such a method to force you. Zhu Xeri stood up from the ice. Ding Ning's blow was not strong enough. He was only thrown off the stone platform and rolled down the slope. He was not like Fang Wuke, who smashed a large hole in the frozen river. Yet his expression was the same as Fang Wuke's. His originally blood-red lips were now extremely bruised. How is it? Xie Changsheng would not pass on a chance to mock his opponent. He turned around and looked at Luo Juofeng and Xin Jianli, especially Xin Jianli. He said, "Just now, you say you can defeat him. If you go up now, what will happen?" Xin Jianli's face was snow-white. He, who was eloquent, could not speak. But Xie Changsheng was not satisfied. He looked at Xin Jianli and said in an even more disdainful tone, "Also, your vital energy cultivation is 2 minor realms higher than Ding Ning. 2 minor realms higher. This is not a fair fight, but you cannot win. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Xin Jianli was extremely ashamed and angry, but he knew that what Xie Changsheng said was a fact that no one could change. Therefore, he could only lower his head, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he endured such humiliation. Zhu Xeri, who was the focus of everyone's gazes, felt even more humiliated. He bit his lips so hard they bled. Yet he did not leave immediately like Fang Wuke. He waited for Ding Ning to walk in front of him. "When do you want to enter my ink garden to see the painting remnant scroll?" He did not look at Ding Ning's face and said with a bowed head. Ding Ning said calmly, "As soon as possible." Zhu Xeri was silent for a long moment and said, "Then today?" Ding Ning said, "All right." Ding Ning's voice was calm, but Zhu Xeri inexplicably felt tears. He asked in a trembling voice, "Does your sword use come more from your comprehension or Shui Wangshu's notes?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "Many people understand but cannot use it." He did not answer directly, but Zhu Xeri understood. Being able to understand and being able to use it were two different things. So Ding Ning naturally relied more on his own comprehension. "What do you think?" In one of the carriages on the two sides of the river, Li Lingjuan's most important strategist, Lu Sish, put down the curtain and asked a white-robed youth next to him. This white-robed youth was tall and had an ordinary face. However, he had a calm aura that was neither warm nor fiery. He was Yi Haoren, ranked second on the Book of Talents. Hearing Lu Sish's question, he said seriously, "If he can reach Realm 3 first class before the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, I may not have the confidence to win. But if he can only reach Realm 3 second class, I should have the confidence to win." Lu Sish said calmly, "It has nothing to do with what sword manual he grasps." Yi Haoren nodded. "The vital energy difference is too great. It is the difference between a pond and a basin of water. If I can spend as I wish, I can take the lead." Lu Sish smiled slightly and said, "There is not enough time. No matter how fast his breakthrough, he can only reach Realm 3 second class at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials." Yi Haoren nodded. While Ding Ning's performance today had stunned him, overall, he was not surprised by the strength of these people. Ding Ning walked across the frozen river towards Shui Wangshu, Xie Changsheng, and the others. Many gazes landed on him, filled with admiration, jealousy, and awe. But he did not have a proud expression and was still very calm. "I will immediately go to Ink Garden to see the painting remnant scroll," he said softly, bowing slightly to Shui Wangshu. Xie Changsheng suddenly grew excited and asked Zhu Xeri, who was walking up the slope to return to his carriage, "Can we go see?" Zhu Xeri's expression froze slightly and his mouth twitched. Was the painting remnant scroll something just anyone could read? What's more, Xie Changsheng's sarcastic remarks were truly abominable to the extreme. "I know you are not willing, but I heard that Ink Garden is relatively old. If I pay to repair it, how about it?" Xie Changsheng's voice reached his ears. Chapter 134. Do you think everyone will bend over for money? Zhu Sherry could no longer control his emotions. He suddenly turned around and said in a furious voice, "Shut up, do you not find it embarrassing enough?" However, at this moment, a calm but dangerous voice sounded not far away. "Sometimes, it's okay to bend for money." Zhu Sherry's face paled again. He was shocked and unable to understand. But he almost instinctively bowed towards the source of the voice and said in a trembling voice, "Father." A middle-aged man with a jade-like complexion, dressed in indigo robes, and looking like the wanderer of tranquility slowly walked out from behind a carriage. The Zhu family was an old prestigious family of the Qin dynasty. While they had started to decline after the Shang reform, and after the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne, the Zhu family, like almost all the old prestigious families, did not have a foothold. But the old nobility naturally had extraordinary resources. At this time, Zhu Sherry's father, Zhu Yunhai, walked out. While he did not hold a position in the court, he walked slowly with the gait of a dragon and a presence that the new nobility of Changling did not have. Compared to his presence, Xie Changsheng gave people the feeling of a rustic nouveau riche. But Xie Changsheng seemed to want to express this nouveau riche presence to the extreme. Hearing this person's voice, and seeing Zhu Sherry's respectful and ashamed appearance, Xie Changsheng's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Zhu Yunhai, who was walking over, and asked, "Is there room to talk?" Zhu Yunhai first bowed slightly to Xue Wangshu before smiling slightly. He said, "Since my son has lost the bet and is letting outsiders enter to study the painting remnant scroll, I do not mind adding a few more outsiders. If these young talents can comprehend some exquisite sword forms from the Zhu family's painting remnant scroll, and achieve great feats in the future, it will be passed down as a legend." Zhu Yunhai's presence was still graceful and elegant, but Xie Changsheng's eyes shone even brighter. He said crisply, "How much gold?" Zhu Yunhai seemed to find Xie Changsheng interesting and said with a smile, 10,000 gold per person." Xie Changsheng said directly, "Deal." Zhongyi was also from a poor family. When he heard that entering the garden to view the scriptures would cost 10,000 taels of gold, even though Xie Changsheng did not care and was obviously going to help them pay, he still felt uneasy and could not help but open his mouth to say something. At this moment, Xue Wangshu glanced at him. He immediately came to a realization and kept his mouth shut. Xue Wangshu said coolly, "No need to count me in. I heard that Ink Garden's scenery is good. I will look at the scenery later." Zhu Yunhai said respectfully, "Xue is a grandmaster of his generation. Naturally, he doesn't need to look at the Zhu family's remnant book." Xue Wangshu shook his head and said, "You do not have to be so humble. Even the Changling geniuses who were much stronger than me in the past placed great importance on the painting remnant scroll. I did not look because I did not want to see the sword essence that made my heart itch, but I did not have enough time to cultivate it." Zhu Yunhai was slightly startled. He sighed and said nothing more. Zhongyi heard this and felt even more urgent. He felt even more ashamed that just now, he had been so wishy-washy. Zhu Sherry followed behind Zhu Yunhai onto the Zhu family carriage and led the way. In this period of time, Zhu Sherry kept his head bowed and did not speak. When the carriage started to move, he finally looked up. But no one knew a son better than a father. Just by looking at the light in his eyes, Zhu Yunhai knew what he was thinking. "Do not ask me when I came." Zhu Yunhai looked at him and said calmly, "Regardless of the Lingshu Sword Gate's Mausoleum of Swords meeting or the Minute Mountain Sword Sect's trials, they appear to be competitions between the young geniuses of the Qin dynasty, but behind the scenes, are they not competitions between all the prestigious families and nobility of the Qin dynasty? How high the geniuses of the family can stand in Changling in the future usually means how high the family can stand in Changling in the future. Today, Chen Liufeng and Fang Wu's duel is equivalent to the first battle of the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. How can I not come? When you, Luo Duofeng, and Xin Jianli were fighting for positions with them, I arrived. But I had not expected that Ding Ning would choose you of the three. So I am naturally responsible for your defeat today." His tone was not reproachful, but Zhu Sherry felt even more ashamed and self-reproachful. He gritted his teeth and said, "I had not expected him to be so strong." "Regardless of whether you expected him to be so strong or not, If you were just a bit stronger, he would have undoubtedly lost. Zhu Yunhai looked coolly at him and said, "So I only hope that you will turn the shame of this defeat into motivation for your cultivation. Even if you are defeated today, if you defeat him in the Minute Mountain Sword trials in the future, who will care about today's defeat?" After a slight pause, Zhu Yunhai looked at Zhu Sherry and said, "After we return, go into seclusion. Think, even if you are humiliated, there is only half a year until the Minute Mountain Sword trials. So what if you endure for half a year? I hope that you will learn from that wine shop youth's indifference to honor and disgrace." Zhu Shiri's emotions slowly calmed. He looked gratefully at his father but was still puzzled. He said, "Father, does the family really care about money? Why let them enter the garden to view the sword manuals for this money?" Zhu Yunhai said coldly, "You are still not clear-headed." How much time did the Zhu family spend studying the painting remnant scroll for generations? In one day, what can these young people see? Other people do not know, but do you not know how much money old forefather needs to cultivate? Hearing the words old forefather, Zhu Xie immediately felt cold and realized. When they had come, Nangong Tsaishu, Shu Hashan, and Xie Changsheng had been in the same carriage. But now, Xie Changsheng was in the same carriage as Ding Ning and Shen Yi as they headed towards the old garden of the declining Zhu family. Oh no! Just as they left the riverbank and entered the main path, Xie Changsheng slapped his head and shouted in frustration. "What is it?" Shen Yi was shocked. Xie Changsheng sighed and said, "Just now, I forgot about Yi Xin of Mind Chamber sect. Otherwise, I could have invited him to come with us." Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "You really have too much money to spend. You are frustrated that you cannot spend it." "Money is born to be spent," Xie Changsheng said matter-of-factly. Xie Changsheng said matter-of-factly, "My father said that it's fine to spend money like water. The most important thing is that new money comes in like water. Water goes out and water comes in. This way, one can continuously receive good intentions and friendship. Otherwise, if the dead things are piled up there, they will be taken away by others in the end." Ding Ning frowned slightly. After a long moment of silence, he said, "There is a reason why the Guanzhong Xie family can become wealthy." Xie Changsheng was slightly smug but also curious. "You can go and see the painting remnant scroll as you wish. I am better at spending money than you, but I have not read as many books as you." "What is the painting remnant scroll?" Looking at Xie Changsheng, who had spent tens of thousands of gold but did not even know what the painting remnant scroll was, Ding Ning could only shake his head and say inside, "Fortune favors fools." Very simple. After shaking his head, he said calmly, "The painting remnant scroll is something similar to the sword wall of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave. In the primordial era, the earliest people started to search for ways to strengthen their bodies in order to fight against natural disasters, beasts, and diseases. Some people stood out and comprehended ways to increase their strength. In the era before writing, those earliest cultivators used all kinds of methods to pass down their cultivation methods." Xie Changsheng was stunned and couldn't help but interrupt. "You say it is very simple. Why is it so complicated?" Ding Ning ignored him and continued. "So what records cultivation methods may not be words. The simplest may be some knots, some simple symbols, and pictures. Thousands of years later, some cultivation methods that were not very powerful and meaningless would naturally be eliminated. However, some of them were still very powerful after countless generations of evolution in the world of cultivators, or cultivation methods that surpassed the secret manuals of most sects, so they would naturally be preserved. However, the method of recording is different from now. Present cultivators have to comprehend the true meaning inside." Xie Changsheng and Shen Yi finally understood. They said in unison, "You mean that the painting remnant scroll is like the sword wall of the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave. It is equivalent to a book left behind by an ancient sect, but it is not recorded in ordinary words." Ding Ning nodded and said, "The painting remnant scroll looks like an ink painting of mountains and rivers, and it is a painting technique. It has the presence of mountains and rivers, but may not have the shape of mountains and rivers. Even more importantly, this ink painting of mountains and rivers is incomplete. Thus, It is even harder to comprehend the true meaning of the grandmaster who left behind this painting. After a pause, Ding Ning looked seriously at Shen Yi and Xie Changsheng. He said slowly, "But what is certain is that this remnant scroll contains many sword forms and cultivation principles. It is like the general outline of a sect ceremony. Just now, Zhu Shi's picturesque mountains and rivers move is the weakest and most superficial. It cannot even leave the painting." Xie Changsheng's expression immediately grew serious. He said, "If Zhu Shi's attack was at full power, I fear that not many people in the Book of Talents would be able to withstand it. Even that attack was the most superficial and the weakest, and could not touch the true meaning of this remnant scroll. Then just to take a look, the tens of thousands of gold were not wasted." Ding Ning said calmly, "Of course it was not wasted. Before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne, the Zhu family did not allow even the most powerful people in court to see the remnant scroll. At this time, in the court, I fear that only the Holy One and the Empress have seen the remnant scroll. As to now, if we are Realm 6, I fear that no matter how much money we spend, the Zhu family will not open Ink Garden to let us enter to see the remnant scroll." Zhu Yunhai agreed because he was certain that we would not be able to see anything in such a short time. Chapter 135. The old noble families of Changling had too many people to support, and they were used to spending. Once they declined and lost the pillar of support in the court, their decline was unimaginable. The Nai family of the past was the best example. The Nai family had once been the strongest family in Changling under the Gongsun clan, and had once held military power in the Qin dynasty. But when they lost their power, and the strongest cultivator of the family, Nai Rang, died, the Nai family fell at an astounding speed. The families tried to sell their property. In just a few months, some of the Nai family's astounding antiques, and even items useful to cultivators, were sold, leaving only the enormous Nai garden. Even the Nai garden had been robbed. Every night, carriages would be stolen. In the end, the rare plants and trees were all stolen, and even some of the exquisite stone statues were dug up. Many of the stone and wood carvings that the great families of Changling used as decorations came from the former Nai garden. The Zhu family of the old Changling families had not completely disappeared like the Nai family of the past, but their situation was not good. The carriage carrying Ding Ning and the others stopped outside the Zhu family ink garden. Ding Ning and the others got off the carriage and saw the bleak surroundings. Even many of the black tiles on the walls of Ink Garden were damaged, and weeds had grown out to reveal the mud below. Their gaze passed over the tall grey walls and into Ink Garden. Some of the pavilions deep in Ink Garden were mottled in colour. Much of the paint had peeled off, and some of the cracked pillars had not been replaced. Xie Changsheng was young, but he had heard countless times of the past glory and luxury of Changling's old nobility. He knew that these old nobility had been more prominent than the present marquises, especially when he saw the layout of the pavilions that seemed to fit the great path, and could not be compared to the homes of the present wealthy. He sighed sincerely. It seems that tens of thousands of gold is not enough to completely repair this place. Zhu Yunhai smiled slightly and said, "If you have the mind to give more, I will not refuse." This was clearly a joke, but Xie Changsheng nodded and said with a smile, "If I can gain great benefits from the painting remnant scroll, maybe my sister and father will be happy and repair the entire Ink Garden. In that case, I hope that you will have the opportunity to understand more about cultivation," Zhu Yunhai said with a smile. "But inside," he said disdainfully, "a country bumpkin like you, what can you see in a day?" The ancient trees in Ink Garden provided shade. Sunlight shone through the branches and leaves, forming spots of light of various sizes on the stone path below. It was quiet and artistic. When he truly entered Ink Garden and walked on this path, he finally understood why most of the pavilions had not been repaired for many years. This was because the walls, pillars, and eaves of most of the pavilions, terraces, and pavilions were inlaid with flowers and jade, pastel flowers, and birds, and gold and silver decorations. Many of the paints were precious gemstone powder, or the rare mica shell powder from overseas. Even now, the luxury surpassed the limits of what ordinary people could imagine. If ordinary decorations were used, they would not match. It was better to let them be old. People could feel the vicissitudes of time, and the past was grand. Just like the private gardens of all the old prestigious families in Changling, Ink Garden took up a large area. After going around a small man-made mountain in the middle of the garden, the scenery in front of everyone changed. Everything seemed to turn completely black and white. Ink chrysanthemums, ink trees, white grass, all the strange grasses and trees in front of them were pure black and white, varying shades of black and white. Seeing this pure black and white, Xue Wangshu made a sound of surprise. Then he said calmly to Zhu Yunhai, "The painting remnant scroll of the Zhu family ink garden is not as good as seeing as hearing. In that case, I will stop here. On the way here, find a place to prepare a pot of hot tea for me." Zhu Yunhai said respectfully, "In that case, I will accompany Xue to the Cloud Sea Pavilion at the top of the mountain to rest. That is my study, and you can see most of Ink Garden." After saying this, he motioned for Zhu Sherry to take Ding Ning and the others to continue forward. At the same time, he walked to Xue Wangshu's side. His body slowly released gentle primal energies of the universe to support Xue Wangshu. Sensing the pure primal energies of the universe coming off Zhu Yunhai's body, Xie Changxing's expression grew solemn. However, he did not understand and could not help but ask, he has not seen the painting remnant scroll yet. Why does Xue say it is not as good as seeing as hearing? Ding Ning glanced at him and did not say anything. He calmly took a few steps forward. Seeing his movements, Zhu Shiri's gaze flashed violently. In the end, there were hints of wariness and admiration in his eyes. Xie Changxing was not the only one. Zhong Yi, Nangong Caishu, Shen Yi, and Xu Heshan's eyes were wide to their limits. There was not even a hint of movement, not even a breeze. Yet Ding Ning's body had become absolute black and white. His clothes, hair, and skin, where the color had been dark, suddenly darkened and turned black. The areas that had been bright turned white. So the black and white here are not the true colors? Xie Changxing said dazedly. He finally reacted. The black and white here had been tainted by some kind of presence. It was like the power of the formation had caused the light and color to change. After taking a few quick steps, Zhu Sherry passed Ding Ning who had stopped. His body had become absolute black and white. He glanced at him and said coldly, "How do you know that black and white are not the original colors? How do you know that the colors you usually see are not illusions?" Ding Ning's brow imperceptibly furrowed. In reality, Zhu Shiri's words were somewhat reasonable. However, Zhu Shiri clearly could not understand them so deeply. He said these words to confuse Xie Changxing and confuse his thoughts. His gaze flashed. He wanted to say something but managed to stop himself. Nangong Caishu and the others could not remain calm. Just now, Xue Wangshu's words meant that he seemed to have seen the painting remnant scroll directly. Was it? The changes in energy here were all caused by the painting remnant scroll? It was just a fragment of a scroll, but it was like a large-scale array that could cause such a change. No wonder even the most powerful people wanted to borrow the painting remnant scroll to take a look. Zhu Sherry continued to move forward. With each step, a puff of black and white smoke rose from the ground. He looked like he was walking in a painting. It was unreal. A trace of pride involuntarily appeared on his clearly defined face. Even though he had entered this place countless times to comprehend and was already familiar with every path to the point that he could walk through it with his eyes closed, every time he entered, he would still be amazed. Xie Changxing's eyes widened to their limits. Countless rivers and distant mountains appeared in front of him. The colors were appropriate and they looked distant and vast. How could the Zhu family ink garden be so large? These were the first words that appeared in his mind. Yet when Zhu Sherry, who was walking at the front, stopped, he suddenly realized. This was the painting remnant scroll. An ancient hall slowly appeared in the black and white light. The wooden ancient hall was dyed black like jade by the thick ink essence. There were no decorations inside the ancient hall. There was only a crystal wall on the stone floor at the center. This crystal wall was made up of two extremely thin pieces of crystal, and in the center of the wall was a broken scroll that was about 10 feet long and a few feet tall. He, Nangong Caishu and the others were shocked speechless again. Zhu Sherry was surprised. His eyebrows unconsciously rose because Ding Ning's expression was still calm. This is the painting remnant scroll of the Ju family. You can study it yourselves, but remember not to touch the crystal wall. Otherwise, the Jinji you activate is enough to kill any cultivator below Realm 5, he said slowly. Hearing this, Xie Changsheng subconsciously took 2 steps forward. The first thing he wanted to do was to see the whole picture of the scroll and see what was drawn on it. Yet when his gaze swept across the remnant scroll, his breathing immediately became disordered. Countless mountains of varying depths, as well as rivers far and near, seemed to be pressing down on him in an instant. In an instant, he only felt dizzy. When he closed his eyes in great shock, he discovered that he actually had no impression of the entire picture scroll. He couldn't remember what was on the picture scroll at all. He couldn't even remember where the fragment of the picture scroll was. Why is it like this? Nangong Tsaishu and the others felt the same. They could understand if they couldn't see any of the lines or the meaning behind any of the ink marks. But now that the scroll was right in front of them, they couldn't see the contents at all. They couldn't remember anything after seeing it, so they couldn't understand it. The group looked at each other. They saw Ding Ning looking in a daze calmly. Ding Ning could see the contents of the book. Could he see anything? Everyone had questions, but when they saw Ding Ning in a daze, they felt that they could not disturb him. They took a deep breath and focused again. Ding Ning looked calmly at the painting remnant scroll in front of him. This was a cultivation record that he knew of but had never had a chance to see before. In the past, the Ju family, in order to prevent some of the people they hated the most from entering the garden to view the scrolls, had even expressed their intention to destroy this remnant scroll. In the end, that group of people had made a concession in order to pass down the treasures of the cultivation world. In reality, both Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate were the same to him. If they knew his identity, even if they had to destroy the sect, they would not let him see any of the secret manuals that were useful to him. There was a hint of emotion deep in his calm eyes. Innumerable Mo mountains and Mo rivers of varying depths instantly pressed down on him. However, he didn't even see these ink mountains and ink rivers. These ink mountains and ink rivers seemed to fly past his body and then collapse behind him. His perception did not care about the presence given off by the most basic lines. He only looked at the most basic lines. So the scroll in his sight was completely different from what the surrounding people saw. What he saw was a yellowed remnant of a scroll. On the rough grass pulp paper, there were only 2 mountains drawn. One was thick, the other light. There were some white clouds floating above the mountain peak. In front of the 2 mountains, a large river flowed. The upper right corner of this painting was missing, so the light mountain was missing a corner and the river was missing a section. Hundreds of ink lines of varying depths, or rather, sword intent, or seal scripts, formed such a picture. Chapter 136. Ding Ning looked silently at the mountain, the clouds, and the water. He quickly frowned deeply. Metal was heavier than water. When it fell into water, it would sink to the bottom. When ordinary wood was thrown into water, it would float to the surface. Clear energy would rise into the air, and turbid energy would sink to form dust. The movement of all things had their own characteristics and laws. All kinds of primal energies of the universe made up all things in the world. Even the smallest thing would leave behind traces when it passed through the world. A careful hunter could find the footprints of a deer in the grass. An ignorant but idle child could find the traces of a snail crawling through the grass in the morning. The origin of cultivation was to investigate the laws of all things, to sense the traces left behind by the minute flows of primal energies of the universe, and comprehend the paths that could change or guide these traces. What words and pictures wanted to describe was this kind of path, but this painting remnant scroll directly abandoned words and pictures to depict this kind of path. These were different methods of expression. But compared to the words, the painting remnant scroll was like a seal, a formation. The ink lines were seal scripts that could change and guide primal energies of the universe. Most cultivation methods were connected, and many paths had their own laws. So many cultivators with high cultivation would infer many things from one example. They would comprehend the unknown paths through the laws of many cultivation diagrams and seal scripts. Even these powerful cultivators who could infer many things from one example and feel a sense of familiarity when they saw certain lines would first search for the starting brush when comprehending a scroll like this. They would search for the first stroke of the cultivator who had left behind this scroll. When the principles were described, there would be a sequence of words. According to the narration of the cultivator who had left behind this scroll, it would be easier to understand the cultivation methods hidden within. But Ding Ning was different. Ding Ning started with essence. Based on his understanding of the cultivators who had cultivated the vital energy cultivation methods of the painting remnant scroll, and from the energies he had felt when he first stepped into Ink Garden, this painting remnant scroll's understanding of vital energy cultivation was far from the 9 death silkworms. So he did not need to waste time studying the vital energy cultivation methods in the painting remnant scroll. He only needed to obtain some useful methods to fight enemies, swordsmanship, seal path. Therefore, he only needed to distinguish which of these ink stains had sword intent, which represented sword marks, and which had talisman intent that violently changed and twisted the chi of heaven and earth, which was the talisman Taoism used against the enemy. This might be difficult for others, or even impossible to do, but it was not difficult for Ding Ning. However, at this moment, what made him frown deeply was that on this scroll, the place where the sword intent was the strongest was at the edge of the damaged paper. The ink lines that had just risen up disappeared into the ruined mountain. In other words, the most valuable part of the painting to him was in the broken upper right corner. Therefore, what was missing in the upper right corner wasn't just a corner of the mountain, nor was it just a section of the tail of the river. There should be something even more important on the side of the mountain. Ding Ning knew that it should be a star, or a cold moon. Because he knew that someone from the Ju family had once used a sword essence like that, this painting remnant scroll should not have been damaged to such a degree. That person from the Ju family had purposefully dug out some parts of the corner. It was this missing part that was his true purpose for coming here. He took a deep breath and removed all the other ink lines in his eyes. Only the ink lines with strong sword essence and the missing part were left in his eyes. Time slowly passed. He remembered all of these ink lines clearly. Then, he pulled his gaze away from the painting and slowly turned around. More than an hour had passed. Xie Changsheng and the others still could not see anything and continued to look at the painting. After a few breaths, they felt dizzy. When Ding Ning's body moved, they immediately reacted. "What are you doing?" Xie Changsheng looked in puzzlement at Ding Ning, who had turned around. "Finished looking? You can't see anything, or?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "I have some doubts. I will go outside and think alone." Ju Sherry had been observing Ding Ning's expression all this time. Seeing Ding Ning just now frown deeply, he thought that Ding Ning could not see anything. He was slightly irritated and needed to calm himself. So he said coldly, "Please do as you wish. Do not waste time. Look slowly. I will return in a moment." Ding Ning said and then walked out of the ancient hall. He only walked a few steps on the path outside the ancient hall. Then he raised his head and felt the flows of primal energies of the universe in Ink Garden. As expected. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he showed a hint of disdain. As expected, you are not dead. When the Ju family had built the Ink Garden, they had merged their comprehension of the painting remnant scroll into it. However, most of the comprehension had not been complete or had deviated. So the entire Ink Garden had not become a powerful formation. But maybe many years later, the presence of nature from the painting remnant scroll could cause some of the scenery in Ink Garden to change slightly. Those members of the Ju family who had enough comprehension of the painting remnant scroll could sense their mistakes and correct them. At the same time, they could comprehend more. This was an effective but very stupid and time-consuming method of comprehension. But when one was at the limit, this was the only way to progress. But now, as he sensed the essence of Ink Garden, Ding Ning's perception found that most of it was still filled with errors. Many generations of cultivators of the Ju family had only comprehended so much of the painting remnant scroll. Yet in a corner of Ink Garden, there was a place with the strongest presence. That was an arc-shaped courtyard. So even though they could not understand many parts of the painting remnant scroll or had misunderstood, the Jew family happened to understand the part with the strongest sword essence on the painting remnant scroll. At this time, the courtyard that corresponded to the place with the strongest sword essence on the scroll had a stronger presence than on the scroll. So the Jew family had comprehended that the person on the scroll was still alive. Most of the missing parts on the scroll had been dug out by him. At this time, that person was living in that courtyard. So many people have died without leaving behind any traces, but you are still alive. Ding Ning's disdain grew, but his expression slowly recovered its calmness. He even looked at the courtyard for a moment. Then he slowly turned and started to walk back to the ancient hall where the scroll was sealed. Xie Changsheng felt a slight wind behind him. Before he could turn his head, Ding Ning had walked to his side. "What did you see? Did you comprehend anything?" He could not help but ask Ding Ning softly. Ding Ning looked calmly at him. He did not answer his question and asked in return, "What did you see?" "I can't see at all," Xie Changsheng said with slight annoyance. "After looking for so long, I barely saw two blobs of ink that seemed to be two mountains." "You can only see these two mountains, so you can only see these two mountains." Ding Ning looked coldly at him and said softly in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You can't even see the two mountains clearly. Why are you so greedy to look at other things?" Xie Changsheng stilled. Ding Ning continued, "There are too many mountains. You can only look at the place you feel you can see more clearly on the two mountains. This is a grandmaster who surpasses most of the present grandmasters. Even if you are a grandmaster now, do you think you can see the whole picture?" After saying this, Ding Ning reached out his right hand, placed it in front of Xie Changsheng and slowly moved it past. His right hand covered Xie Changsheng's eyes, but there was a small gap between his index and middle fingers. As his palm moved, only a small section of the ink line passed through the gap and fell into Xie Changsheng's eyes. Xie Changsheng could not sense the exquisite and minute changes in energy between Ding Ning's fingers, but he finally saw several ink lines clearly, several ink lines with feeling. His breathing completely stopped. When Ding Ning's hand disappeared in front of his eyes, he instinctively narrowed his eyes, put his hand in front of him and moved it slowly. Ding Ning walked to Zhongyi next to him. Zhongyi was the one with the deepest frown at this moment. "Senior sect brother, what is it that you find difficult to understand?" Ding Ning asked softly. Zhongyi suddenly started. He seemed to realize it was Ding Ning. Then he said softly with a serious and worried frown, "I chose the simplest part to look at. The simplest part of the scroll is at the top. The lines are sparse, like several white clouds, but the faint lines of these white clouds are difficult to understand. I feel there is true meaning, but I cannot sense what it is. One day is clearly not enough time. If I have a few months, I may understand." Ding Ning looked forward calmly. He also looked at the white clouds and said seriously, "Senior sect brother, you are indeed talented and have understood, but I feel that these white clouds only have a shape. The bottom is faint but there is water. The faint lines are flat, but they seem to have the intention of going down, as though these clouds will turn into rain." Zhongyi's body suddenly trembled, but he did not dare to look away from the white clouds. As Ding Ning spoke, the white clouds seemed to move according to his will, and then turned into rain in his eyes. Chapter 137. This was the most valuable epiphany on the path of cultivation. This was an indescribable feeling. Zhongyi was shocked and overjoyed. The white clouds turned to rain. With each drop of rain, many lines he had not been able to see before would appear. He completely sensed the true meaning of these lines. He was so shocked and overjoyed he could not help but say in a trembling voice, "Little sect brother, it really is rain, not cloud." Shunyi turned to look at him in puzzlement. Zhongyi finally realized that the little sect brother of White Goat Cave was not Ding Ning, but Shunyi. Zhu Shi's face was slightly pale. Looking at Zhongyi's state, he thought in disbelief, had Zhongyi really comprehended something from the painting remnant scroll in such a short time? Zhongyi looked at Ding Ning. He saw Ding Ning had walked next to Nangong Caishu. At this time, A thin wave of primal energies of the universe slowly came out of the painting remnant scroll. Zhongyi stilled. He immediately reacted. Just now, when he had an epiphany, his mental power had unconsciously moved along those seal lines. This had already affected the qi movement. Sensing the moisture in the thin primal energies of the universe, his breathing paused slightly. He was even more excited because he was certain that his epiphany just now was correct. He had comprehended the true meaning of those white clouds, but were actually rain lines. Zhu Shiri's face paled even more and his body completely froze. While the primal energies of the universe slowly coming out of the painting remnant scroll were thin, they were exceptionally clear and floated high into the sky. At this time, all of Changling outside of Ink Garden was bright and sunny. But the sky above Ink Garden was suddenly damp. Multiple balls of white clouds suddenly formed and blocked the sunlight. Everyone in front of the painting remnant scroll finally sensed this change. Even Nangong Tsaishu, who had been completely immersed in the scene ahead of her, woke up. On a small mountain in Ink Garden, in the study of the Cloud Sea Pavilion, Zhu Yunhai was drinking tea with Xue Wangshu. The tea was the extremely expensive cloud mist tea. The teacups were also made of mystic-colored porcelain, as if they were frozen. The mouth of the teacup seemed to be surrounded by clouds. Zhu Yunhai's expression changed slightly as he felt the moisture in the air in front of him. The teacup in his hand trembled slightly. Xue Wangshu's eyes lit up slightly as he praised, "The painting remnant scroll is truly extraordinary." Zhu Yunhai took a deep breath and said slowly, "Xue's disciple is truly extraordinary." While they were talking, the lower parts of the white clouds started to fade. However, it wasn't that the wetness disappeared, but that the wetness was so heavy that it finally condensed into raindrops. Countless raindrops fell from the sky, bringing with them countless sparkling lines of rain. Under the clear sky, it rained in Ink Garden. Looking at the concept of the pouring rain, Zhu Shiri's face paled even more. He was certain that this was something no one in the Zhu family had comprehended before. He couldn't help but look at Zhongyi and ask, "What have you comprehended?" "It should be a seal essence. It can become a sword seal, or be used in forging. It is a method to fight enemies." Zhongyi was a gentleman, so he answered Zhu Shiri's question truthfully. "Junior sect brother Ding Ning." In the next moment, he looked at the calm Ding Ning and felt a mixture of emotions. Only he understood that just now, his epiphany was like he had found many doors but could not enter. Then Ding Ning had kicked him into a door, and there was true meaning behind that door. "Congratulations, senior sect brother." Ding Ning looked at him and said softly, "Do not thank me. You should know that this is a coincidence. No Grandmaster can see the true meaning of this painting scroll so quickly. This is just a coincidence." Zhongyi thought back to Ding Ning's words. He felt it was reasonable. He was certain that a Grandmaster like Xue Wangshu should be much weaker than the person who had left behind this painting scroll. In all of Changling, there were not many people higher in cultivation than Xue Wangshu. At this time, to his and everyone's shock, the painting remnant scroll in front of them once again released a wave of primal energies of the universe. But this wave of primal energies of the universe quickly scattered like someone had just drawn a brush and then immediately stopped. Dang! A muffled sound came from the air in Ink Garden like someone had struck an invisible copper bell. What is going on? Nangong Tsaishu looked left and right in shock. Her and everyone else's gazes landed on Xie Changsheng, who had his hand in front of him. Xie Changsheng's expression was very strange and spectacular. "I seem to have comprehended something, but not completely, he said embarrassedly. Then he put his hand in front of his eyes and continued to look at the painting scroll. What was this? He could look at the painting remnant scroll with his hand in front of his eyes and comprehend from it. Zhu Shiri thought with a stiff body. He suddenly thought of what Ding Ning had done to Xie Changsheng. He felt even more disbelief and couldn't help but turn to look at Ding Ning. "Just now, you are so focused. What do you see?" Ding Ning asked Nangong Tsaishu softly. "I see a river." Nangong Tsaishu looked at Ding Ning and said, "For some reason, there are many things in this painting but I seem to only see this river." Ding Ning said calmly in a low voice, "This is normal. Everyone has different eyes, likes and dislikes. Every cultivator cultivates different things. When looking at seals or diagrams like this, there will naturally be differences. Nangong Tsaishu nodded and said, "My father said something similar. I thought that if I could comprehend something, then I could only comprehend something from this river. So I searched for what attracted me the most in this river." Ding Ning said, "This is the right thing to do." Nangong Tsaishu said, "What seems to be attracting me right now are the waves in the river. Those waves seem very interesting. Normal waves would not form like that, and would not rise and fall like that. But I have no clue as to the true meaning within." Ding Ning looked silently at the painting scroll. After half an hour, he said, "If those waves are created by fish tails going against the flow of the river, then it is normal." Nangong Tsaishu stilled. When she looked at the waves again, she couldn't help but think that there really seemed to be a few fishies swimming against the current under the water. In the evening, the ginseng tea on the tea table had been replaced with exquisite little desserts. Ju Yunhai's expression was calm, but his mind was slightly restless. Bam! At this time, a bell sounded in the air. His heart suddenly sank. Compared to the half-broken bell from 4 hours ago, this bell was exceptionally long, and even gave people the feeling that it was echoing in the distant valleys. In the northwest corner of Ink Garden, Ding Ning sensed the strongest presence in the small courtyard with white walls and black tiles. It looked no different from a small courtyard in an ordinary village. Yet in one of the halls, there were tiger skins spread out. Each tiger skin clearly came from a strong adult tiger, and each was extremely large when spread out on the ground. There was a red bead the size of a fist hanging on a soft couch in the hall. While the bead was emitting a scorching hot aura, it was also emitting a bloody and ruthless aura. Only in the body of some ferocious beasts could such an inner core be formed. The burning presence was heavy as it slowly landed on the tiger skin on the ground. The heat spread along the ends of the fur. Yes, this hall was as warm as spring, and the heat was unusually even. An old man sat on a soft couch covered in brocade that was even silkier than a young girl's skin. His silver hair was combed until it shone. There were no wrinkles on his face, and his skin gave off a jade-like luster. The heat coming off his body was just as strong, and would cause any cultivator to feel their energies and vitality. However, there was also a sense of age that was constantly being emitted from his body. It was as if there was a lot of filthy dust lingering around him all the time. Under his golden brocade robe, his abdomen was unusually swollen like a woman who had been pregnant for 10 months. But the left side of his abdomen was strangely empty. That place seemed to have been slashed by a sword. Not only were large chunks of flesh and bones missing, but even a part of the internal organs seemed to be missing. To be able to survive such a serious injury, it was not easy at all. This old man's gaze kept drifting outside the window as though he was terrified and disgusted by his own body. His gaze rarely touched his body. His gaze was filled with many negative emotions: hatred, unwillingness, greed, viciousness. This caused his clean face to appear slightly vicious. The sun was about to set. The bell had stopped ringing. Yet several unique sword essences appeared in the cold air like swimming fish in the air above Ink Garden. Then there was another thunderous sound that rolled down from the sky. When he heard the previous bell ringing, this old man knew that something unusual was happening in Ink Garden today. When he sensed the two presences coming out of the painting remnant scroll, he no longer had any doubts. He wanted to know the true reason for this unusual event. So he stood up from the couch. The moment he stood up, all the negative and ruthless emotions in his eyes disappeared and turned into kindness. He put on a fox fur coat to cover his abdomen. He looked like an extremely kind and benevolent old man. Chapter 138. In front of the painting remnant scroll, Zhu Xeri, the once proud young genius of Changling, had an ashen face. His heart was slightly numb from the continuous attacks of energy coming from the painting scroll. Zhongyi comprehended something and caused a heavy rain to fall in Ink Garden. Xie Changsheng comprehended something. Strange sounds exploded in the air of Ink Garden like the ringing of an enormous bell and echoed through the mountains. Nangong Tsaishu comprehended something. Several strange sword essences suddenly appeared in the ancient hall like fish swimming against the flow of the river, splashing and moving unpredictably. Shu Hashan comprehended something. There seemed to be an invisible mountain in the sky and enormous boulders were rolling down like thunder. They were all shocked speechless. They were still thinking back to those lines and conceptions, afraid they would forget. Only Shun Yi was ashamed. Senior sect brother, I still cannot see anything. He turned to look at Ding Ning next to him and said softly, I do not sense the echo of an empty valley between the two mountains, nor do I sense the boulders rolling down the mountain. I used Xie Changsheng's method and saw nothing special in the ink lines. Everyone has different strengths. Ding Ning looked at the ashamed Shen Yi and said calmly, it is your strength to see other people's strengths, but it is your fault to learn from other people's strengths. Guanzhong has 800 miles of fertile land. You are usually broad-minded and broad-minded. So you can see the big picture. You can see the color of the two mountains. You only need to look at the color of the two mountains. Shun Yi was stunned and said to himself, what is the use of just looking at the color? Ding Ning looked coolly at him and said, the sun has set and the sky is dark. Shun Yi was even more stunned. He did not understand why Ding Ning would say such a thing. When we came, the sun was high and bright, but now the sky is dark. Ding Ning continued calmly. But look at the color of the two mountains. Has it changed? Shun Yi's body suddenly shook. In the picture scroll in his eyes, all he could see was a black mountain and a faint white mountain. It was no different from when he first arrived. In the dark light, it was still as clear as before. The black didn't become darker, and the white was still faint, as if it was eternal. A light seemed to flash through his mind. His vision suddenly cleared and he instinctively tried to catch the ink lines that made the black and white unchanging. His mind was immediately immersed in it. I have never heard of this before. At this moment, a kind and gentle voice sounded outside the ancient palace. I had never thought that there was a way to comprehend the painting scroll like this. I had never thought that Changling's youth would have such insight. Hearing this voice, Zhu Shiri's eyes filled with awe. Thinking that it was because of him that so many outsiders had entered Ink Garden and obtained such benefits, he was filled with terror. He turned and knelt down to the person outside the ancient hall. He said in a trembling voice, "Old ancestor." A hint of coldness flashed through Ding Ning's eyes. But the moment he turned, it melted like ice and turned into calm water. He turned to look at the old man dressed in grand silver fox fur robes who had appeared at the entrance. Other than Shen Yi, who was in a wondrous state, Zhong Yi, Xie Changsheng, and the others turned in shock to look at this old man who had suddenly appeared. When Zhu Shiri's voice echoed in their ears and they saw Zhu Shiri's kneeling body on the ground, Zhong Yi was the first to think of a possibility. His face was filled with disbelief as if he had just realized something. Could you be Senior Zhu Rongmo? What? Xie Changsheng almost instinctively exclaimed. How is this possible? It did sound impossible. The Zhu family had an old ancestor called Zhu Rongmo. He was the only person who could comprehend a cultivation method from the painting remnant scroll and comprehend 3 sword moves from it. But that person had to be traced back several generations from Zhu Shiri. In the era of the previous emperor of the Qin dynasty, he had been many years old. The legends said that in the bloody storm years before the Yuanwu emperor ascended the throne, this old ancestor of the Zhu family had been killed with one blow. His intestines had been pierced through and his blood had spilled over many streets. How could a person like this still be alive? Hearing Xie Changsheng's exclamation, this benevolent and amiable old man smiled warmly and said emotionally, "Old but not dead, it is this old man." Nangong Caishu and Shu Hashan were also filled with shock. The two of them were descendants of generals. Compared to Zhong Yi and Xie Changsheng, they knew more of Changling's past. This was an existence that had experienced 2 generations of emperors of the Qin dynasty, the glory and decline of the old nobility, the reform, and the Yuanwu emperor's ascension. They even knew that during the reform, this old man had once been an enemy of the Yuanwu emperor. But after the Yuanwu emperor's situation was set, and in the bloody storm before his ascension, he and the Zhu family had accepted the last chance the Yuanwu emperor gave them to fight for the Yuanwu emperor. So while the Zhu family had declined, They were still able to survive in Changling and had vast lands. But the rumors said that the battle had been terrible. Forefather Ju, like many other experts, had died with incomplete bodies. Who would have thought that this Forefather Ju was still alive in the Garden of Ju? Forefather Ju Rongmore smiled benevolently. His gaze landed on Ding Ning. He said kindly, "Just now, I coincidentally heard your words of advice to your junior sect brother. Even I feel enlightened. Allow me to guess, are the successive people comprehending in this painting related to you?" Ding Ning frowned slightly as though he did not know what to say. Forefather Ju's eyes flashed with an unusual light. He praised, "It seems that it is true. Can you really understand the entire painting?" Other than Shen Yi, everyone present knew that their comprehension came from Ding Ning's enlightenment. But when they heard Forefather Ju's words, they still felt it was impossible. Because there was likely no grandmaster in Changling who could understand the entire painting remnant scroll. Other than the strongest Qin emperor in history, the Yuanwu emperor. At this time, the silent painting remnant scroll gave off another wave of energy. Zhong Yi and the others, including Zhu Xieri who had just stood up from the ground, suddenly turned around. The moment they turned, threads of unique primal energies of the universe turned into countless bright rays of light. Everyone in the ancient palace felt as if they had suddenly welcomed a grand sunrise. The transparent crystal wall that sealed the scroll seemed to burn at this moment. It became extremely dazzling, turning into two extremely dazzling balls of light. Then the entire ancient hall seemed to turn into transparent crystal, and continued to give off pure and transparent light. The light swept through all the black and white energies in Ink Garden. Then, in the next moment, all the black and white disappeared for a moment. Countless colors seemed to return in this moment. The hall, the streams, the grass and trees all returned to their original colors. Although the sun had already set and the sky was dark, the scene of everything suddenly returning to its original color was so magnificent that it could not be described with words. In fact, it was even moving. Senior sect brother Ding Ning, I really seem to have comprehended something. Shen Yi's joyful voice sounded at this time. Up until now, he had not had the time to detect that an old person had appeared in the hall. Everyone looked at Ding Ning with different emotions in their eyes. Of course I cannot understand the entire painting. Ding Ning spoke at this time and said, I am just borrowing power. Senior sect brother. Shen Yi was slightly dazed. He finally discovered that there was an additional person. Zhong Yi waved his hand at him, indicating for him not to miss the chance to continue comprehending and not to interrupt. Borrowing power? Forefather Ju looked at Ding Ning's eyes and wanted to see something. Ding Ning nodded and said, when my senior sect brother Zhong Yi said he saw clouds, I suddenly saw clouds and guessed there was rain. When Nangong Tsaishu said she saw a river, I saw a river. When she said the waves were different from usual, I guessed it was the splashing of fish tails. When Shu Hashan saw a tall mountain, he saw rocks on the mountain that seemed to be unsteady. I guessed the rolling rocks on the mountain had deeper meaning. I only saw things based on their foundation and made my thoughts. However, what they have comprehended, I am unable to comprehend. I am unable to comprehend the true meaning within. After a pause, Ding Ning said calmly and with some regret, so they have all gained something, but I have not comprehended anything. I have not even comprehended one sword form or one seal essence. How can I understand the entire painting? Junior sect brother, you may have been busy thinking for us so you did not have the time to comprehend. Otherwise, with your talent, how can it be that you have not comprehended anything? Hearing Ding Ning's words, Zhong Yi's face burned. Thinking that as the eldest senior brother, he had not fulfilled his duty as a senior brother, he felt extremely guilty. You can see what others see, and you can infer the possibilities. This is also an astounding talent. Forefather Ju's benevolent and amiable expression turned solemn. He hesitated for a moment and then seemed to make a decision. He looked at Ding Ning with a sincere and pleading gaze and said, I have encountered a serious obstacle in my comprehension of some things. Even if your cultivation is not as good as mine, some of your ideas may be able to inject new blood into my cultivation path. Can you spend some time to accompany me to take a look? Chapter 139. Everyone was shocked speechless. Forefather Ju was asking a young person for advice on cultivation. This sounded impossible, but it was happening right in front of them. Ding Ning thought for a moment and said, "I do not dare." Forefather Ju's expression grew gentler. He said with a smile, "There is a time of birth, but there is no order in comprehension." Ding Ning frowned slightly and did not immediately agree. Forefather Ju did not show any impatience. He maintained his amiable smile and said, "Just now, you said to your junior sect brother that everyone has their own strengths. In cultivation and comprehension, the most important thing is opportunity. You did not gain anything here, but maybe you will gain something at my place." Zhongyi was moved. He felt that Forefather Ju's words were reasonable. He turned to look at Ding Ning, hoping that Ding Ning would not miss this chance. Ding Ning glanced at him and finally spoke. "If that is the case, this junior will be disrespectful." Forefather Ju was overjoyed. He took a step forward and took Ding Ning's hand. He said, "Come with me." Seeing Forefather Ju so amiable and kind, and think so highly of Ding Ning, Zhongyi, Xie Changsheng and the others exchanged a look. They were overjoyed and hoped that Ding Ning would have some astounding fortuitous encounters this time. But at this time, Ding Ning, who was being led out by Forefather Ju, sneered even more inside. The moment she held his hand, there was a wave of vital energy that ordinary cultivators could not sense, but he could clearly sense. It was extremely weak but extremely penetrative. It circulated through his body. This was Forefather Ju testing him. It was just that all the little silkworms in his body had disappeared without a trace. Even Fang Xiumu couldn't sense anything unusual that day. How could he discover his secret with such a probing today? Today, countless people in Changling knew that they had entered the Ju family ink garden. Even with Xie Changsheng, Nangong Caishu and Xu Hashan's background, the Ju family could not afford to offend them. Forefather Ju was also so benevolent and amiable that people thought of Shui Wangshu. So Zhongyi, Nangong Caishu and the others did not feel that there would be a problem if Ding Ning and Forefather Ju went to Ink Garden alone. But Ding Ning knew that there would be a problem. Forefather Ju's expression was extremely gentle, as though that probing thread of vital energy did not exist and had not come from his body. Gentle energy wrapped around his and Ding Ning's bodies and brought them into the courtyard he lived in. But then, he did not go to his bedroom, but to the garden in the courtyard. The garden was at the center of the small courtyard. There was a fake mountain and a small pond with lotus flowers. At this time, the lotus leaves were defeated, and the pond was only left with a thin layer of ice. In addition, the sky was dark, and the place had returned to its pure black and white color, so the pond looked indescribably bleak. The pieces of defeated lotus leaves did not look like lotus leaves, but instead looked like strange ghosts. "Do not panic." Forefather Ju walked towards the pond and said softly to Ding Ning. The moment his feet touched the thin ice on the pond, a thin wave of primal energies of the universe slowly came out of his body. A layer of fine water droplets suddenly appeared between his feet and the thin ice. The fine water droplets seemed to pass through the ice like invisible objects and seeped down. A straight path suddenly appeared between the thin ice and the withered lotus leaves. It split to the sides and revealed a stone staircase that led deep underground. This pond covered in thin ice was already colder than the surroundings. However, there was an even more biting cold that continuously rose from the stone steps. Sensing this coldness, Ding Ning's body reacted like an ordinary cultivator, trembling slightly. His mind was very calm. He knew what he needed was in the secret room below. The smell of dust filled Forefather Ju's nose. As he slowly walked down the stone steps, true emotion appeared in his eyes. He remembered that it had been a few years since he last entered this secret chamber. Because a few years ago, he already felt that he could no longer comprehend anything more. A treasure mountain was right in front of him, but he couldn't enter it. This kind of great pain made him even unwilling to look at the things inside. A black metal door appeared in Ding Ning's sight. This black metal door was covered in white frost. There were many seemingly disorderly carved lines on it, but Ding Ning knew that these carved lines were related to many of the lines on the painting scroll. When Forefather Ju approached the metal door, His body and the door seemed to resonate. Two waves of primal energies of the universe collided slightly. The white frost on the metal door turned to dust and the black metal door suddenly moved backwards. Ahead was a dark and empty underground palace. There was no light from any fire, but in the pure darkness, there was a ball of white flame. Ding Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a remnant scroll. Like the painting remnant scroll in the painting, it was sealed in 2 layers of pure and transparent crystal. It really is a cold moon, Ding Ning said slowly in his heart. A crescent moon was drawn on the yellowed paper several feet long. The crescent moon outlined by several ink lines was now emitting true light and coldness. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. The metal door closed behind him. Forefather Ju, whose face was pale from the light of the white flame, could not help but breathe faster. He asked softly, "What do you see?" Ding Ning said calmly, "It seems to be a crescent moon with sword essence." Forefather Ju's eyes immediately brightened. This was an astounding answer. There had been so many cultivators in the Ju family for generations, but no one had been able to see the crescent moon and sword essence the first time they stood in front of this remnant. Not even he could do it. He started to confirm that Ding Ning really had astounding comprehension talent. His breathing sped up uncontrollably, and burning desire and greed flowed through his eyes. This is the missing corner of the painting remnant scroll outside. Even in the era of the previous emperor, the top cultivators of the world did not have the chance to see this thing. This is something the Ju family spent great effort and paid a great price to preserve. Since you have such a chance today, you should take a good look. Forefather Ju exhaled some hot air and tried to speak as slowly and clearly as possible. This corner has an opportunity with me. When I first started to comprehend this painting scroll, what attracted me the most was this corner. I spent almost 100 years. At the start, I discovered that the seal lines of this crescent moon were vital energy cultivation methods. Then I discovered that the light of this crescent moon was the true path of the sword. So this crescent moon doesn't just contain a powerful sword manual, it also contains a powerful vital energy cultivation method. True pain appeared in Forefather Ju's eyes. When comprehending the path, I naturally felt great joy. But after cultivating, I sank into true perplexity. The vital energy cultivation method and sword manual contained in this crescent moon seem to be incomplete. I do not know if there is a problem with my comprehension, or this remnant corner, because while this remnant corner was cut from the scroll outside, it is still missing a piece of the crescent moon. I do not know if there is something important missing from the crescent moon. Listening carefully to Forefather Ju's narration, Ding Ning slowly nodded and said calmly, "Let me take a look." His state of mind became absolutely calm. His eyes fell on the simple ink lines of the crescent moon. His perception quickly spread out along with the countless faint white rays of light. His perception was limited, and could not even pass through the heavy metal door. But the direction of these lines of light caused a scene high up in the sky to appear in his mind. He seemed to be standing high up in the sky and watching these lines of light pass around him. In the sky, there were dots of primal energies of the universe that most cultivators would never be able to touch in their entire lives. Many of the primal energies of the universe that flashed with white and pure light slowly gathered on these lines of light and then descended. Ding Ning frowned slightly. He understood. These lines were not a direct method to fight the enemy, but a method that cultivators use to absorb primal energies of the universe. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He gathered his thoughts and his gaze once again landed on the seal lines that formed the crescent moon. The seal lines quickly flowed in his eyes. The simple seal lines spun in different ways, but in his perception, they became a diagram of meridians. The lines of light that had just absorbed primal energies of the universe in his mind overlapped with this diagram of meridians. He saw the dots of primal energies of the universe seeping into the meridians and settling down. His brow immediately furrowed deeply. Forefather Ju's comprehension was not wrong. Or rather, all of Forefather Ju's previous comprehensions and his present comprehension did not differ. Forefather Ju was also right. This cultivation method of combining vital energy and sword manual was not complete. Ding Ning was certain that if he cultivated this way, some of the energy would not be controlled by the cultivator and would continue to settle down. But was there really something missing from this corner of the scroll? He did not think so. His gaze started to stop at the empty space above the crescent moon. Then his deeply furrowed brow relaxed. Just like curing a disease, he found the crux of the problem. While the moon was waning, it had times when it was full. Therefore, the large piece missing from this crescent moon was the most important invisible talisman line. This meant that when the moon was waning, it would become full, and when the moon was full, it would become a deficit. In his mind, the crescent moon slowly became full, and then waned when it reached its limit. This cycle changed. A new diagram of meridians appeared in his mind. He had completely solved the true meaning of this corner, and obtained what he wanted. But his body also shook slightly. If one was too full, they would turn into a deficit. This was a problem he had understood in the past but had neglected. "What do you feel?" Forefather Ju asked as he felt his body shake. His breathing stopped and his heart beat wildly. Chapter 140. The true meaning was in his mind, and he could speak as he pleased. Ding Ning pondered what to say. After a moment, Forefather Ju could not suppress himself and said, "If you can really help me, I will repay you. I can tell you the cultivation method I comprehended from this cold moon." Hearing this, Ding Ning's expression was still calm, but the disdain in his heart burned like wildfire on the grasslands. He could not see Forefather Ju's abdomen under his silver fox fur coat, but he could imagine that the energy sea in this forefather's abdomen was bulging, and the vital energy in his jade palace was as hard as metal. There may be a problem with this cold moon. He looked regretfully at Forefather Ju and said, "I feel that the method itself may have some problems." Forefather Ju sank into true shock. He took a deep breath and tried to disguise his true emotions. He even put on a humble posture and asked, "What do you think is the problem?" Ding Ning frowned and said, "Why is it not a rising sun, but a cold moon?" Forefather Ju instinctively thought of the painting and could not understand. Ding Ning continued, "The painting clearly has shades. If it is a cold moon like this, then it will be like the cold winter night right now. Looking at the distant mountains, one will be immersed in darkness. How can one see the clear shades? How can one see the white clouds turning into rain? How can one see the rolling rocks of the mountains and the waves of fish tails?" Forefather Ju's expression changed. He said in shock, "You mean that the painting should be daytime, but there is a cold moon. That is not right." Ding Ning sneered inwardly. In reality, the Grandmaster who left behind this painting remnant scroll had great meaning. When the moon was full, the scenery of the distant mountains could be seen clearly. This would cause future generations to speculate why it was not a full moon, and then detect the most important seal character and the true meaning he wanted to express. Yet Forefather Ju had studied for so many years without success. In terms of cultivation, knowledge, and comprehension, he was far from the Grandmaster who had left behind the painting remnant scroll. After so many years of thinking, his mind was probably a mess. So even though his words contained some true meaning, he did not worry that Forefather Ju could obtain true comprehension. He sneered inwardly, but his expression was still unusually calm. "The presence of this crescent moon is too yin and cold." He nodded and then said, "Women are yin, men are yang. So I suspect that the method contained in this remnant corner may be one that only women can cultivate." Forefather Ju paled and said, "A method for women?" Ding Ning said apologetically, "This junior does not know if my feeling is correct. I just feel that the other scrolls are all methods to fight enemies, but this is a cultivation method. This crescent moon is drawn in a corner, and it is so far away, so I suspect that the master who left behind this painting is most likely a woman. Her meaning is that the other parts of the painting can be comprehended and studied, but this corner is related to the cultivation of true essence, and only a woman can cultivate it." Forefather Ju's breathing completely stopped. His body started to tremble. For a moment, there were countless sharp voices screaming in his mind at the same time. They were mocking and laughing wildly. Could it be that his entire life of cultivation was really incomparably laughable? That he had cultivated a cultivation method that only women could cultivate? His psychic power couldn't help but touch the hardened moon palace. He felt the swelling and sinking of his lower abdomen. His heart ached fiercely, but it was as if a streak of light flashed through his mind. Cold moon, menstruation. Was this really so? If a woman cultivated this yin fiendish energy that was too oppressive, she could naturally expel it during her menstruation and her body would be unharmed. So the true meaning of this cold moon was like this. For a moment, his breathing became extremely rapid, and the aura on his body shook chaotically, even causing the entire oppressive underground palace to hum. The entire courtyard started to tremble. The vibrating air pressed into his ear. It was very uncomfortable. Ding Ning coughed softly and covered his ears. Forefather Ju laughed bitterly. But he was a formidable person. At a time like this, he still controlled his emotions. Apologies. He looked at Ding Ning and said softly, I have embarrassed myself in front of you. Thinking that my hundreds of years of comprehension may have been wrong from the start, I am so disappointed. Ding Ning bowed slightly and said, This junior is afraid. This is just my opinion. It may not be correct. This may be built on the foundation of my many years of comprehension. This is a great possibility. Forefather Ju bowed in return and said sorrowfully, I comprehended the vital energy circulation method and sword formula on this when I was 100 years old. At first, it was very powerful, but after using it for a while, the Jade Palace's vital energy started to condense. I thought this was the uniqueness of this method and I could be reborn in the future, but the situation grew worse. If I was wrong from the start, and this is a method that only women can cultivate, then what do you think can be remedied? Ding Ning's gaze imperceptibly flashed. He bowed his head and said, if there is such a possibility, as to remedy. Elder, your understanding of cultivation should surpass mine. Since it is extreme cold, in my view, I can only use extreme yang energy to counteract it. Forefather Ju's mind settled slightly. He suddenly reflected and found that he had lost his sense of propriety. Then a thread of hope rose in his despondent heart. If he could use extreme yang energy to counteract the Jade Palace's vital energy, as long as the Jade Palace's vital energy could be used again, even if he did not use the vital energy circulation method on the diagram and did not use that kind of sword essence, with his present cultivation, he feared that he could surpass his peak in the past and rise again in Changling. For extreme yang energy items to enter the energy sea, they have to merge into the 5 energies. Forefather Ju looked at Ding Ning and said probingly, then there must be a spirit medicine of the universe that nourishes yang energy. Ding Ning said calmly, I think so. Forefather Ju was silent. Moments later, he recovered his benevolent and amiable expression. He said gently, I will send you out now. When he turned and walked a few steps, his energy clashed with the energy on the black metal door. When the metal door opened again, his footsteps paused and he said softly, if you feel it is useful, I can tell you the cultivation method I comprehended from this corner. While only women can cultivate it according to what you said, it is very powerful against enemies. Also, if you do not cultivate it to a certain level, you will not need a long time, and there will be no harm. For you, it may be useful in the short term. Are you really so kind? You didn't even let go of an unfamiliar young man who might be of help to you. You just wanted me to cultivate this kind of technique. In the end, you wanted to see if I, who was in the same situation as you, would be able to find something useful to you. Ding Ning sneered inside, but he showed shock on his face. He said in a trembling voice, is this really possible? Forefather Ju smiled slightly and said, ever since you entered Ink Garden, I received a report. I know that you are ranked on the ranking of talents and will attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials this summer. I think that the cultivation method I comprehended from this corner of the painting remnant scroll will be of great use to you in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Of course, after I tell you later, you can consider whether to cultivate it. Ding Ning took a deep breath. Looking at the other's back, he said, how can I repay Elder's kindness? Forefather Ju smiled and said, then when I think of something you can help with, just do your best to help me. It sounded bold and unrestrained. However, his eyes were cold and filled with ruthlessness. Night fell completely, and the sky was dotted with stars. Xie Changxing, Zhong Yi, and the others grew anxious as they waited, especially when they did not know what had happened when the ground had trembled slightly. They could not help but worry about Ding Ning's safety. At this time, a Zhu family attendant came with a lantern. She bowed to the people in front of the painting remnant scroll and said, "My family's forefather is personally teaching Mr. Ding cultivation methods. It may take some time. Forefather has ordered a banquet to be prepared in the pavilion of Ink Garden for everyone. You can go eat first, and he will personally send Mr. Ding over. Even Forefather Zhu is going to teach him some cultivation methods." Ding Ning is really... Xie Changxing and the others who did not understand thought that Ding Ning's talent caused Forefather Zhu to like him. They were shocked and envious. In a quiet room in the courtyard, Ding Ning sat with his eyes closed as Forefather Zhu slowly narrated. In the span of a few breaths, the meridian diagram clearly appeared in Ding Ning's mind. He used his consciousness to look inside, and the 12 meridians in his body were peeled off. In the corner of the painting remnant scroll, the key meridian points of the 12 meridians were strung together like countless silver beads. They were densely packed and resonated with the countless paths in his mind. In his perception, countless white threads of light suddenly appeared in the world around him. He opened his body and allowed these white threads of light to connect with the silver bead-like meridians in his body. The moment they connected, he sensed countless dots of primal energies of the universe slipping through these white threads of light and entering the meridians in his body. Those meridians lit up one after another like bright lamps. When all the meridians lit up, the dots of primal energies of the universe connected into one and started to flow. They turned into a cold and murderous flow that was extremely heavy like metal. After the dots of primal energies of the universe were absorbed into his 12 meridians, the cold and murderous flow grew stronger. In his perception, it started to give off a deep black. Following his thoughts, the black chi flow instantly suppressed a certain meridian point in one of the meridians. With a boom, this black flow of energy suddenly compressed and transformed into a thin black crystal that settled in that meridian. It was a thin piece of crystal, but it also looked like a small sword that was as thin as ice. It also looked like a piece of crystal rune. Chapter 141. As expected, it is the distant star fiendish energy. Once this thin black crystal formed and was embedded in the meridian point, there was a slight stabbing pain. Ding Ning's mind shifted, and he left his perception. He opened his eyes and woke up. There were countless kinds of primordial qi in the world, such as the withering and flourishing of plants, the burning of wood, wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. No one knew how much primordial qi was active among them, but the primordial qi in the human world could not be separated from the combination and change of the original primordial qi of the world. Yet in this world, there were also the energies of the sun, moon, and stars from the outside. Especially the star energies that came from the distant stars. No one knew how many lightless, cold, and desolate spaces they had to pass through. The coldness and size of those spaces were unimaginable even to cultivators. The star energies that passed through the endless cold spaces and landed in this world were usually tainted with the energies of the extreme yin fiendish energies, and were not compatible with the bodies of cultivators. However, those with great abilities were able to make use of it and comprehend the method to absorb and use the cold fiendish star yuan qi. The most important corner of the painting remnant scroll recorded such a method. Ding Ning could sense that Na Hanji's fiendish energy had formed a sword. With a thought, the crystal sword that had just formed in his body would fly out like a flying sword. Although it was unable to change according to one's will like a real flying sword, it was extremely strange and unpredictable. However, because this object was condensed from the star-cold baleful yuan qi, its power was extremely shocking. Coupled with the fact that it could suddenly be used against an enemy, it was extremely difficult for the enemy to guard against it. These 12 meridians could absorb and form 24 of these fiendish little swords stored in 24 meridian points. According to the true meaning of profit and loss of the moon, the correct method was to absorb these 24 little swords, and then send them out according to unique seal lines. The moment the 20 meridian points were empty, they would absorb large amounts of primal energies of the universe beneficial to the cultivator's body, and merge the energies. This was a method recorded in the cultivation records to absorb water, the true path of profit and loss. But forefather Ju's knowledge and understanding were limited. He only understood the method to fight the enemy, and did not understand the true meaning of cultivation. No wonder you are the genius who set the newest cultivation record in Changling. You can comprehend the method I told you so quickly, and condense fiendish energy so quickly. The moment Ding Ning opened his eyes, forefather Ju sent a bit of vital energy into Ding Ning's body. When he sensed the cold little sword in that meridian point, he immediately sighed. To be able to condense such a sword, the other 23 swords are naturally not a problem. You have already grasped the true technique. You should feel that this cold little sword is harmful to your body, but it should not be a problem to maintain your body for half a year. It is enough for you to deal with the Minute Mountain Sword trials. After sighing, he looked gently at Ding Ning and said, "Half a year wouldn't be a problem." Sensing the chip that was embedded in the orifice like a real ice chip, Ding Ning was certain that it was exactly half a year ago. If he really used forefather Ju's erroneous methods, in half a year, the Jade Palace in his energy sea would freeze under the energy of these fiendish little swords. When he fought the enemy, his Jade Palace and celestial aperture would not flow smoothly, and he feared that he would only be able to use a fraction of his vital energy. That would be the start of the Minute Mountain Sword trials. If he could only rely on these 24 fiendish little swords and a fraction of his cultivation to fight the enemy, he would be in a terrible state. While he thought so, Ding Ning had a sincere expression of gratitude. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, forefather, for the scripture. If I need it in the future, I will do my best." They both had their own plans. Forefather Ju's heart was dark, but he had a bright smile on his face. He said in a harmonious voice, "Little friend is too polite. With your talent, the Ju family ink garden will be proud of you in the future." In the past, the old nobility had been extremely extravagant in food. While the Ju family had declined and the ingredients used were ordinary, the finesse was not something ordinary people could imagine. Even Xie Changsheng, who was used to seeing the dishes of famous chefs in big restaurants, couldn't help but feel that the pursuit of ordinary life of the rich and powerful today was still lacking in refinement and elegance compared to the old aristocratic families of the past when it came to the pursuit of ordinary life. Zhong Yi, who had been thinking about Ding Ning's fortuitous encounters, was slightly distracted. When he put a piece of eggplant into his mouth and tasted the freshness of the chicken soup and shrimp juice, but could not taste the eggplant, he could not help but think, eggplant was eggplant. If one wanted the freshness of the chicken and shrimp, just eat the chicken and shrimp. Why waste so much effort? Such a shallow bowl of eggplant, for ordinary Changling farmers, would not be able to make 2 bowls of rice. But how many things would be wasted in the process of making it? One of the most important reasons why the old nobility were unable to stop the reform in the past was that they were too extravagant. The most famous story was that there was a powerful family that washed the white rice that they could not finish every day into the sauce. The monks in a nearby temple washed the white rice every day, dried it, and stored it. When the powerful family declined, the dried white rice stored in the temple was enough for a family to eat for several years. How could true nobility and loftiness be displayed with such delicacy? In his momentary daze, some true nobility and loftiness unconsciously spread from his body, matching the seal lines he had comprehended from the painting remnant scroll today. The air above Ink Garden suddenly became slightly damp. "Senior sect brother, what, do you want to soak me in the rain? You are eldest sect brother, not brother great wet." At this time, a teasing voice came from outside the door. Zhong Yi shook and refocused. He found that he had accidentally touched those lines in the world again. He instinctively withdrew his presence. The moisture in the sky disappeared. At the same time, he looked at the person who had appeared at the door and exclaimed in surprise, "Junior sect brother Ding Ning, you have returned?" Seeing Ding Ning appear at the door, Xie Changsheng and the others immediately became excited. "Senior sect brother Ding Ning, did you comprehend something? Shun Yi was the first to speak and asked. Ding Ning nodded. Zhong Yi was stunned. He was so surprised that he was stunned. That's great. In the next moment, he said happily from the bottom of his heart. On this night, in a study deep in the Changling Imperial Palace, there was a youth about their age sitting. His features were handsome, gentle and natural, and he exuded generosity and benevolence. A youth of the imperial family was sitting alone in a seclusion room. The gentleness and benevolence he exuded when he revealed his true self was even more precious. Of all of the Yuanwu Emperor's imperial sons, only one had such a personality. So he was Fu Su. At this time, there was a thin booklet open in front of him. This thin booklet was the Minute Mountain Sword Trials Book of Talents compiled by the Hongyang Academy. But the Book of Talents in front of him had changed compared to the one in the daytime. On this open booklet, Chen Liufeng, who had defeated Fang Wuk, was ranked 35th. Ding Ning, who had defeated Zhu Xeri, had quietly risen to 61st. In just one day, the positions of many people on the Book of Talents had changed. These changes, and even the upcoming Minute Mountain Sword Trials, had nothing to do with Fu Su. Some of the secret cultivation manuals in the Changling Imperial Palace would not lose to the Minute Mountain Sword sect. Also, his mother, the Empress of the Qin dynasty, and his father, the Yuanwu Emperor, were the strongest cultivators in the world. They had arranged a cultivation path for him to advance on. Even if he was interested in going to Minute Mountain Sword sect to take a look, with his noble status, he did not need to participate in any tests. Everything about him was something that no young genius in Changling could envy. Yet he was very lonely. Just like how he was with Ding Ning and the others right now. Many young geniuses had friends around them, but he was alone. He seemed to be alone from beginning to end. Especially at the banquet at the beginning of the year, when the palace attendant who usually served him disappeared into the air as though she had never existed. Even though nothing seemed to have changed, he was smart enough to sense that everyone around him was deliberately keeping a distance from him. This kind of distance did not come from disgust and speculation, but from respect and wariness towards his parents, the Empress, and the Emperor. No one was willing to cause trouble for no reason. No one was willing to turn into dust and disappear into the air. When most people who had to appear in front of him held such respect and wariness, he felt even more lonely. While the thin booklet in front of him seemed to have nothing to do with him, the changes on it made him feel lively and exciting. He wanted to have friends like normal youths, and be as lively and exciting as normal youths. His gaze left the booklet and he looked up. The square and dignified buildings outside the window looked like cold shackles. His body did not move, but his mind flew out. Perhaps I should make some changes. Otherwise, if I'm stuck in it and can't get rid of the depression, it will naturally affect the progress of my cultivation. He was talking to himself, as if he was trying to convince himself to make such a sound. A warm and sunny smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 142. Late at night, back to the alley. Ding Ning did not return directly to the wine shop. First, he and Zhong Yi sent Xue Wangshu to the small courtyard they had rented. Shun Yi was also living in this small courtyard. While it was slightly crowded, it was lively. On the way, Xue Wangshu did not ask Ding Ning questions about cultivation. When they entered the small courtyard, Zhong Yi helped him sit down on a cushioned rattan chair. After setting up the brazier, he looked at Ding Ning and asked, "What did that old bastard of the Zhu family teach you today?" Ding Ning did not answer directly, but raised his left hand slightly. With a hiss, a black sword light charged out of the fingertip of his left hand, and instantly shattered the tip of the old pear tree in the small courtyard. Wood shavings flew into the air. That black sword light flew far into the night sky like a shooting star. "Flying sword?" Shun Yi instinctively exclaimed. But then he felt something was wrong. He felt a thick wave of coldness that seemed to freeze one's blood. He gaped and said, "What kind of move is this?" Xue Wangshu's expression grew grave. He hesitated for a long moment and then looked at Ding Ning and asked, "Star fiendish energy?" Ding Ning nodded. Xue Wangshu frowned slightly and then asked, "Will it be harmful?" Ding Ning said seriously, "No." Shui Wangshu was slightly suspicious and said, "That old bastard of the Zhu family is so kind." Ding Ning bent down and whispered into his ear, "The path of profit and loss." Shui Wangshu stilled and then wanted to laugh. But then he looked at Ding Ning and warned, "You still have to be careful. That old bastard of the Zhu family is at least realm 7 second class. Even at my peak, I am not a match for him." Star-cold baleful Yuan Qi, is this the legendary method of condensing baleful aura? Zhong Yi felt that Ding Ning and Shui Wangshu were speaking in riddles. He was slightly confused, but he could clearly hear the criticism in Shui Wangshu's words towards Forefather Zhu. So he looked at Shui Wangshu and said hesitantly, "Cave Master, the Zhu family has been extremely polite to us today. Forefather Zhu is also kind, and has taught junior sect brother Ding Ning. Is it not appropriate for us to be like this behind his back?" Regardless of whether it is appropriate or not, these words were said in this courtyard. If you heard it, then forget it. Don't mention it in front of anyone else. Shui Wangshu glanced at Zhong Yi and Shen Yi and said slowly and meaningfully, "Some things may never be recorded in the history books of the Qin dynasty, but old people like me have coincidentally seen or heard of them. Forefather Zhu and some powerful cultivators of the old prestigious families once kidnapped women and children to tempt others to save them. In the end, his stomach was cut open by a sword in an alley. He screamed and fled, his intestines flowing out. His blood dyed several streets. Everyone thought he was dead. At the time, many cultivators felt that he deserved to die like that. For cultivators, especially cultivators of Changling, using women and children to force the enemy is a very shameless thing. I always think that everyone has a bottom line. If someone has done something like this and crossed a certain bottom line, even if they have cultivated for so many years, even if their temperament has changed, I will still feel that this person is worth being wary of." Hearing these words, Zhong Yi and Shen Yi were stunned. They could not connect that kind and amiable old man with the person Shui Wangshu spoke of. You grew up in the marketplace and have seen all kinds of people. You see people more clearly than them. In the future, even if you are the junior sect brother, you have to remind your senior sect brother Zhong Yi. Shui Wangshu looked at Ding Ning and said. He was reassured and wanted to motion for Ding Ning to go back and rest. After waving his hand, he thought of something and added, "Ding Ning, I am very satisfied with what you did today to help your senior sect brothers, junior sect brothers and good friends. Also, tomorrow, find someone to make a wheelchair for me." Zhong Yi shook and said, "Wheelchair?" Shui Wangshu glanced at him and said, "Even with your support, it is too tiring to walk." Ding Ning knew what Shui Wangshu's words meant, but he did not show any sorrow. He nodded and said, "I will have Wang Taishu help me find a more comfortable wheelchair." Time was always the greatest enemy of cultivators. In a situation where there was no way to change it, the only thing they could do was make the limited time more exciting and glorious. As he bid farewell and left the small courtyard, Ding Ning turned and added, "Up until now, the Minute Mountain Sword trials have been very successful." Shui Wangshu laughed. His laughter was so happy that his eyes narrowed into a line. "Yes," he said with relief, "just lacking some vital energy. I had not expected you to scheme for so long and learn from Zhu Rongmo." When Ding Ning walked into the lightless back courtyard of the wine shop, a familiar cold voice sounded from the bedroom. Ding Ning started to wash up with hot water as usual. At the same time, he said amidst the splashing water, "I just happened to encounter the Zhu family. Also, his fiendish condensing sword can allow me to defeat most opponents in the Minute Mountain Sword trials." After a slight pause, he said, "Also, I am not you. Even if I dislike someone, if that person's methods are useful to me, I will learn them. I only know that your actions and calculations are different from ordinary people." Zhongsun Qianshue's cool voice continued to sound. "Ordinary people calculate benefits, if they see the fruit, they try to pick the fruit. But you always dig deep. When you see the fruit, you even calculate the benefits of the vine and the roots of the vine. You even want to dig out the roots. Since you saw Zhu Rongmo today and know he is not dead, you naturally will not leave after obtaining such methods from the Zhu family. You are right. You naturally understand me. Ding Ning sneered and said, if he really changed his personality, I would want to spare him. But he has not changed. Also, his vital energy is stagnant. Once he feels there is hope, he will act freely. Before the Minute Mountain Sword trials, he will think of ways to scheme against me. I will guide his thoughts to spirit medicines that are useful to me. If everything goes well, his plans will become my wedding dress. Zhongsun Chenxue also sneered. The little fish schemed against the serpent. Do you not feel you have provoked too many people like this? Ding Ning suddenly laughed and said, I know this is your concern for me. Of course, I know that when fighting people like this, if I make one mistake, I will be killed. So I will be especially careful. Zhongsun Chenxue's voice was slightly cold. What is the use of being careful? Today, the person from Cloud Water Palace I told you about came to Falling Parasol and specially came here. I think it can only be for you. Ding Ning's movements stiffened and his brows slowly furrowed. You said you remembered the presence of the person from Cloud Water Palace? Zhongsun Chenxue said coldly, in Changling, when have I remembered the presence of a second person from Cloud Water Palace? Ding Ning started to dry his body and change into clean clothes. In this process, he frowned and thought. He had no clue about the matter, but in just a moment, he managed to sort it out and make a possibility. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He said, the person who tried to assassinate me in Fish Market was a true madman. People like that are usually only acquainted with those in the underworld. If the person who tried to assassinate me in Fish Market was sent by Cloud Water Palace, and Cloud Water Palace is able to walk openly in Changling right now, then the most likely possibility is that Cloud Water Palace is in cahoots with a Changling dignitary. And this dignitary is likely to be the military dignitary who wants to deal with two-level tower. Zhongsun Chenxue was most lazy to think about schemes. But now, Ding Ning spoke very simply. She raised an eyebrow and said to Ding Ning at the door, Liang Lian? I am not certain, but it is most likely him. Ding Ning said, I need to go out immediately. If even Cloud Water Palace wants to act personally, Wang Taishu will be in danger. Zhongsun Chenxue said coldly, there is no need. While I do not know why Cloud Water Palace has come here, I think that only your relationship with Wang Taishu would summon such a person. So I used your name to tell his people to be careful. Ding Ning's brows immediately relaxed. Wang Taishu's power was completely different from before. He could borrow some of the military's power. If he was prepared, even if Bai Shanxue came in person, he likely would not be able to find and kill him in Changling. Help me create a chance to act. Zhongsun Chenxue's voice reached his ears again. His brows that had just relaxed furrowed again. Do not refuse. Zhongsun Chenxue looked at Ding Ning and said with slight disdain, this time, it is not your matter. This is related to the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, and I was the one who found this person. If it really is Liang Lian and Bai Shanxue, this way, they may discover the connection between the Nine Hell Kingsword and me. Then our identities will be unavoidably drawn out. Ding Ning was silent for a moment. He could not find any other reason and could only say this. Aren't you most skilled in scheming? Maybe in your plan, you have included me in it. Zhongsun Chenxue looked at him and sneered. If so, then plan better. Maybe you do not need to use you and Wang Taishu as bait. You can also not let other people find traces of me and him. Even if I want to scheme against you, I want you to leave Changling. But I cannot change you. Ding Ning looked at her in the darkness and said slowly and gravely, previously, you said that I walked too quickly, but after you could suppress the Nine Hell Kingsword, you changed. You are not willing to be left out. I only hope that you will not be too fast. Zhongsun Chenxue glanced at him and used the words he often used to answer, I will be careful. Chapter 143. It was deep into the night, but the most noble mistress of the Qin dynasty was not asleep. She was still sitting on the phoenix chair in the study. In the spirit spring not far in front of her, the white and flawless lotus flowers had already withered and were beginning to bear several equally white and flawless lotus pods that did not seem to belong to the mortal world. Fu Su wants to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Hearing the report of a palace made below the spirit spring, she said softly, "It's really troublesome." The palace attendant instinctively thought that the empress would not allow it. But when she looked up, she saw the faint smile on the empress' beautiful face. She stilled. He is a youth and cannot endure loneliness. But which of those true heroes has not caused trouble before? The empress said coolly, "If he wants to go, let him go. It is good to learn." The palace attendant made a sound of acknowledgement. She hesitated and said, "The Holy One has sent multiple decrees today." He confirmed that the people accompanying him to the Deer Mountain Conference are Marquis Shu, Bureau Chief Huang, Prime Minister Li, and Imperial Prince Hu Hai. Also, the Holy One sent a decree to Fenghu Province. He hopes that Fang Xiumu will also come. But his words are gentle and he did not force it. Prime Minister Li, Hu Hai, and Fang Xiumu? The Empress murmured softly to herself. The palace attendant inexplicably felt a layer of coldness. In her view, since Fu Su was the most favored imperial son of the Empress and the Holy One, then if the Deer Mountain Conference was to bring an imperial son, it should be Prince Fu Su. Had the Holy One's attitude towards Prince Fu Su changed slightly because of what had happened at the New Year's banquet? According to some rumors in the palace, the Holy One had intended to make Fu Su the crown prince next spring. If the Holy One's mind changed, what kind of storm would there be? To her surprise, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corners of the Empress' lips again. She said softly, "This is good." The palace attendant left with misgivings. Inside and outside the imperial palace, there were many people who had the same misgivings as her. The Deer Mountain Conference was related to the conflict between the Qin dynasty, the Chu, Yang, and Qi dynasties. It was a major event. Compared to the Deer Mountain Conference that was related to the fate of the entire dynasty, the Minute Mountain Sword Trials were just a game for the young in the eyes of many important people. Because it was so important, everything related to the Deer Mountain Conference would reflect a lot of information. Those who could accompany him were naturally the emperor's most trusted people. At the same time, they were also important people who held astonishing power in some aspect. Why did you summon Fang Xiumu? On a certain section of the walls of the imperial city of the Qin dynasty, two bigwigs were talking in the dark. Their faces could not be seen clearly in the dark, but one of them had a faint red glow on his face, as if cinnabar was about to seep out of his skin. His face was long and narrow, and vaguely looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. The other person seemed to be in the prime of his life. He was tall and sturdy like an iron tower, and he was like a ferocious beast. Hot qi and blood rose from his body, causing the cold air around him to distort a little. It was as if he was stepping on an extremely hot steamer. Fang Xiumu only knows how to meditate and comprehend the sword. His Majesty naturally did not summon him because he is interesting and can relieve the boredom of the journey. Hearing the words of the bigwig with the faint red glow, the tall person said casually. The person with the faint red glow said coldly, "Has Fang Xiumu become stronger than Yi Xileng and the others after sitting for so many years?" The tall person said, "That is the only possibility." The person with the faint red glow sneered. "Fenghu Province is glorious now, but we are not. How is it not good?" The tall person shook his head and said, "You say that His Majesty did not allow Fu Su to accompany him?" The person with the faint red glow said, "Other than this, is there anything else that is worth me coming here to talk to you?" The burly man glanced at him and said bluntly, "You've misunderstood. When His Majesty is outside, what he needs to worry about the most is His Majesty's safety. But with His Majesty's cultivation, what he needs to consider is not his safety after he leaves Changling, but whether Changling is stable. Who could cause Changling to become unstable? His Majesty took Prime Minister Li away. Only Her Highness the Empress has this ability. If he has such concerns and wants to take Fu Su away, everyone knows that the Empress dotes on Fu Su. Even Fu Su stayed behind to accompany the Empress. If the Empress wants to do something, she will not have any misgivings. So His Majesty has arranged this because he absolutely trusts the Empress. The person with the faint red glow was silent for a moment and said, "You have followed His Majesty and the Empress for many years. You see more clearly than I do." The tall person glanced at him and said slowly, so we just have to wait. Next spring, the Prince Fu Su that the Meng family and your Duanmu family support will be the crown prince. In the morning, because most of the shops were still closed for the new year, falling parasol appeared even colder. Ding Ning cooked porridge and opened the shop. He originally wanted to ask Xue Wangshu what he wanted to eat today, but he immediately saw a carriage waiting for two youths under the tree in front of the shop. These two youths were about the same age as Ding Ning. One was dressed in a red robe with a white fox collar, the other was dressed in a purple satin robe. The two youths had white faces and tender skin, and had proud expressions. Seeing Ding Ning, the expressions of the two youths changed. The slightly taller youth dressed in the purple satin robe immediately came forward and bowed in greeting. This one is Zhen Tingan. Greetings, Brother Ding. Ding Ning looked at this youth and returned the greeting. He asked, so early in the morning, what is the matter? Zhen Tingan smiled slightly, but his eyebrows rose. He suddenly had an arrogant expression. The ranking on the Book of Talents has changed. He looked into Ding Ning's eyes and said. Ding Ning frowned slightly and said, so what? You have risen to 61st. Zhen Tingan's smile suddenly disappeared and turned to coldness. His voice quickly turned harsh. I am now ranked 62nd. I cannot understand how you qualify to be ranked above me, so I came here early in the morning to ask you. Ding Ning said calmly, if you cannot understand, you can ask Hongyang Academy. They made the Book of Talents, not me. Zhen Tingan said mockingly, that is too troublesome for me. There are simpler and more direct methods. You want to challenge me? Ding Ning shook his head briskly and said, no. Zhen Tingan stilled and instinctively asked, why? Ding Ning glanced at him and said, not interested. Zhen Tingan laughed in anger. Is this a matter of whether you are interested or not? Ding Ning nodded and said, I do not want to waste words. You should leave. Zhen Tingan laughed loudly for a dozen breaths. It would not be good if someone tore down the door in the new year. His gaze landed on the door of the shop behind Ding Ning and he said disdainfully, even if I pay for it, I cannot find a craftsman to make up for it. Ding Ning glanced at him and shouted, Senior Sect Brother Zhong Yi. There is a matter. Come quickly. Zhen Tingan and the youth behind him stilled. They thought, did this common youth not know the rules and wanted to call his senior sect brother to fight? A tall figure rushed out from a small courtyard not far away. Steam rose from his hand as he held a hot towel. Junior sect brother Ding Ning, what is the urgent matter? I am helping Cave Master wash up. Zhong Yi looked with a grimace at Ding Ning and asked. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, please, senior sect brother and junior sect brother Shen Yi bring Cave Master over. There are things he likes to see. Hearing Ding Ning's words, Zhong Yi stilled. He looked at Zhen Tingan and the other youth with some understanding. Why so early? He said in a low voice and then turned to fly back. It seems that common people do not have any sense of shame. It will not work if I do not force you. Zhen Tingan smiled in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the carriage. He said, I even brought the unsharpened iron sword. I do not need to borrow it. You will not have any more excuses. Facing Zhen Tingan's arrogant attitude, Ding Ning only waited silently. After a dozen breaths, Zhong Yi and Shen Yi's figures appeared in his sight. The two carried a rattan chair and carried out Xue Wangshu. After settling Xue Wangshu under the nearby eaves, Zhong Yi went into the courtyard to get a thick blanket and a fire basin. Junior sect brother Shen Yi, go get a bigger umbrella. Seeing Zhong Yi put the fire basin in front of Xue Wangshu's feet, Ding Ning said to Shen Yi, what do you need an umbrella for? Zhong Yi was slightly puzzled and looked up at the sky. At this time, the sky was clear and the morning light was shining down. Was there any hint of rain? Zhen Tingan frowned and was about to say something. But at this time, Ding Ning looked at him and said calmly, you are not a match for me. Also, my attacks are too powerful so I will not fight you. Also, you cannot even defeat me, senior sect brother Zhong Yi. Before Zhen Tingan could speak, Ding Ning turned to look at the stunned Zhong Yi and said, senior sect brother, you fight this round. Are you making fun of me? Or do you really want me to tear down your shop? Zhen Tingan shouted in disbelief. Zhong Yi also looked at Ding Ning and said in disbelief, Junior sect brother, you know I speak the truth. What if I accidentally stab him to death? Ding Ning looked at him and said, also, 2 people on the genius ranking will have more face than me alone. Is this forcing a duck onto a perch? Shui Wangshu had been slightly dazed, but now he stroked his beard and smiled. He said, but this is also good. Zhong Yi, you have a peaceful personality and need someone to push you. Do not disappoint your junior sect brother's good intentions. Zhong Yi did not dare to refute Shui Wangshu's words. He said hesitantly, Cave Master, is this really good? Enough. Zhen Tingan shouted angrily. Ding Ning, you feel that a person who is not even in the Book of Talents is a match for me? If you do not dare, you can just crawl through my pants. Why do you have to think of so many tricks? Ding Ning's expression was slightly cold. He said scornfully, what, you do not dare? If you can really defeat my senior sect brother, I will wait for you to fight at any time. Why are you shouting here and disturbing my peace? Today, I will first defeat him and then see if you can hide. Zhen Tingan was furious. He jumped on his foot and with a hum, an unsharpened iron sword flew towards Zhong Yi. Chapter 144. Blocking the door in the morning, threatening to tear down the door, and kicking the sword to challenge, Zhen Tingan's actions today appeared very arrogant. Yet this was very normal in Changling. Zhen Tingan was like a miniature of countless Changling youths. Everything was false reputation. Strength was the most important. When the swordsmen of the Qin dynasty had defeated the Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, Changling had a presence where the sword was the most important. In reality, in the hearts of the nobility, the reason the Yuanwu emperor was able to succeed in his reform and control the entire Qin dynasty after ascending the throne was because he and the people around him had swords that no one else could stop. So many cultivators in Changling respected Shui Wangshu now, not because Shui Wangshu was old enough, but because of his cultivation. Zhong Yi turned sideways, reached out, and accurately grabbed the hilt of the unsharpened iron sword flying at him. He was familiar with the personalities of the youths of Changling, so he was not angry. He looked at Ding Ning and said with a frown, do you really want me to fight? Ding Ning glanced at him and said softly, fight more brilliantly, not that I want to watch. Zhong Yi heard the meaning in Ding Ning's words. His worried expression finally disappeared and he nodded solemnly. You made a challenge so troublesome. No wonder White Goat Cave could only belong to the Green Vine Sword Academy. Zhen Tingan had lost his patience and said rudely. Then he walked to the center of the path. He raised the unsharpened iron sword in his hand and pointed the blunt tip at Zhong Yi's chest. The blade started to tremble slightly and gave off a roar like waves hitting the shore. Zhong Yi cautiously walked forward quickly, trying to get as far away from Shui Wangshu as possible. At the same time, he shot a look at Shen Yi, indicating for him to take care of Shui Wangshu. If this was an ordinary time, Zhen Tingan would wait for the opponent to hold the sword before attacking. But for him, Zhong Yi was not the opponent he wanted to find. Also, Ding Ning and Zhong Yi were delaying in his eyes. So he attacked directly. The seal scripts on the unsharpened iron sword were quickly filled with blinding vital energy and primal energies of the universe. An indigo sword energy slanted forward as Zhen Tingan moved forward. This sword energy did not slash straight at Zhong Yi's chest, but splashed to the ground like a clear stream and then spread into thin indigo sword energy like bamboo leaves. Zhen Tingan was a disciple of the Clear Stream Sword School. This attack was the famed sword form of the Clear Stream Sword School, Clear Stream Bamboo Shadow. Zhong Yi hastily swung his unsharpened iron sword in front of him. A slightly curved white sword light like a curved white goat horn blocked the thin indigo sword energy that shot upwards like bamboo leaves. But at this time, Zhen Tingan had charged in front of him. A shrill cracking sound covered all the sounds of sword energy clashing. A terrifying power suddenly surged out of the tip of Zhen Tingan's unsharpened sword and stabbed towards Zhong Yi's chest. This was Clear Stream Gushing Spring. Zhong Yi sensed the terrifying momentum of this attack. His expression changed slightly and he flicked his sword upwards. In this critical moment, his blunt sword accurately stabbed at the tip of Jintingan's sword and caused the power of this attack to pass over his head. A hint of disdain flashed across Jintingan's face. While Zhongyi had easily resolved the attack, in this moment of contact, he could sense that Zhongyi's vital energy cultivation was slightly weaker than his. Without any hesitation, the true essence in his body surged out in an even more turbulent manner, pouring into the sword and pressing down. Zhongyi's body staggered and he took 3 steps back. The sword light from above split into 2 and continued to advance in front of him. 2 clear and deep sword marks appeared on the stone path in front of him and sprayed out dust. There was a tearing sound. A tear appeared on Zhongyi's right sleeve. Jintingan's sword move had ended, but the disdain on his face grew. He quickly put his sword away. Once he put his sword away, a vast wave of vital energy suddenly shot out of his body and collided with the vital energy and primal energies of the universe still stored in his sword. This collision was like a blossoming wave, suddenly dragging out countless green lines of water in the air. Zhongyi's expression grew more serious. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, and he raised the sword in his hand. With another explosion, a slightly curved white sword energy shot up. This was the white goat hanging horn of the white goat sword manual. In this moment, the blue lines of water pulled out true blue water blades and shot forward. The thickest part of the white goat horn blocked these blue water blades like a shield. Zhongyi did not move, but his body trembled slightly. A tear appeared on each shoulder of his robes and fine beads of blood flew out. With a boom, the white goat horn disappeared. Zhongyi took 3 more steps back. "You say you can win against me like this?" Jintingan, who had taken a step back and avoided the remnant sword essence of the white goat hanging horn, pointed his sword at the ground. He looked leisurely and disdainful. Ding Ning frowned slightly. Looking at the faint marks of blood on Zhongyi's shoulders, he said, "Senior sect brother, are you a masochist or an exhibitionist? You will wait until your clothes are torn before you truly attack." Looking at his clothes out of the corner of his eye, Zhongyi said in embarrassment, "I was afraid that Cave Master would say the time was too short and not exciting enough, and wanted to see if I could win with just the white goat sword manual. I had not expected the opponent to be so strong." Hearing the conversation between the two clearly not admitting defeat, Jintingan's expression grew darker. He took a deep breath and did not want to speak. He only wanted to completely defeat Zhongyi with his next blow. He swung his sword forward again. This time, the flow of vital energy in his body was even stronger, as though he was going to spew out all the vital energy in his energy sea at once. However, this crazy surge of true essence carried a unique rhythm. Waves of vital essence at different speeds collided and overlapped with each other on the sword in his hand. The pure black unsharpened sword in his hand started to give off blue light until it turned completely blue. Wave after wave of green flames spilled out from his sword. As his sword moved, the sword cut out wondrous paths in the air. Small whirlpools appeared in the layers of blue waves. Every tiny vortex became more and more condensed, turning into the shape of round pebbles. Zhongyi's expression grew grave again. The Clear Stream Sword Academy had a mystic technique known as the Streamstone Sword. The clear stream carried thousands of pebbles as it flowed forward rapidly. These thousands of pebbles were like a gigantic grindstone. Even if one could block it for a moment, they would probably be ground to death later on. Jintingan must be using this streamstone sword right now. Feeling the weight of each pebble, Zhongyi knew he had no other choice. He stabbed with the black iron sword in his hand. However, his sword did not stab forward. Instead, the tip of the sword pointed upwards, piercing towards the sky above. As he stabbed, many paths he had clearly comprehended in Ink Garden appeared in his mind. Waves of sword chi rushed out from the tip of his sword. The clear and faint energy charged into the sky, causing moisture and rain in Ink Garden. At this time, waves of murderous sword energy pierced the sky. What kind of change would it cause? Nothing seemed to have changed. Jintingan's indigo sword light had risen and was flying over. Zhongyi's eyes flashed with an unusual light. At the same time, his expression was slightly hesitant. Ding Ning looked at him and said calmly, Do not be wishy-washy. Do you want Cave Master to be angry? The moment Ding Ning spoke, Zhongyi felt something was wrong. The sword in his hand that was stabbing towards the sky had already slashed down. At this moment, the aura in the entire alley changed abruptly. Shen Yi, who had been anticipating to the extreme, couldn't help but exclaim. Zhen Tingan's breathing suddenly stopped. He could feel countless sharp wills rapidly descending from the sky above. He unconsciously looked up. He saw countless sparkling and translucent raindrops suddenly appear in the clear sky. It was different from the rain in the past. Each raindrop in these lines of rain was connected together like countless small hammers hitting each other to spread the moisture to the ground as quickly as possible. Sensing the sharpness in the lines of rain, Zhen Tingan's face quickly paled. He let out an unprecedented roar and raised the long sword in his hand. The stream of indigo pebbles surged upwards towards the lines of rain. It was not that he wanted to block, but he could not dodge. The sword essence of Zhongyi's sword had filled all the alleys around him. He could not reach Zhongyi. Thousands of lines of rain fell into the alleys. Miraculously, the lines of rain that fell on the eaves on the sides, the trees in the alleys, and the other parts of the street only gave off pure moisture and splashed into water. Only where Zhongyi's sword was pointing, where Zhen Tingan was, the lines of rain gave off terrifying energies and turned into sharp and unstoppable small swords. Countless dense raindrops pierced into the green waterfall-like stream, rushing out one straight white line after another. The sharp sword essence collided with the small pebbles in the stream and created even finer white flowers. Each small pebble had the unshakable presence of a rock in the water, steady and persistent. Yet these lines of rain were too long and lasted longer. It was just a moment of dawn, but the stalemate was like water dripping through stone. Countless small green pebbles burst open. The stream of water that was surging upwards completely collapsed and dissipated. Zhen Tingan's unsharpened sword was still swinging powerlessly upwards, but countless raindrops had landed on his sword and his body. Zhongyi had put away his sword and the presence he gave off was withdrawn. Yet these raindrops had not dissipated. They hit the unsharpened sword and gave off dense clangs. Countless popping sounds came from Zhen Tingan's body. He was unable to stand under the dense impact and fell to the ground. His clothing was pierced with countless small holes, and his skin was covered in small bloody marks. The rain flowed down his skin. His tattered clothing was soaked, and his loose hair was dripping. His body started to uncontrollably tremble in cold and terror. How is this possible? What kind of sword move is this? He looked up weakly at Zhongyi and asked with his pale lips. Chapter 145. Zhongyi looked apologetically and awkwardly at Zhen Tingan, who was sitting dazedly in the rain. He did not know how to answer. Even he did not know the name of this move he had comprehended from the painting remnant scroll. This move is called Morning Rain Dries the Dust. Ding Ning's voice sounded. Zhen Tingan's body shook. As Ding Ning spoke calmly, he saw all the dust on the roof tiles, on the withered branches, and in the cracks of the stone paths had been washed away. Everything looked brand new. Zhongyi nodded apologetically at Zhen Tingan again. Then he looked nervously at Ding Ning and asked, "Junior sect brother Ding Ning, how was my move?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said emotionally, "Very good." The rain falling from the sky formed lines, and the dampness formed sword essence. This was a thunderous and murderous move. If Ding Ning had been the one to use it, many things in this long alley would have been turned to dust. Zhongyi was gentle and kind. In his hand, the murderousness of this move had been greatly restrained. As a result, the rain outside was as gentle as the spring rain. Yet, this change produced a change that even Ding Ning had not expected. The primal energies of the universe that had gathered in the sky did not tilt with the murderousness, but naturally poured in where his sword essence pointed. So while this move was still too gentle, and the sword essence could not be used to its fullest, the rain covering Zhen Tingan had increased in speed and penetration. So the same sword and sword form had different effects in different people's hands. Hearing Ding Ning's praise, Zhongyi finally showed a relaxed smile. While Ding Ning was his junior sect brother, He seemed to have stricter demands on him than Xue Wangshu. Also, he had comprehended this sword essence after Ding Ning's reminder. At least, in this move, Ding Ning was his teacher. This was the first time he had used it against an enemy, so he naturally hoped to receive his teacher's approval. Xinyi held a large umbrella above Xue Wangshu's head. The water droplets that were splashing towards Xue Wangshu were all stopped and flowed down the umbrella. At this time, he finally realized why Ding Ning had him prepare an umbrella from the start. He had not detected that half of his clothing was wet. Looking at the spotless streets, the relaxed smile on Zhongyi's face, and Xinyi's half-soaked clothes to block the water droplets for him, Xue Wangshu smiled in satisfaction and said, "Very good." Zhongyi wanted Xue Wangshu to be happy. Hearing Xue Wangshu's praise, he was truly happy and his face seemed to glow. "You also know this sword form?" Zhen Tingan struggled to stand up from the ground. He looked at Ding Ning with a pale face and asked. While he did not know how Zhongyi had comprehended this move, he could sense many things from Zhongyi's expression when he asked Ding Ning. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "I do not cultivate this sword form, but I cultivate more powerful than this." Zhongyi feared that Zhen Tingan would not give up and said urgently, "My junior sect brother Ding Ning speaks the truth. If you fight him, I fear you will be seriously injured. So you are not cowardly, you really have the confidence to win." Zhen Tingan's expression changed. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the carriage. But before he got on the carriage, he said softly, "But even if you have absolute confidence in defeating me, it is useless. Someone will come find you. I know someone who does not want you to have a chance to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials." When Zhongyi heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He asked anxiously, "Who is it?" But Zhen Tingan did not answer. The carriage carried him and the other youth and sped quickly. Only the sound of hooves echoed in the streets. He does not speak much after being defeated. This Zhen Tingan does not seem like a bored person. Zhongyi frowned in worry. He turned to look at Ding Ning and said, "He must have heard something." Ding Ning frowned. The appearance of the Cloud Water Palace cultivator and the threat to Wang Taishu, especially Zhongsun Qianshue's changes after suppressing the Nine Hell King Sword, made him feel it was hard to control. Now that there was such a thing, his mood couldn't help but turn sour. "What? You want someone to cripple me before I attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials?" Ding Ning sneered. Regardless of whether it is Li Lingjun or other important people who want to do this for some reason, if they want to do this, they will first pay a painful price. Ding Ning's sneer caused Zhongyi to inexplicably feel cold. Xue Wangshu looked strangely at Ding Ning. Of course, he did not know that Zhongsun Qianxue was Ding Ning's greatest weakness. He did not know that Ding Ning was anxious because of Zhongsun Qianshue's changes, but he was sure that Ding Ning's mood today was very different from usual. Forbearance was something Xue Wangshu was best at. So he coughed softly and prepared to reason with Ding Ning. But at this time, a voice floated from the entrance of the alley. "High cultivation, high skill. Even if you are destined to win, it is useless because in many places, human lives are worthless. Some people can easily find people and use their lives to trade for yours." The speaker was a middle-aged man in grey robes. When Zhongyi turned his head, this grey-robed man had just come down from a grey carriage. This grey-robed man's features were ordinary, but his hair was completely shaved. There were large tattoos from the top of his head to the back of his head, but it was impossible to see what the tattoos were. He had a presence that was even colder and darker than the officials of the Divinity Bureau. He seemed to give off a musty smell, as though he had not seen the sun for a long time. Or rather, even the sun seemed to avoid his smell. Ding Ning's sneer had caused Zhongyi to feel cold. Now, this middle-aged man of unknown origins caused Zhongyi to feel waves of coldness and fear. This presence was distant and unfamiliar, but in a few breaths, Ding Ning thought of where this presence came from. He took a deep breath. His expression did not change much, but he started to secretly change the flow of energy in his body. He deliberately controlled his heartbeat to be faster than usual. "My surname is Xue, my name is Yi, not Yi as in clothes, but one as in horizontal and vertical." The grey-robed middle-aged man had no intentions of coming back. His slightly grey eyes reflected Ding Ning's figure. He said coldly, "Ding Ning, I have come here on orders from official Shun to take you to the Great Floating Water Prison to help with the case." Almost at the same time, in a dark room, Mo Qinggong, dressed in indigo robes, stood behind a grey-robed official with his hands behind his back. This grey-robed official was unusually tall and thin. Compared to the slightly fat Mo Qinggong, he was like a turret. In front of him, there was a smooth, mirror-like metal bed. On top of the bed, there were all sorts of gleaming knives. Above the mirror-like metal bed, there were some hooks, ropes, and other things hanging. Anyone who saw such a scene would immediately feel that this room was a slaughterhouse, or a coroner's examination room. However, on a hook near the wall of this room, there was a body that was constantly wriggling. It was constantly emitting weak but extremely mournful moans. The sound of water came from the wall. This was a torture room. A very ordinary torture room in the Great Floating Water Prison. Looking at the figure wriggling like a maggot in the grey shadow in the corner, half of his skin stripped off, even though he had come to the Great Floating Water Prison many times, even though the Divinity Bureau had a place for torture and interrogation, Mo Qinggong was still filled with discomfort. He is already like this. Official Shin, you have spent so much effort on him. What else can he not spit out? Mo Qinggong suppressed his discomfort. Looking at the tall and thin grey-robed official, he asked in a deep voice, "Why did you have official Shui find that wine shop youth to help with the case?" "Because I am very idle." The grey-robed official turned around. His face was thinner and longer than ordinary people, and his eyes were deeply sunken. In a dark place like this, he was not much different from a skeleton. "You should know that very few people are sent here. Since the Holy One has given me a salary, of course I cannot do nothing." Since he had sent one in, he would have to spend the next few months with nothing to do on him. "As long as I dig, I will be able to dig out something useful." He looked expressionlessly at Mo Qinggong and said coldly. Mo Qinggong coughed softly to ease his discomfort. Yet when the figure hanging in the corner heard the word "several months," he gave off a weak wail worse than a ghost's cry. The grey-robed official was naturally Shen Xian, who was in charge of the Great Floating Water Prison. He looked at Mo Qinggong as though he did not hear and said, "In the eyes of the Divinity Bureau, that wine shop youth is not suspicious, but in my view, he is the biggest problem." Mo Qinggong's expression turned cold. He said, "What do you mean?" "When Bureau Chief Yi killed Zhao Ni, he was present, and helped Wang Taishu gain a foothold. After entering White Goat Cave, he reached profound understanding in half a day, and then his cultivation soared. 3 cultivators like this went to assassinate him, but he did not die, and killed one of them in one move. This is impossible for ordinary people." The grey-robed official looked at Mo Qinggong and said expressionlessly, "Too many coincidences are problematic. Too many impossibilities occurring to one person are also problematic. Do not tell me that the Divinity Bureau has investigated thoroughly, and do not tell me that Fang Xiumu feels he is not suspicious." He lowered his eyes and started to show a coldness that even Mo Qinggong felt his heart tremble. When the Great Floating Water Prison handles cases, all bureaus must cooperate. You should know that I have many methods that you do not. Only when I see no problem will I feel there is no problem. Chapter 146. Ding Ning exchanged a few words with Zhong Yi and Shen Yi and then walked onto the grey carriage that seemed to give off a musty smell. The old horses knew the way and did not need people to drive them. The 2 old horses pulled the carriage and slowly moved through the streets of Changling. Inside the carriage, Shui Yi sat with his back facing Ding Ning. Ding Ning saw the tattoo on his green scalp. That should be Ksitigaba Bodhisattva. He held a pearl in his left hand and a staff in his right as he sat on a lotus throne. The entire tattoo was multicolored. Ksitigaba Bodhisattva's face was benevolent and compassionate, but this color and compassion clashed with Shui Yi's presence and made people feel even more uncomfortable. The curtains of this carriage were not sealed. As the carriage shook, the curtains swayed, and much of the coldness seeped in. Sitting in the innermost part of the carriage, Ding Ning pulled his collar tighter. He looked at the two brown old horses through the gap created by the swaying curtains and tried to find a conversation. These two old horses are very obedient. Sitting in front of him, Shui Yi said coldly, the disobedient ones have been killed. After killing so many, there will be some obedient ones left behind. Animals are much easier to discipline than people. For animals, death is their greatest fear, but people are different. Some people can risk their lives to do things they think are worth it. Ding Ning's expression did not change, but he made his heart beat faster. He said, I have never interacted with official before. I do not know why official warned me at the start. Shui Yi did not turn around. He shook his head and said, do not have any illusions. I am just casually teaching you a lesson. Every young cultivator of Changling is a valuable treasure of the Qin dynasty. Ding Ning grew silent and did not speak. Shui Yi also did not speak and allowed the old horses to pull the carriage forward. After half a day, the carriage finally entered the outskirts of Changling and the deathly stillness of the poplar forest. When they approached the low stone house built along the river, Shui Yi spoke again. When we enter the prison, you have to follow my footsteps. If you take a wrong step, you may die. Ding Ning's expression turned serious, but he still did not speak. He nodded to show that he had heard clearly. Shui Yi sneered softly. He only showed a bit of his presence, but the two tired old horses suddenly sank into great terror and started to gallop. Moments later, they crossed hundreds of feet of flat ground and faced a stone room that did not even have a door. It looked like they were going to crash into the stone wall and die. However, in front of the fierce wind brought about by the carriage, the stone wall suddenly twisted and turned into an overlapping shadow. The wildly galloping carriage passed through the wall, suddenly plunging into a thick chill. The light on both sides quickly dimmed, and the sound of water splashing under the hooves of the horses continued. Behind this illusory stone wall formed by Yuan Qi was actually a flat passage. It was just that there were no windows on either side of the stone wall, and it was pitch black. Moreover, there was a layer of water at least 2 feet deep on the road. This was the water shadow path, the only passage into the great floating water prison. There were at least 5 kinds of powerful formations under the shallow water layer. When Ding Ning's mental power swept across, there were more than 5 kinds of murderousness under the water layer. Feeling the coldness in the unfrozen water that was even colder than ice, and thinking of the person locked in the deepest part of the water prison being in such bone-chilling water, Ding Ning stopped controlling his heartbeat and blood flow, and allowed his body to tremble slightly. With a splash, a patch of water splashed onto the ground. The carriage finally reached dry land. It was called dry land, but in reality, it was unspeakably dark and damp. There was a moldy smell coming from the cracks in the stone. After the 2 old horses set foot on the dry ground, they stopped moving, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Someone was waiting like a ghost at the side, leading the 2 old horses away. Only Shui Yi and Ding Ning were left on the carriage. Shui Yi turned and looked coldly at Ding Ning. Understanding his meaning, Ding Ning walked behind him. Shui Yi started to walk, his long grey boots leaving behind indistinct footprints on the ground. Ding Ning walked in his footprints. The great floating water prison was the most heavily guarded place in the Qin dynasty. Even someone like Mo Qinggong could only enter with the permission of the person in charge of the great floating water prison. In the imaginations of countless people, the great floating water prison was a chain of iron prisons soaked in cold water. Yet the reality was not so. At this time, in front of Shui Yi and Ding Ning, there seemed to be an enormous valley. In the dark valley, there were many black rocks that were as huge as palaces standing tall. This kind of valley and palace-sized rocks were not illusions created by formations, but real. But these rocks all faintly gave off the murderousness of formations. Shui Yi led Ding Ning through the thick shadows under the black rocks, passing through this seemingly peaceful underground valley. Passing through this valley, grey mist started to spread ahead. They could not see the path inside, and what it was like. It was as though there were wild beasts in the grey mist that would charge out at any time. Shui Yi meandered through the grey mist. The path twisted upwards like he was climbing a mountain. After a few minutes, the light of some lanterns appeared in the faint grey mist. Below the lanterns was a patch of cherry blossom forest. The cherry blossoms were the kind of deep purple cherry blossoms. The cherry blossom forest was unbelievably blooming in such an underground environment where there was no sunlight at all. The dense and gorgeous purple color seemed to have seeped into the lanterns hanging in the forest. Even the flames emitted by the lanterns had turned into a faint purple color. Ding Ning's breathing paused slightly, and his brow uncontrollably furrowed. He was not faking it out of shock, but true nervousness. He had not expected that Shui Yi would lead him through here today. And this place was truly dangerous for him. Shui Yi stepped into the purple cherry blossom forest. Ding Ning stepped on his footprints. With this step, all the petals on the surrounding cherry blossom trees left their branches and danced around him and Shui Yi. This was a stunning scene that could not be described with words. Countless petals danced in the air, giving off bright light. Yet for Ding Ning, this beautiful scene contained countless dangerous lines. Just like Zhong Yi and the others in front of the painting remnant scroll, if his mind unconsciously followed any line, these dancing purple cherry blossom petals would naturally give off special presences. Right now, as he walked through the rain of flowers, he couldn't help but look. However, these lines were extremely familiar to him. He had to look at these lines and not touch them at all, as if he couldn't see or sense them. Even for him, this was extremely difficult. When his mind was slowly pulled, and he felt terror rise in his heart, and sweat was about to bead on his back, Zhongsun Qianshua's face appeared in Ding Ning's mind. I want to safely pass through here. I cannot let her stay in Changling alone. I must pass through here. These 3 sentences sounded in Ding Ning's mind. Then, just like when he was cultivating at night, a heavy snowstorm swept through his heart. His state of mind became absolutely cold and calm once again. Blood One walked at the front. When he stepped out of the cherry blossom forest, all the purple petals in the air flew back to the branches like butterflies. The purple wild cherry blossom forest looked as bright as before, and had not changed at all. Ding Ning looked back. Looking at this patch of wild cherry blossom forest, he said coldly inside, Zhongsun Qianshua is my greatest weakness, but she is also my greatest meaning in Changling. Blood One continued to move forward. They passed through a stone path that seemed to be 2 abysses on both sides, and finally stopped in front of a grave-like stone room. He turned to Ding Ning and said coolly, "We are here." After saying this, Blood One silently retreated, leaving only Ding Ning standing in front of the stone room. Ding Ning carefully controlled the flow of energy in his body so that his heartbeat sped up. "Come in." A voice that seemed to come from a high place came from the stone room in front of him. Because it was too high, it was too cold. Ding Ning seemed to hesitate and did not dare to move. "Come in. Since official Shun has allowed you to come in, there will naturally be no danger here," a voice that Ding Ning was familiar with said. Ding Ning's eyes lit up slightly. Official Mo. Then he did not hesitate and quickly walked into the stone room in front of him. The tall and thin Shen Xian looked coldly at Ding Ning who walked in from the door. "Sit." He pointed at an iron chair in front of him and motioned for Ding Ning to sit. Ding Ning glanced at Mo Qinggong next to him. Without a word, he sat down on the cold iron chair. Shen Xian reached out. He was too tall and thin. His hands were much longer than ordinary people. So when he reached out, his hand landed on Ding Ning's head. Ding Ning could not avoid it even if he saw it. His fingers tightened slightly. His power penetrated between the flesh and bones of Ding Ning's head and then relaxed. A hint of undisguised regret and melancholy flashed through his brow. In the history of the Yuanwu Emperor's ascension, he had been one of the people who had been decisive. Later on, he had taken charge of the great floating water prison. In the eyes of most of the Changling nobility, he had either caused the Yuanwu Emperor's displeasure in some matters, or the Yuanwu Emperor did not like to use people who had betrayed others. Yet only he knew that he had not come to the great floating water prison because of demotion, but because of his own request. Because this was related to his cultivation. Where else in the world would there be as many powerful cultivators as the great floating water prison? Where would there be so many living cultivators' bodies for him to dissect and study? What's more, these people would spit out a lot of cultivation methods and experiences. So this great floating water reservoir was an enormous treasure trove. Because he had chosen this path, in the first year of Yuanwu, his cultivation had not been as strong as Yi Xileng, or the marquises of Changling. But now, he was stronger than many of them. Everything was false. Only strength mattered. Strength was status. Compared to vital energy and presence, a cultivator's flesh, blood, and bones could not be faked. With just a touch, he would be able to sense the strength of the other party's flesh and blood, as well as the degree of old and new of the bones. Bone age was the true age. When he had noticed Ding Ning's existence, and thought of the wine shop youth's astounding rise, he had an astounding thought, or even hope. If this wine shop youth was that person's heir, then his cultivation speed, comprehension, and fighting ability were all normal. If this was the case, if he could get something from this wine shop youth, then his strength and status in Changling would be even greater. But to his regret and disappointment, this youth did not have any problems today. All of these reactions, even if it was true age, were absolutely impossible. Because this wine shop youth should have been born 3 years after that person's death. How could he have any connection to that person? He could not have received that person's personal inheritance, and some of that person's experiences. Because he was too regretful and disappointed, his mood was bleak. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,